Beautiful people, welcome back to Skepticon 2020 online edition. How's everybody been going so far? I know that I am feeling way smarter today than I did yesterday, and I'm only half a coffee in. I mean, amazing. We've got a packed program today, including Ross Balch, who will be posing the question, 1,000 years of pandemics, what have we learned? Jonas Larson will be sorting out the anti-environmental environmentalists, and Gary Backer will be delving deep into the mind of President Donald Trump. Beautiful president, most amazing president, never seen president as amazing as much as Donald J. Trump. And just to say that President Donald Trump are three of the most disturbing words I've ever said together in a row. Hopefully that'll change, just saying. Plus, we've got some panel discussions. We've got some great music, so stick around. And joining me again this morning, of course, is our Dr. Paulie. Hooray!
Hi, Jane. How you doing?
Hey, good for half a coffee in, just saying.
Oh, you're doing very well then. At least you're an hour in front of us, so you've had a bit more time to wake up than us Queenslanders. So I just wanted to give a few quick reminders and some announcements. From yesterday, as we all know, we're on YouTube. No duh. And so interacting with each other and the speakers is obviously a little bit different. So I can see the chat's already going crazy, and hopefully you've all had a go at using the live chat yesterday. So if you're on your desktop, that's just to the right of the screen. So if you do interact there with the audience members, and you might get the speakers hopping on and off as well. We had a bit of that going on yesterday. Feel free to chat away, but make sure you do adhere to the code of conduct. And again, the link to the code of conduct is just below the screen. And remembering that chatting on the YouTube chat is equivalent to chatting to your mate next to you or mingling with someone outside. If you ask questions on there, they might not get to the speakers. So when we've got our virtual mic, which is Slido. So normally at the end of a talk, we all do that mad rush at Skepticon to get to the front of the stage and elbow each other out of the way to get to the mic. But this year, there's none of that. You can just pop onto the Slido link and put your Q&A there. And upvote any of the questions that you think that someone else has asked that you think is a good question as well. So the link to Slido, you would have gotten that this morning, and the link is also in the YouTube description just below this screen. Get it up on your phone. It's a little bit easier than doing it, on your desktop. It's, you can sit back and relax and just type the question into your phone. But accessible from pretty much any device if you just plug in that link. We will be answering questions from Slido first, rather than that posted on the live chat, but we are monitoring that anyway. So if we do get to the YouTube questions, we'll try and get to them. But if you definitely want them answered, then chuck them up on Slido. Hopefully you guys have been playing Skeptical Bingo. I saw some people commenting on that yesterday. If you want to continue playing with the board that you created yesterday, make sure hopefully you've saved yesterday's link. If you want to create a new game, just click on the link that's in the description or that came through on your email today. No prizes involved, but you do get gloating rights, so with your friends and family. Feel free to post if you've got bingo, might be a bit of fun. Or maybe the winner gets a round of drinks from everyone else when the local pubs open up in your area, so something to look forward to. So today we actually continue on with our skeptical music. As Jane mentioned, I'm really excited about this section of Skepticon to be able to support our musicians who've done it really tough during COVID. Today we have music that's been specially made for Skepticon by an alt metal band from India called Distill. And many of you will recognise Distill's bassist, Abhijit Chanda from beirrational.com and as the host of the Rational podcast. And I have become a huge fan of his music, so I hope you guys enjoy it as much as me. And we've also got music lined up from Helen Arney and some more music from Conspiracy of One, who we heard from yesterday. And again, I hope you guys enjoy it as much as we do. So make sure you do support the musicians if you do. They have been hit so hard this year, you know, and they really, musicians and entertainers really give us something to escape to during times like this. So they need our support. So go to the links in the descriptions, buy an album, donate to their Patreon, buy a t-shirt, get some merch, do what you can, and help them out. And for those of you who can't get enough skeptical content during the conference, we've got some links to Michael Shermer's skeptically orientated articles to read as well in the description. As yesterday, the music won't run for the full duration of the breaks, but if you do want to replay, let me know. I'm happy to replay the music as well. But you will hear this noise at the end of the break, so I'll just play the noise. That'll happen about a minute to 30 seconds prior to us starting. So it gives you a bit of a heads warning so you can run back to the computer and you know we're about to start up. And there's something else that's different this year, Jane.
Yes.
The world hasn't been turned up on its head already and everything is different. It's how we're going to do the Skeptics Award. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty keen to hear who's getting the Skeptics Award this year.
Yes, agreed.
Who's been given the dishonour of the Bent Spoon Award?
The coveted Bent Spoon.
I mean, you know, just so...
It was meant to be a big event, wasn't it? A big glamorous, you know, ballroomy thing.
I know, we actually had the Gold Coast Glasshouse booked.
Oh, that is fancy.
And... you know
where the hell am I? I'm in the wrong place.
Normally, we would glam up on the Saturday night. We'd have our drinks. We'd put on our best ball gowns.
Ooh, look at you frocking up.
And we'd go off to the awards. So you know what, Jane? I think we need some cocktail music.
I agree. Bust it out.
I think we need to head over to the awards. Let's get glammed up, girl.
Let's.
And enjoy ourselves.
I'll be in the bar. What a good plan. All righty. Well, speaking of the awards, we've got the online edition of the Skepticon Awards coming right up. This year's awards will be presented by Jessica Singer, President of Australian Skeptics, Inc., Tim Mendham, Executive Officer of Australian Skeptics, Inc., and Richard Saunders, Chief Investigator of Australian Skeptics, Inc. Cheers.
Hi, I'm Jessica Singer, President of Australian Skeptics, Inc. Today, Tim Mendham, Richard Saunders and I will be presenting the Australian Skeptics Awards for 2020. The first award is the Thornett Award for the Promotion of Reason. This award was established in 2009 and commemorates Fred Thornett, a Tasmanian skeptic, who died that year and is very much missed in the Australian skeptical community. The Fred Award, as it is known, acknowledges someone who has made a significant contribution to educating or informing the public on issues of science and reason. As part of the award, $2,000 is given to the recipient or to a charity or cause of their choice. In 2020, the recipient will be familiar to many of you as a medical practitioner, a broadcaster, and a science communicator who has regularly been called upon this year by the media to comment on COVID-19 and the public health issues arising out of the pandemic and its management. With so much misinformation about COVID-19 in circulation and vehement and bitter disagreement from some quarters about the best course of action, it is refreshing and so important to see someone calm and rational talking from an evidence-based perspective. So I'm delighted to announce that this year the Thornet Award for the Promotion of Reason goes to Dr. Vyom Sharma.
Hi, I'm Tim Mendham, Executive Officer of Australian Skeptics Inc. and editor of our magazine, The Skeptic. And I'm here to announce the winner of the Barry Williams Award for Skeptical Journalism. This prize is awarded for journalistic work that critically analyses or exposes issues related to pseudoscience or the paranormal. Now, in typical fashion, we've nicknamed the award the Wallaby in honour of Barry's alter ego of Sir Jim R. Wallaby, which he used for some of his more whimsical pieces in the Skeptic magazine. In addition to a commemorative certificate, $2,000 is awarded to the recipient or to a charity or cause of their choice. For this award, we have a judging panel made up of highly experienced award-winning journos. We thank them for their guidance and decision-making. This is the third year we've made this award, and we had a great collection of pieces submitted by the journalists themselves and by others. You may not be surprised to know that the bulk of those pieces were about the number one news story of the year, which is obviously Harry and Meghan's split from the royal family. What? No? Sorry, I've just been told that's not correct, that the top story of the year was, of course, COVID-19. In fact, the entries were of such a high standard that this year we're awarding the Wallaby to two winners who will receive $2,000 each, and both of them are from the ABC. And the winners for 2020 are the Health Report's Dr. Norman Swan and ABC Radio National's Science Friction series. Both of these presented serious, rational and uncompromising pieces on the pandemic and how to deal with its effects. Dr. Swan has been the soft-spoken voice of reason across various media platforms, and in particular his Coronacast podcast with journalist Tegan Taylor has received international recognition as a source of reliable information. Science Friction's Click Sick series was created by presenter-reporter Ariel Bogle, presenter Natasha Mitchell, producer Jane Lee, and series producer Carl Smith. Again, across various platforms, it looked at aspects of the disease, including a great deal of investigative journalism on misinformation and how it is spread, which is unfortunately a recurring theme of this last year. Both of them very worthy winners. So congratulations to Dr. Norman Swan and Science Friction. Thank you.
And now we come to Skeptic of the Year. Skeptic of the Year is awarded to someone who has close ties with the Australian skeptical movement and whose work has been exceptional even by the high standards of our community. This year, I'm delighted to announce that the award goes to Mandy Lee Noble. You will have heard Mandy Lee's reports on Richard Saunders' podcast, The Skeptic Zone. She has also written for the Skeptic magazine. Mandy Lee is one of those people who is quietly active behind the scenes, doing great things. It is through her well-crafted and carefully thought-out complaints to regulators that we have seen action taken against proponents of alternative medicine, dangerous alternative medicine. She spearheaded the complaint to the HCCC about the naturopath Barbara O'Neill, which resulted in O'Neill being banned from practice. And it was Mandy Lee's careful observation and monitoring of Pete Evans over many years that finally saw him fined by the Therapeutic Goods Administration for his claims about the prevention and treatment of COVID-19. Hearty congratulations to Mandy Lee Noble.
Hello, I'm Richard Saunders, Chief Investigator of Australian Skeptics Inc. and producer of the Skeptic Zone podcast. I'm here to announce the winner of this year's Bent Spoon Award. Presented to the most preposterous piece of paranormal or pseudoscientific piffle. Now, this year there were many nominations from previous years, and we can thank COVID-19 largely for that, I think. Will a past winner once again win this year? Let's find out. This year's nominees are past winner, former TV celebrity chef Pete Evans, this year for promoting the biocharger machine to combat COVID-19. Past winner Meryl Dorey, this year for her COVID-19 denial and her part in organising the Vaxxed Bus Tour. Past winner Fran Sheffield and Homeopathy Plus, this year for their promotion of homeopathy to combat COVID-19. Past winner Judy Wileman, this year for her conspiratorial claims about COVID-19. MMS Australia Genesis 2 Church, Chapter 316, for selling a form of bleach as a panacea for many health conditions, including COVID-19. Radio personalities Kyle and Jackie O for, in the opinion of the nominator, giving Pete Paleo Evans an unrestricted 20 minutes to espouse his dangerous nonsense. Tony Rogers and the Uni of Sydney for, in the opinion of the nominator, awarding Rogers a doctorate on the basis of his PhD thesis, The Political Economy of Autism, which uncritically cites junk science to support conspiracy theories. Although not in the running, dishonourable mentions are given to the Murdoch Press in both print and TV for regularly promoting misinformation and rarely offering corrections when the true facts are revealed. This includes the arson involvement in the bushfires and SAD's promotion of hydroxychloroquine. Also, those pharmacies in Australia who still stock homeopathy and ear candles. And the winner is, the envelope please. Thank you. Pete Evans. Pete Evans for promoting the biocharger machine, a box of flashing lights that has been likened to a bad prop from a 1973 episode of Doctor Who that is claimed to combat COVID-19 and hundreds of other diseases. How? It seems that this reject from a children's disco, costing 21,000 Australian dollars, can emit energies and frequencies that recharge and detoxify cells in the human body. Now, we're not the first organisation to acknowledge Pete Evans over his claims for this cross between a blender and Christmas lights. In April, the Therapeutic Goods Administration issued 2 infringement notices to Pete Evans totaling $25,200 for alleged breaches of the Therapeutic Goods Act in regards to this device. Pete Evans now enters the history books as the first person ever to win the Bent Spoon Award twice.
Thank you, Tim Mendham and Richard Saunders. And that wraps it up for the Australian Skeptics Awards in 2020.
Wow, what a difficult choice for the Bent Spoon. They were some pretty worthy contenders, I got to admit. But big congrats, big ups to the 2-time winner, Pete Evans, for his amazing biocharger. What an incredibly useless device. So good. Now let's move on and talk about pandemics. That's a little appropriate. Let's surf that zeitgeist, shall we, ladies and gents? Our first speaker today is Ross Balch from the Brisbane Skeptic Society, talking about 1,000 years of pandemics. What have we learned?
Hello, I'm Ross Balch, and thank you for tuning into my talk, Pandemics Through History. Basically, I'm trying to look at the pandemics that we've seen through history, and spoiler alert, there are a lot, and kind of what we've learned about them, and hopefully what we can learn from them in the future. Many of you may know me as one of the co-founders of Brisbane Skeptic Society and the first president of that society. We hosted the Skeptic Convention a few years back now in Brisbane, which was a lot of fun. There's just a picture of me there this is actually on the River Ganges in Varanasi, and I'm holding a good look sort of candle, and you're supposed to let it float along the river, but mine sank, so I don't know what that says about my look. I kind of thought you folks as skeptics would appreciate that little anecdote. As well as being a skeptic, though, I'm also a scientist. What I do is actually look at diagnostics into things like sepsis. So I use mostly DNA data. So at the moment, it takes about 48 hours to get a solid ID on a bacteria. I'm hoping to reduce that to about 6 using purely gene sequencing technologies. I also do a lot of science communication. I'm the host of the Science Club show, and I'm also a huge nerd. As you can see, that picture there is me with a fantasy tavern background. At the moment, you can see I have my lovely fantasy study as my green screen. And also, I am on a podcast called Dungeons and Doctorates, which is a Dungeons and Dragons podcast spoken from the point of view of a PhD student. So a few of us are PhD students, and we kind of go along life in a fancy university playing Dungeons and Dragons, which is a lot of fun. So if any of you are so inclined, you can check me out in all of these various places around the internet. But today I am here to talk to you about the history of what I've termed pathidemics, which is a completely made-up term. But the reason that I say that is because really when we talk about things like pandemics, we're actually grouping a lot of different things. Mostly endemic things. These are things that kind of live within the population all the time. Epidemics, which are sort of outbreaks that really are confined to one geographical area moving outwards, but typically are larger than what would be normally an endemic. And then pandemics, of course, where something moves from one location to several locations around the globe, pan meaning the world. And as I kind of alluded to earlier, the history of pandemics is long. We have been, basically since we've had recorded history, we've had pandemics in human culture, especially human societies. And the society part is actually going to be quite important, I think, as we move on, because societies actually are what enable these kind of diseases to spread a lot more than they would have, say, when we were nomadic. The first one on here is the Antonine Plague, which we'll get into, but I'm actually going to talk a little bit about one not even on this infographic here, which is excellent, by the way. It's on visualcapitalist.com, really good. I actually recommend that you check this out if you're interested, like I am, in sort of pandemics and infectious disease in general. But we go to now the ones that are really classic, the ones that we talk about a lot. And the first one is this Plague of Athens, which we don't know exactly what it is, but we think it might be typhoid, and that's based on the symptoms that were present at the time. Now, I've labeled this one Enemy at the Gates, and that's because essentially what happened with this particular epidemic, I guess, plague, is that there was a disease coming through from Africa, sub-Saharan Africa at the time, and the Greeks were fighting the Spartans. And unfortunately, Athens was under siege by the Spartans, which really played a big part in this epidemic taking hold in the city, as has happened through history a lot of times. And essentially what happened is this disease got into Athens. It was a very rough disease. a lot of like bleeding, fevers, gastrointestinal problems, and it spread quickly. They reckon about 2/3 of the citizens of Athens died, and that's because they were in such close quarters being sieged into the city. Now, this one, of course, you would all know, the Black Death, is probably the most famous plague of all time. And for good reason, actually. You can see this plague lasted years, which, you know, we've been locked down as part of COVID for about 9 months now. Imagine the constant terror of this happening in your lives for 9 years. It's a long time. And what we now know is that the Black Death was caused by a bacteria called Yersinia pestis. And we actually think that it was caused by a particularly nasty strain that has now died out, since the conditions for this to spread are really not existing the way they did back then. Half of all of Europe is thought to have died from this plague, which is a huge part of the population. And also this plague was thought to actually originate from Asia and come through trade caravans. So again, we see the movement of people is a very big factor in pandemics taking hold. And the thing is with this plague is because so many died, half of Europe and they think 1/3 of the entire world, this actually had a massive cultural impact. So what happened after this is that there was a huge shortage of labor. You can imagine even back then, you know, people who were of higher socioeconomic status, had big estates, were much better protected from this kind of thing than commoners were, because people with more money and resources, they could live in larger estates further away from people, less likely to have these pests running around. We know that the transmission vector for this was infected rats. Fleas would actually take the bacteria from the fleas and transfer it onto humans. And obviously people with more common means would not have as sanitary a lifestyle and were more likely to get hit by this. But what this resulted in was a very large shortage of labor and actually improved living conditions for people of common descent after this, because they had to be treated better, because at the end of the day, there were not enough people to fend for the land and things like that. So it's important to remember that pandemics don't just affect individuals, but they affect societies massively, as of course we're seeing today with COVID. Next we go to possibly one of the largest genocides of all time, but also a lot of that was to do with plague. So it's a little tongue-in-cheek, but like I've actually said Homo sapiens are the cause for this, and that isn't untrue. Like, European invaders physically killed a large number of indigenous people, which in and of itself you could consider a plague. But the thing that we actually did was introduce smallpox and measles to a completely naive population. And this had an absolutely massive effect. Because these people were naive to the disease, there was no immunity. Everyone was susceptible. There was no kind of herd immunity at all. And because of the state of medicine at the time and the severity of these diseases, they actually estimate that up to 90% of the population of the Americas died as a result of this invasion and then the diseases that followed. And so these days, we're actually quite cognizant of this when we actually approach cultures that are still quite isolated. This is something that we really have to be careful of, because it can very easily rip through a naive population. And obviously we're seeing again today with COVID how none of us are immune to this disease. So the sheer amount of susceptibility can have a huge factor in whether pandemics are successful or not. And really this is one of the darkest moments in human history, I would argue, that just the sheer scale of destruction that the combo of invasion and disease had on this part of the world. I'm going to talk a little bit about the various plagues again. So I talked about the Black Death, Yersinia pestis, the bubonic plague. Again, this plague would rip through Europe several times over this period of about 100 years. And it's kind of interesting because at this point, we've really started to learn about how these pandemics work and the kind of diseases and how we can treat them. So it's at this time that, although quarantine has been a concept for a very long time, quarantining really became prevalent at this time. This was a time of much larger global trade networks. Ships were sailing into cities on a very common basis. And the word quarantine actually comes from a Venetian word, which means 40 days. And obviously 40 days has some biblical implications, which might be one of the reasons that number was chosen. But as luck would have it, and obviously one of the things that maybe these civilizations figured out at this time was that the plague had about a 30 to 38 day incubation period. And so if they could quarantine ships for 40 days, they could often prevent an outbreak. Now, of course, the problem, and what they didn't quite know at the time, is that the main vector for this disease, unfortunately, were rats and fleas. And it would be very easy for a infected rat to escape a ship and make its way into a port town. As many plagues, one in Marseille, obviously a very famous one in London, and as it happened, the Great Fire of London probably actually hastened the end of the London Plague. These events were happening around the same time, and it's hard to know exactly whether there was a causal relationship, but certainly sort of a reduction in rats, fleas, and obviously thinning of the population probably helped a lot. And really, humans have learned a lot from these plagues over the years, especially. And then, of course, we have cholera. Now, I've labelled this as 1852, but really cholera has been around for a very long time. And a little throwback to my trip along the Ganges, they think cholera may have originally actually come from the delta of the Ganges and worked its way up through India and into Europe, and then eventually spread almost globally as travel and human trade spread this disease around. Of course, cholera is caused by Vibrio cholerae, and it's very much like a fever and gastrointestinal disease. It's made worse by the fact that Vibrio is very motile, which means it can move around a lot, and it gets into everything. But it's actually a very important epidemic and pandemic in the world, because really what cholera did was birthed this sort of idea of epidemiology, which is the idea that you can actually track down the movement and spread of disease based on its properties. And of course, famously, John Snow used cholera in really one of the very first cases of cluster detection to track down the source of the outbreak. And this very famous map showed that people living next to a very particular contaminated well, they were more likely to get cholera. And by actually removing the pump handle, they were able to stop the spread of cholera in this area. Cholera has also been very well studied by early microbiologists during this period, and it was also one of the diseases that led to things like modern medical microbiology and things like Koch's postulates, which we kind of still use to determine whether a particular microbe is causing a particular disease. Unfortunately, cholera is still around in a lot of less privileged areas of the world today, and is still a huge cause of death throughout the world. So the flu, again, 1918 to 1920. Of course, this one is a much more famous version of the flu. I've called this the big one. This was an absolutely, truly massive pandemic flu. It was avian in origin, which had a big part to play in why it was so deadly to humans. And also, this pandemic really is one of the first times that we see a shift in how human culture has changed the way pandemics are occurring in the world. A lot of the previous pandemics were very sanitation related. This one is really, though, to do with the amount of global travel that was happening. Of course, this comes on the backdrop of a world war, soldiers moving all over the world and then bringing back this really horrendous flu to the world. 50 million people at least died globally. That is a minimum estimate. And what's remarkable about this one is that it had a very high mortality rate in younger people and healthy people. And we can speculate a little bit about why that is. There is some evidence that in naive populations, the immune system can react much more strongly to these kinds of flus, but we don't know that for sure. But maybe that's a reason that younger and healthy people were so taken by this, but also the fact that younger, healthier people like soldiers were one of the main vectors, of course, and that probably had a a big part to play as well. And also, this is one of the first times that we've really tracked this back down to a non-human origin. We can probably suspect that some of these previous pandemics may have emerged from animals, but this one we have genetic evidence now that it was avian in origin. And one of the reasons is that it was so devastating to the human population at the time. Of course, another interesting thing is we have this really good case study here, because the way that people reacted to this flu, just in the United States alone, varied massively. Some cities went into really strong lockdown. St. Louis is one of those. But cities like Philadelphia, they didn't do that. And in fact, they went so far beyond not locking down that they had this huge parade that I have pictured here. And flu just wiped through the population in Philadelphia. That the flu was very... in Philadelphia, the flu just really... was not kind to that city, to the point where St. Louis, who shut down schools, universities, theatres, that kind of thing, they only had 1/8 of the death rate of the per population than Philadelphia did. And we have some interesting studies as well that cities that enacted strong lockdown policies in that time actually fared better economically after the pandemic was over, as shown in this study here. And I think that's an important lesson in our time in COVID, because obviously a lot of the only arguments for ending lockdowns is mostly the economic argument when it comes to COVID. Obviously, there's the interpersonal argument and the psychological argument, which are very valid, but it seems like economically, containing the outbreak is a lot better for your economy in the long term than letting everyone die, which might seem like common sense, but not to a lot of people. I'll breeze past this one. We have, again, the flu. This one is called the Asian flu. It originated in Asia. It found its way across the globe. It still killed 1 million people, which is what we're up to with COVID. So it was a significant event, but obviously nowhere near as much as the 50 million that died from the flu. The interesting thing to talk about here, though, is that actually what we find now for the first time is that we're starting to have the ability to create vaccines fairly rapidly. And the vaccine is what curtailed this particular one. And also, this is one of the events that led to there being a seasonal flu vaccination from then on. And then, of course, we have probably the final flu for now, and the one that was called originally swine flu, but really... that we think that this flu did originate in pigs, but swine flu is a little misleading to say, because it definitely, this is one of the first flus that happened in a age of wide and disseminated information. And so at some points, people were even avoiding eating pork, which you cannot catch the flu from that. But we think it began in central Mexico. It ended up killing about 285,000 people. And again, this was one of those flus, another animal origin flu, where the young and the healthy were actually quite badly affected. But the flu itself died out in 2010, mostly because the flu season, of course, waxes and wanes, but also because we were able to get a vaccination ready rather rapidly. And that is going to be a big difference that we're going to talk about as time goes on between the flus that have sort of taken hold and this new coronavirus. Because, of course, we are still waiting for a vaccine for that. So let's talk about SARS. This is the first of the really big coronavirus mini pandemics, more of an epidemic. Coronaviruses are with the human population basically all the time, but a lot of them are really just common cold viruses. And we find that a lot of the coronaviruses that are causing humans issues tend to be the ones that emerge from animals into humans. And this one actually was coming from civet in meat markets and began in Asia. This one only spread to around 8,000 cases, which obviously looking onto coronavirus now is a very small number, and around 775 deaths. So fairly high case fatality rate, but not as high as some things that we've talked about. And it mostly affected the aged and people with comorbidities, and that tends to be a pattern that we'll see with coronaviruses in general. We actually managed to contain the spread of this, and it died out in 2010. And a lot of research was put into coronaviruses, but because the virus disappeared rather quickly, a lot of that funding was cut. And I'm going to probably talk a lot about that towards the end of this presentation. And then we go to probably one of the most interesting epidemics of all time, the emergence of Ebola in West Africa. I was actually studying microbiology at the time and virology, so I spent a lot of time researching this particular outbreak. And I could talk about it for a very long time, but I won't talk about it too long, but it does bring up some interesting factors when it comes to pandemics. So firstly, Ebola pops up sporadically in the sort of southeast of Africa from time to time. And it normally has a very intense but short duration as it spreads within a couple of local villages. It has a very high case fatality rate, but then it kind of burns itself out. And really, for the first time, what we see in the West Africa outbreak is this virus emerged in cities. It found its way from a village to cities in Guinea and spread through the West African population quite quickly. And again, we see these series of unfortunate events. We see that it hit nations with very low numbers of resources, with a lot of civil unrest. And this really helped it spread, because what this meant is that people had a large distrust of the medical community, a large distrust of Westerners that came in to help, people like Médecins Sans Frontières. And also there are some very specific cultural practices which really helped this to spread. Laying on of hands on the body on a funeral is very common in that part of the world. And really, Ebola is not easy to spread, but unfortunately, it is quite easy to get body fluids directly onto you by touching. And unfortunately, with all of these things combined, 28,000 cases, 11,000 deaths. That's about 40% case fatality rate, which is very high. And we still think that maybe 70% of cases may have been unreported. So we don't know how many people got infected and died or got infected and recovered just from this. And so it's a very important lesson in really treating a pandemic holistically, meaning you're looking at the disease, the epidemiology, but also the society and the culture around a pandemic, because it can have a huge effect on how it spreads. And then, of course, we come to COVID. I'm actually not going to talk too much about COVID itself. I know a lot of you are probably fed up of it. I guess I mislabeled that Zika virus because I was going to talk about Zika virus, but it's actually not that interesting in this context. But of course, coronavirus is again the culprit here. As of a couple of days ago, we had 38 million global cases and over 1 million deaths. So this is on par with some of the worst flu outbreaks. And honestly, at this point, we are really not showing any sign of the number of those deaths decreasing anytime soon. Unfortunately, the United States never got this under control. And Europe, after sort of seeming to get this virus under control, is now experiencing a much worse second wave, which is actually what we saw with the flu of 1918. The second wave was much worse. And obviously, I think, and of course, sorry, I almost missed out India, which is, that is a population, unfortunately, very primed to be susceptible to the spread of this disease, with the amount of people there and the conditions that some people can live in. So I'll talk a little bit about it. It began in Wuhan, China. We think sometime in 2019. There's a lot of evidence that even though we sort of first started seeing the cases in December, we think that the virus was at least with us since September. So these crossover events maybe happened several times. We don't know. This is the third coronavirus pandemic in 20 years, which should really give us a lot of pause for thought, I think. The R0 of this is 2 to 3, which is much higher than any of the other two coronaviruses. And again, we seem to have these super spreader events where a lot of cases are coming from a single cluster, a single patient, but then a lot of those people aren't passing it on to too many people themselves, which is somewhat encouraging, but also obviously what it means is that we're sort of going to be chasing these clusters for a long time, because it will only take 1 or 2 super spread events to really kick off another wave. And of course, we still really don't know a lot about this virus. We know it's a coronavirus, and we know it has some unusual properties too, which is probably why it's spread so quickly through humans, because we are completely naive to this virus. And again, once again, this is an animal origin virus. We know that this came from some kind of animal host first. We're still tracking down which one, but that really is becoming a hallmark of pandemics in this modern human era. So I will talk a little bit more, though, about the fact that this is the ultimate social media pandemic. You know, during SARS, MERS, swine flu, we had social media, but social media is at its absolute peak right now of its pervasiveness in human life. And I really think social media itself has altered the course of how we think about this pandemic. Mainly in the way that it's really propagated a lot of conspiracy theories and also mistrust of science and really just general hubris. So I'm going to actually preempt a few. I don't want to go through too many because I'm aware that we actually are going to have some questions. And I'm sure a lot of you aren't going to have too many questions about the past pandemics, but you might about coronavirus. But I'll go through a few here. The idea that this virus was released on purpose. Honestly, I find this particular idea pretty racist, if I'm being honest. The fact is that the Chinese government has put in a lot of money to science infrastructure in China. And the idea that this was either released by malice or by incompetence, to me, just does not really add up at all. That the labs in China are very well funded. The scientists there are very well trained. You know, if you would not jump to the conclusion that this virus was released by accident in an Australian lab, honestly, it's very racist to assume the Chinese would have done the same. Their standards are just as high as ours. And also, I really question why you would release this on purpose. It really devastated the Chinese economy for a while and is really not a very productive way of causing global change if you are just as susceptible yourself. There was another conspiracy that the virus was engineered, and this one we can definitively put to bed. And the reason is that unusual structure that I talked about. So it's not, the problem is that movies make it seem like it's really easy to engineer bioweapons, and it's actually not. It's incredibly difficult, and it's the reason that you just don't really see it happening in the world. Bacteria and viruses are very complex in their behavior, and engineering specific traits into them is really difficult. And the fact is that this virus has such a weird arrangement in its protein that it uses to grab onto our cells that no one would have engineered it that way because they just wouldn't know to. You know, you would always use something that you knew would work. You wouldn't use something novel that you haven't seen in nature before. Obviously, the idea that it's a hoax pops up a lot. I can tell you it's not a hoax. Obviously, that's my authoritarian view, but I have done the tests myself. I know this exists because I have the evidence myself. Several thousand scientists around the world have the evidence that this exists. I really don't know what else to say to you. If you want to believe that it's a hoax, you have some real deeper issues, I think, with your worldview. And obviously, look, it's not 5G. We all know that radio waves can't carry a virus. 5G is extremely safe. It falls into a frequency that just is not going to impact you at all as a human. And it's a ridiculous and silly idea, but we can go into it more if people want. And also, people are just not trusting scientists right now. There's been a very high anti-science sentiment really since the rise of the internet and social media and sort of these echo chambers. And I think a lot of people you know, through history just want safe, easier answers, and science, unfortunately, never provides those. They're almost always messy, and I think that's why people turn to distrusting science in this time. But let's kind of summarize the things we've learned then about pandemics, because I think that is the important thing that we need to take from this history and from COVID today. Obviously, viruses can creep up on us. Sometimes they emerge from animals. They can be endemic to some very specific areas and then find their way into epidemics and then pandemics. And I think really that's the important thing when we talk about the emergence of viruses. What that means is that our surveillance efforts are not good enough, especially in a world that's getting smaller and smaller in a lot of ways. We're getting closer to animals all the time because of the way we're destroying their habitats. Humans are getting closer together. We really need there to be esoteric blue sky surveillance just to see what is going around in the population so that we can get a head start on the research. I think the single most important thing we've learned from pandemics, though, is about sanitation and hygiene. Humans learned very early on how to dispose of the dead. We burnt them, we covered them in lime. We knew that humans were, dead bodies were a dangerous source of continuing the spread, even if we didn't know how that was happening. And more than ever, sanitation of water is a huge deal in the world, and so many people still don't have access to clean water. And we would save millions of lives a year if we literally could just provide that to people around the world. And of course, hygiene. What we've seen already from COVID, that just by washing your hands, washing surfaces, keeping a distance if possible, we've seen not only helping reduce the spread of COVID, but we've actually completely reduced the spread of things like the flu and other cold viruses this year. And there's no reason that once COVID goes away, we shouldn't continue, basic distancing practices, not necessarily the kind of isolationist ones that we're pursuing now, but definitely keep up the hand washing, keep up the surface. We have to be very vigilant about the fact that we are in a shrinking world, and we need to be very vigilant about these things. The other thing is that societal factors of emergence are extremely important. I talked about the societal factors in Ebola. I talked about the siege in Athens. We are a very global world now, and you can actually see, as time has gone on, the kind of pandemics that have emerged have gone from these very sort of sanitary local versions to really diseases that are a way of the fact that we fly a lot. We find ourselves in a lot of enclosed spaces. Humans do not work outside for the most part now. We work indoors. And that really has changed the kind of pandemics that we are seeing. And we really have to be cognizant of the fact that we are getting closer to animals as we encroach on their territory. More of these crossover events are going to happen. And as I said, surveillance will be important. Being mindful of this, trying to find ways to actually live better with nature is going to really reduce the number of pandemics. And just be wary of the fact that some of these viruses can travel quickly. Really the response to COVID was too slow. We saw this happening in China, and instead of reacting, we waited for it to spread before we then locked down. We really could have been a lot more proactive, even if that meant affecting our economy in the short term. We would have been a lot better off in the long term had we not waited. Essentially it seemed like each country was waiting for its own evidence of this virus before they did something. And that was really way too slow. The other thing that I'm going to lead off on is research. We started to research SARS coronavirus after SARS. We spun up all these labs, and then it went away, and the sexiness of coronavirus research dropped within governments, and the funding went away. We cannot keep doing this pattern. We need so much more money in research in all areas, but especially in infectious disease research. If something like this pops up, even if only in a small way, we need to continue that research. We need to develop the treatments. We need to develop the vaccine. If research had actually continued in a productive way, there's a very good chance that we would have had a coronavirus vaccine that may not have been perfect, but enough to give us a decent head start in protection. We cannot let herd immunity take over. A very large number of people are going to die, have very serious long-term effects, and it will wreck the entire world. We really need to get into a habit of really funding research well, and funding it not because it can make money and products like a lot of governments are focused on right now, but because we just need to know these things, and we need to put a lot more research into surveillance and treatments before they even become a pandemic. So that is the thing that I would say the most. Follow scientists' advice. Scientists are doing, honestly, a really good job during COVID. They're working faster than ever before. They're using technology in ways that we've never seen. Just follow their advice. I promise you that none of the health ministers of your government want you to suffer. If they're telling you need to be locked down, it's because that's what the epidemiology says. There's a study that showed that if we did a 5-month lockdown and then just opened, everything would come back and we'd have a second wave. That's what we're seeing in Europe. America had never even introduced anything. We need to take this seriously and probably not have the hubris to think that we know better than people who are experts in this field. Thanks for watching, and I will take some questions shortly.
And we're back. Welcome to the live Q&A. Ross Bouch, and welcome to Skepticon 2020.
Hey, it's really cool to do this. It's kind of interesting, isn't it, this online version? It's been a lot of fun.
It's a brave new world. We are busting it out as best we can. So let's kick off with a couple of questions. We've got a few here to get through. So let's start at the beginning. How did the original little viral cell containing self-producing DNA/RNA, utilizing the cells of host animals, come into being?
Yeah, so you've accidentally hit on probably one of my favorite topics here. And the reason for that is that this is an absolutely massive, genuine controversy within science, because the short answer is we actually don't know, but there's a lot of arguments about whether viruses technically were actually the first life form, meaning that essentially in the sort of life soup, the first thing we would recognize as life would actually look more like a virus, and then over time that developed into a cell. And the other argument is that essentially what happened is we have the cells as we know them now, the sort of the DNA, the fat around and the little proteins, and that essentially a piece of DNA just kind of escaped with a little bit of the cell membrane and turned into a virus. And over time, it's sort of those picked up the DNA that they needed to replicate. So yeah, the question is we really don't know, but there are two competing theories and that they're both quite compelling. So I hope that answers that question. But yeah, unfortunately, we're still arguing about that over the past 50 years, essentially.
Right. Good. A bit of dinner party conversation. All right, let's move on to the next question from one of our viewers. It seems a large portion of these pandemics have started from animals. Would a vegan world be less likely to spawn pandemics?
Yeah, so this is actually an interesting one. So I don't know if you've seen the pirate meme. I think the answer is yes. Well, yes, but actually no. The short answer is yes. I think if we were not farming animals and obviously like selling animals in sort of meat markets, there are certainly some pandemics that we would see a lot less of. But the problem is as well is that we are living in a world now where we are essentially claiming more and more territory from nature, and we're just coming into closer contact with animals just based on human expansion and not even just meat production. Things like bats and camels, for instance, we don't eat those necessarily all the time, but we're still finding we're getting these crossover events like MERS, which I didn't have a chance to talk about. Well, actually, I had to cut it. I'll put a link to like a 50-minute version of my talk if anyone wants to see some random more pandemics that I talked about. But MERS isn't because we eat camels. It's just because we use them as transport. And it was crossing over from camels to humans that way. So I think the answer is yes. I think there would be less, but also we would still find pandemics popping up just because of the way that humans interact with the environment now.
Yeah, well, another one of our viewers has asked, so you've mentioned the 1918 to 19 flu was avian flu, so therefore more deadly. So why was that more deadly?
Yeah, so obviously we don't always know, especially these historical flus, but I think from sort of a lot of modern ones, we can sort of have a guess. And the avian part in particular is because of how viruses work. So viruses need a way to get into our cells. Like they can't just sort of bump in and then get inside the cell. Typically what happens is human cells have all of these different proteins on the outside, and the virus will grab onto one of those, and then often the human cell itself will kind of pull the virus in. And the thing is with avian flus is that that protein that the virus uses is found actually in different amounts depending on what part of the body. So in the birds, that protein is found actually sort of further up in their lungs. In humans, though, it's found a lot further down. There's a lot more of that. So what that means is that the virus is actually literally replicating in a more dangerous area in humans than it is in birds because of the difference in where that protein is found. So it's very technical, but that is why, because of how sort of viruses latch onto cells and how different parts of the body have different amounts of that little latching mechanism, essentially.
Okay, well, moving on to our current situation. The chair has asked a question here. As a microbiologist, how have you found the handling of this pandemic? Have we learned enough, and what haven't we learned?
Yeah, so I think this is a hard question in a lot of ways, because obviously from a science point of view, I think it's very clear what we should do. I mean, we should just keep everyone in their houses have the military deliver food, kind of like Contagion, the movie, if you've seen that. That movie was, that there was a lot of advice from genuine epidemiologists in that movie. But of course, we can't really do that. We don't live in a society where people can just stay at home for years on end. So I think we did a lot of things right. I think the lockdowns were, especially in Australia, we've done a lot better than others. And really, Victoria was very unfortunate to undergo this sort of resurgence in the virus. Even Victoria really did a lot of things right. But I do think we could have been quicker, like I said. I think I definitely, was watching this happen where each country would essentially almost wait for the virus to reach its shores and then do something about it. And it seems a bit weird to me that in this age of sort of this global world that countries didn't sort of start restricting travel earlier. And I know that obviously that has a big effect on the economy. And unfortunately, we live in a world of capitalism where we sort of have to sort of maintain this rat race. And I think that's actually a big part of it, honestly. I think, not to bring politics into it too much, but if we had a more socialist society, this would be a lot easier for us to deal with. And I actually think, not even from a science point of view, but one of the biggest things we can learn from this pandemic is that the way our world works needs to change, because we can't have people starving because we're trying to save their lives. It's one of those weird catch-22s where we're trying to stop people dying from this virus, but our response is also obviously affecting people's ability to eat.
Right. So, as we've been down the road of these pandemics before, do you think that the historic pandemics had groups of people who thought it was a hoax, or is this just a modern phenomenon?
It is not a modern phenomenon. So certainly during things like the plague, there was a big religious component, of course. A lot of people sort of saw pandemics as punishments from God. But we actually have a instance fairly recently in the 1800s of a flu that kind of swept through Moscow and Russia. And a lot of people didn't necessarily think the flu was a hoax, but they actually rioted against the quarantines that they had tried to put in the city. And interestingly, this got to the point where a religious leader was advocating to stop congregations, which I think back then was actually a pretty bold move for a religious leader. But unfortunately, that person ended up getting murdered. Revolting against the idea of dealing with pandemics has at least been pretty prevalent through history. But the idea of a hoax, I think that's a fairly modern idea, because I think the idea of this kind of conspiracy actually is fairly modern. But certainly we have had adverse reactions to dealing with pandemics in the past. So this isn't actually that new. And unfortunately, we don't seem to have sort of learned how to talk to people. And I think that's a big lesson we really should be learning about this. Is actually, how do we communicate to people in an effective way the dangers? Because humans are really bad at estimating risk. I think we've seen that, right? People with mask wearing and all of these kind of things. I think this is such an esoteric idea to people. It's hard to really grasp not just risks for you, but how your behavior affects other people. And I think that's really important as well.
With all of the, with Europe going a bit crazy again, the question is, what defines the end of a first wave and the start of a second?
Yeah, so this has been a really interesting question for me, because firstly, the problem with epidemiology is a lot of terms aren't that tightly defined. And I would actually argue that Australia has really not had a second wave yet. Like, we never really had a first wave. We did really well. Like, we kind of had these cases, and we really curved it before that kind of, that exponential growth, those classic bell curves of just like steep growth came into effect. And I think Melbourne is really the only city in Australia that truly has had a first wave. So I think really when you talk about first waves, second waves, Europe is undergoing a second wave, because they had that huge number of cases, that exponential growth, overwhelming the health system. And then they went into lockdown, and we see that bell curve reach the peak, like the bottom of the curve. And that really is the end of a wave. And then we see it kind of bottoms out for a while. So cases aren't continuing to increase. And once we relaxed a lot of the measures over there, we see a second wave sort of rising up again. So I think that's kind of how you have to look at it, where so it peaks, it goes back down, we see a period of low activity, and then we see another peak start to rise.
So in previous smaller pandemics, such as SARS, the pandemic disappears after a time. What causes a virus to disappear?
Well, there's actually a lot of things. So sometimes it's actually just that the virus itself isn't particularly well adapted to us. Like a lot of viruses that come from animals, obviously they don't evolve with us, so they're not particularly contagious sometimes, and they kind of burn themselves out. In Ebola, that definitely tends to happen. The virus is so pathogenic that people die too quickly to spread it. SARS is an interesting one because it actually managed to really not travel too far outside of Asia. And I think the thing is with SARS is that it was much less contagious than we're seeing now with COVID. And that had a big part of it. And also just the seasonal change seemed to affect that virus a lot more than we're seeing with COVID. I think the sheer numbers of COVID numbers and the initial number from Wuhan, I think that's another thing as well. I think the original SARS outbreak was a lot smaller, and that meant that it didn't spread as far, and so it was easy to contain. Now, obviously with COVID, the seeding event was huge, and we just kind of saw it spread extremely rapidly globally, and it's kind of taken a foothold in too many places now. So with COVID, is there credibility to the claim that O-positive blood types are less at risk? It seems like it. So this claim itself is based on a scientific study. It's based on about 2 million people from the Danish population. And it does seem like people with type O blood are less susceptible, or at least at sort of less risk of serious complications. Of course, we don't know about people who are asymptomatic, and that's a huge problem for COVID as well. This idea that people without symptoms can actually spread this disease. So yeah, it actually does look like there is some credible evidence. Of course, it's very early, so I really wouldn't commit to that idea, but we could see with more studies, like the initial research is solid, so we just need to see more of it. And it'll be interesting to see why that might be. Again, it's probably due to the proteins that people have. It could be that people with O-positive blood tend to also have less of a different protein that COVID sort of uses in its infection. So we'll see. Okay. We hear a lot of talk about COVID vaccination by the end of this year or next year. Can we shortcut the phase 3 trial safely? Yeah, so I actually used to work in clinical trials sort of behind the scenes, and the thing is with vaccines is they're actually, compared to say a pharmaceutical, they're actually a very well studied, compared to what anti-vaxxers would say. We've actually spent 100 years studying vaccines now. So it's kind of an interesting question, because on the one hand, we're very confident about the technology we use in vaccines because we've used them before and we know that they're safe. But the problem is that you can never quite predict how the immune response will go to these challenges. We've had unfortunate incidents where in other, not vaccines, but in other drugs, people's immune systems went haywire, and unfortunately a few people died. It looks like the safety issues that we had with some of these early vaccines were very minor. So I think we can probably accelerate the phase 3 phase, but I don't think we can shortcut it too much. I think we do still need to at least give it months, to see if anything happens. Typically, if something's going to happen with a vaccine, it will happen in the first few weeks, because obviously the immune system is at its sort of most heightened at that point in terms of non-antibody things. So we'll see. I think we shouldn't be too hasty. I know we need a vaccine, and it's going to be very tempting, but also I think that we should probably accelerate, but not too much, because we do still need to make sure that we're not harming people with what essentially will be a global vaccine at this point. Okay, so regardless of presidential elections, we should just, calm our farms. Yes, essentially. So what is the role of epidemiological models in managing outbreaks? Well, I mean, that role is huge, right? Essentially, these days, that is everything. So, and what is good is that we've had a long time to actually develop these models, and we've found that a lot of the models so far have been really accurate. I did a little bit of like, you know, amateur modeling myself, and even I was able to get a pretty like accurate curve for Australia just based on our initial response. But obviously the real experts, you know, the people who have done years of this work, they got it really right. You know, the Imperial College actually essentially exactly predicted what would happen in Europe. They showed what would happen with the initial wave. We do the lockdown, we kind of go in, and they even showed what would happen if we relaxed the isolation measures after 5 months, which is what Europe did. And then we see this huge second curve. So the thing is with modeling is it kind of takes a few things into account, essentially how infectious a disease is, how many people would typically die, and how many people would recover. And using that, you can get a pretty good idea based on different populations, the kind of spread that you'll get. It's a lot harder to model what will happen once we actually do interventions, because of course we don't know how much people will actually stick to them, and different kind of viruses will have different methods of spreading. So obviously an airborne virus, like say measles, has a very predictable spread because it's just so easy to catch. But COVID is a little harder because we don't really know how airborne it is. We don't think it's actually airborne per se. It's more that it hangs in the air for a little while, but it doesn't like spread across an entire room like the flu or the measles would. So, but it is really important because these models are very accurate these days. And I think, you know, we're kind of seeing in Melbourne, like they really followed those models in Melbourne, and it had a really profound effect. You know, they followed the science, and now look, you know, the cases are in the single digits again, which is amazing for how, you know, the position they found themselves in a few months ago.
Right, we've got time for another couple of quick questions. We've got one of our viewers would like a quick summary of the Antonine Plague, and what disease do you think it was?
Right, so that's an interesting one there. So I actually did talk about that in my sort of unedited version. I did this talk and it was 50 minutes and I was like, oh no. So I had to cut a bunch of early pandemics out. But so the Antonine Plague happened at the same time as, well, roughly with the Cyprian Plague. And what a lot of scholars think happened there is that actually it was either the very first introduction into Europe of measles or smallpox, because the disease actually followed a very similar progression to what we now know as those diseases. And it would make sense because we hadn't really seen those symptoms documented in Europe before. And this was the first time we really see a disease that resembles those. So we're not exactly sure. In some cases, we're really lucky because we have like teeth and bones, and we actually can now detect ancient DNA. That's how we know about Yersinia pestis of the plague, for instance. But we don't know, but people who are knowledgeable about these things have a pretty, their firm idea is that it's either measles or smallpox, essentially.
Okay, well, lastly, one of our viewers would like, if you can show the paper again, comparing St. Louis and Philadelphia responses. And could we just discuss that a little further? Tell me what that was actually showing.
Yeah, let me see. I tell you what, I probably can't talk about it more now because of the time we have, but I'm more than happy to put that paper into the chat for people to look over themselves, because obviously there's some complex like social modeling and stuff, and the social part of it isn't my expertise either. So, but I can find that paper, of course, to link to people so that they can, read it for themselves and see what they think of it, of course.
Sounds great. Ross Belch, thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us here on the Q&A. Thank you for being part of Skepticon 2020.
Absolute pleasure. I look forward to the rest.
See ya. All right, we're moving along to Jonas Larsen. He is our next speaker. Jonas Larsen is an environmental scientist, and his talk is Anti-Environmental Environmentalists, How Irrational Environmentalists Impede Their Own Cause.
Hello, my name is Jonas. I'm an environmental and soil scientist working in New South Wales. I will be doing my presentation on anti-environmental environmentalists when you value Ideology of Evidence. Now, I only have 10 minutes to present this information, but I'll be talking about genetic engineering, organic farming, animal rights activists, veganism, and nuclear power. And I'll be answering the question whether or not environmentalist ideology is being valued more than evidence-based environmentalism in certain aspects of Australian environmentalist movements. So let me begin by discussing genetic engineering and organic farming and looking at what the evidence says for which one is better for the environment. Now, I'm sure most of us knows what genetic engineering is, but for those of us who do not, it essentially is technology that involves inserting DNA into the genome of an organism. For crops, this involves adding a specific stretch of DNA into the plant's genome, giving it new or different characteristics which are favorable for agriculture. For example, making plants require fewer nutrients to grow, are hardier, pest-resistant, or more rigorous in growth. So how does genetic engineering benefit the environment? Well, first of all, it improves the efficiency at which we can produce yield, which means reduced agricultural inputs, pesticides, herbicides, there's less CO2 emissions from machinery, and most importantly, less land is used to produce the same yield. Soil quality is maintained or improved, and roughly 28 billion kilograms of CO2 emissions is offset per year from the use of genetic engineering due to improved efficiency. The scientific consensus on genetic engineering is that genetically engineered crops pose no greater risk to human health or the environment compared to their non-engineered counterparts. This consensus over the health and safety of genetically engineered technology is as strong as the consensus regarding human-induced climate change, the safety and benefits of vaccines, and evolution being a fact. Now, I have a long list of scientific organizations in the reference list, which you can view, which support this consensus. Therefore, if you are against the genetic engineering of crops, you are pro-agricultural inefficiency. If you are pro-agricultural inefficiency, you support the unnecessary clearing of precious ecosystems. And who of all people in Australia are anti-genetic engineering? It is none other than our own Greens parties. Here is their main position on the topic: genetically modified organisms, their products, and their chemicals used to manage them may pose unacceptable threats to ecosystems. Unacceptable to what? The evidence, your ideologies, that wording is not scientific. If you don't believe me, here is a screenshot from their website saying exactly that. So what is the alternative? And that usually is, according to many environmentalists and many people in the public, that is organic farming. Now, as we just learned, agricultural efficiency equals less ecosystems being cleared. Here's some research on the efficiency of organic farming. Surfeit et al. Organic farms can produce up to 34% less yield on average per unit area of land compared to conventional counterparts. Muller et al. A global shift towards organic food systems would require up to a third more land by 2050. And another study by Clark and Tillman, a global shift towards organic food systems would require twice the amount of land to feed the world by 2050. So in the end, we need to adopt a farming system that is sustainable, regenerative, efficient, and embraces technology which would help those three goals. And we need environmentalists, particularly our Greens parties, to be on board with this. I'm pretty sure most of you are wondering what compassion-based environmentalism is. Well, it pretty much is environmentalists who use compassion as a major decider as to what is right or wrong regarding the environment. So let me elaborate by showing you some pictures of cute animals. But does cute necessarily mean innocent? How cute are these animals when some of these animals are responsible for degrading countless hectares of natural areas and killing millions of native wildlife every day? Don't believe me? Here are some quick facts about cats. There are up to 6.3 million feral cats, killing over 377 million native birds every year. The Threatened Species Commissioner Sally Box has said that every day cats in Australia kill 1 million birds, 3.1 million mammals, and 1.8 million reptiles. And some facts about the brumbies. The Invasive Species Council has said that Australia has up to 400,000 feral horses, the world's largest wild population. As big, hard-hoofed animals, they cause immense ecological damage, particularly in fragile high country areas of the Australian Alps. There's some research you could look in the references, and some facts about kangaroos or macropods in general. There are approximately 40 million kangaroos on the Australian continent at any given time, which gives immense grazing pressure towards our environment. And the problem with this massive population is because they are native, they are allowed in protected areas. So a reduction of these destructive populations would be a regenerative practice. How? Through the theory of trophic cascades, which is quite prominent in ecology. As you can see in the diagram, when there's a lack of wolves, the population of deer is increased immensely, and the native vegetation they consume is severely overgrazed. Once there's a top-down pressure on the trophic cascade, the balance of nature is restored, and that is what all these three animals that I've just talked about have in common. They lack a top-down pressure to control their population. To be brief, the only real option we have, according to the evidence, is through direct control measures such as baiting and culling. Trap, neuter, and release or rehoming of these animals is inefficient and won't work because simply there's such a large population of these animals. Here's a rather unique example of having top-down pressure reinstated on these overpopulated animals. The Kiwakura people of Central Australia have achieved the preservation of the bilby, unlike the rest of Australia, by killing arguably Australia's most destructive invasive species, cats, and they not only have killed these cats or hunted them, they ate them. And that's what I propose we do to some of these pest animals existing in Australia. Kangaroo, horse, camel, goat, rabbit, and deer are all pests in this country and are some of the healthiest, leanest meats available to us. Some of these are available at specialist butchers and at your local supermarkets. But then you'll run into those anti-meat protesters coming primarily from vegan activists which attempt to deny people from exploring dietary lifestyles that may in fact be more sustainable than their own vegan ideology-based diet. I guarantee you that if you were to eat a regenerative meat source like kangaroo or deer, it would be more sustainable than that gourmet vegan burger you would buy at a restaurant. Now, all in all, the application of human compassion to a compassionless natural world has impeded decision-making which would benefit the environment. For example, every time we suggest culling certain populations which degrade the environment, there's always pushbacks from animal rights activists and vegans. Sometimes they're successful. And when you have, for example, cats killing over 1 million birds every day in Australia, and we delay the culling of these populations by even a second, this is destroying the environment. I'm sorry I'm going a little bit over time, but I'm going to briefly touch on nuclear power and how most of the public's perception and environmentalist perception is greatly misplaced when it comes to how nuclear power can benefit the environment. To be brief, nuclear energy is the safest, cleanest, and most efficient energy source we have available to us. Here are some quick facts which show nuclear power as a powerful ally against climate change. Between 1971 and 2009, about 64 gigatons of CO2 has been prevented from entering the atmosphere because of electricity generated from nuclear power. Nuclear power offsets about 2 billion tons of CO2 every year. An MIT study claims that the transition to a carbon-free grid without including nuclear would make the transition significantly more expensive or exceedingly difficult. Another study found that to achieving the Paris Agreement goals, relying on renewables alone would be impossible. Now, what does the world and Australia need when it comes to achieving the Paris Agreement goals of preventing global warming reaching 2 degrees Celsius and remaining 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels? it is decarbonization, and the fastest recorded decrease in CO2 emissions occurred in France between the 70s and 80s. They decreased their greenhouse gas emissions by 2% a year. Now here's a quick infographic, which I suggest you take a screenshot now because I'm moving really fast from the slide. But pretty much this infographic shows that nuclear power is humanity's fastest proven tool for decarbonization. Anyone concerned about all the nuclear waste this would produce? It is much easier to store nuclear waste in canisters certified for 100 years than dealing with the more complex issues of climate change. The nuclear waste generated today is fuel for tomorrow's new generation reactors, and anyone concerned with the dangers, I'll briefly go over that now. These are all pictures taken from the Chernobyl accident, and there are over 400 thriving populations of vertebrates who live there now. The ecologist at the World Health Organization has stated that Chernobyl has become a unique sanctuary for biodiversity. Here's an infographic which shows the land use footprint of different power sources. On the left you have the acres per million watt of the energy sources. You have solar and wind at about 169 to 196 acres per million watts, and nuclear all the way down on the right at 13.73 acres per million watts. So the land footprint of nuclear is much lower than solar and wind. If we were to only use solar and wind, how much more forests, rivers, and prairies and grasslands would we clear to provide room for these energy sources? And who of all people are anti-nuclear? It is our friends at the Greens. Here's a snapshot of their website. It says no nuclear power, weapons or mining. Future generations must not be burned with the toxic nuclear waste for which there is no safe disposal. I don't have time to debunk all of these points, but number 6 has pretty much been debunked throughout this presentation within 3 minutes. Being anti-nuclear is quite counterproductive when examining the only other significant source of power, fossil fuels. I would argue at this point that if you are anti-nuclear, you are pro-coal and pro-global warming. Just like how there is an extraordinary amount of evidence which points towards the safety and efficiency of GMO technology, there's also equally as much evidence pointing towards the safety and efficiency and necessity of nuclear power in the fight against climate change. Now, I would like to conclude this presentation with a question. How much environmental ideology has come into play in regards to decision-making in this country as opposed to evidence-based environmentalism? I am just a scientist, and what concerns me is what is real or not, and how many people know about it. I am not a politician or a political commentator or something similar, which is why I decided not to go to the panel discussing Australia's adaptation to climate change. All I know is politics needs to work around the facts instead of facts working around politics. I don't care how politicians get there, it just needs to be there if we are going to even begin reversing climate change one day. Thank you.
Wouldn't that have been good if I wasn't muted? Now I'm unmuted. Yay! Well, kind of yay. Welcome to the Q&A after that dodgy start. Jonas Larson.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, we've got a few questions coming in from our excitable viewers. First up, from one of our viewers, what are the key features of science-based sustainable agriculture?
Well, the key features of science-based sustainable agriculture is embracing essentially the evidence regarding the efficiency surrounding how we harvest and how we grow our food, and that particularly means embracing, for example, the potential for genetic engineering to increase the efficiency at which we produce yield. Also, not maintaining any sort of ideological limits regarding the style in which we produce yields such as upholding, for example, the organic food label, which says that we should be using genetically engineered crops and limiting what sort of herbicides and pesticides we should be using, which may or may not be more effective than what is allowed for in organic farming. So it's just removing the sort of ideological, the ideology surrounding how we should be producing food.
So how can we ensure that GMO seeds are not eventually owned or controlled by a few firms?
That is a question that is hard to answer for me, but yeah, I don't think I can answer that question with any sort of authoritative opinion. Sorry. Okay,
no, it's all good. Question here about nuclear. Is nuclear waste a problem?
No, it is not a problem because first of all, we got to stop saying that, you know, the what's produced from nuclear reactors is waste. It's actually spent nuclear fuel, which means that it's fuel for future, more advanced nuclear power plants, and can produce. It still has the potential to produce energy, and that spent nuclear fuel can be stored and certified for over 100 years, which leaves us more time to address more pressing and complex issues like climate change. So I think climate change is a much bigger and more complex problem than dealing with spent nuclear fuel.
Question here too is uranium in ample supply for nuclear power?
Yes, for the upcoming centuries, yes, I believe so. Enough time to tackle the problems of climate change.
Okay. So given the declining cost of renewables and storage and Australians' fortunate geography, isn't over-provisioning this more practical than the nuclear given resistance?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I'll do my best. Given declining cost of renewables and storage and Australian fortunate geography, isn't over-provisioning this more practical than the nuclear given resistance?
Sorry, how I'm interpreting that question is kind of like, do we need nuclear? Is that what the question's asking?
Your guess is as good as mine. This is a viewer question. I'm merely passing it on.
Does Australia really need nuclear to transition to 100% fossil-free grid? And that question is, in my opinion, maybe. That's because right now, Australia is not on track to meeting the IPCC goals of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050. And as I said in the talk, nuclear is proven to be the fastest at decarbonizing grids. And I don't see why we should be ignoring that fact. And, you know, we only have a certain amount of tools to address the problem of climate change, and we shouldn't be ignoring the most effective tool in that toolbox.
So with wind power, one of our viewers has asked how the land area for wind power is calculated. It seems large, in their opinion.
Yeah, so the land footprint, as I mentioned in the talk, I believe, is for solar and also for wind is quite large. I'm not sure how it's calculated. If I had time to look it up, I could tell you. I'm sure it's not that hard, but yeah, the land footprint to have a grid that is 100% renewable, we have to also ask, like, is that the land footprint that would be taken up for that sort of grid? Should we sacrifice that much of a land footprint when we could be using a sort of mixed method?
Another question here from one of our viewers is, are there any environmental organisations focused on evidence-based policy?
I think the closest one is the Secular Party of Australia. They have some positions on the environment, and which aligns more with the evidence than actually some of the Greens policies. So there's no actual major political party in Australia that values evidence-based environmentalism.
Okay, we can squeeze another couple of questions in here. One of our viewers would like the definition of a feral cat.
Feral cat, sorry, in the talk, I don't know if it was clear, but this is all in the context of Australia, and a feral cat is essentially one that is a wild cat, one that is a domestic cat, but its population derives from a wild population that has no owner. So we in Australia would call that a feral species or a pest species that is detrimental towards the environment.
Okay, with regards to kangaroo meat, what do you think about the concerns of it being unsafe for human consumption due to salmonella and high levels of parasites?
Look, regarding kangaroo meat and the safety of its consumption, I am not aware of any sort of large health concerns that's been associated with the consumption and sale of kangaroo meat. It's actually, it's sold on the shelves of Coles and Woolworths, so I'm sure they have a lot of strict quality control policies to be able to have that as a staple on their shelves for many years.
We've got one final question here from our chair. What about sustainable clothing? Do we go hemp, cotton, viscose? Again, is there a good resource to look for information on this?
Sustainable clothing, I haven't looked into, the most available types of sustainable clothing, but what you really need to ask is, before you buy your clothes, is what I'm actually buying, sustainable, whether that be hemp, cotton, whatever. If it's produced sustainably, then we should be supporting it.
Great. Thanks for joining us, Jonas Larson.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining the Q&A, and thank you for being a part of Skepticon 2020,
listening.
the online edition. See you. Thanks,
Bye.
Jonas. Bye. All right, moving on to our next talk. Up next, we have Gary Backer. He is a clinical psychologist, and this is his talk, The Dark Triad, a clinical psychologist's take on President Donald Trump.
Good day, I'm Gary Backer, and I'm a clinical psychologist, and I have some strong opinions about the clinical psychological status of Donald J. Trump. I can form such firm opinions because we have a wealth of information about him, for three main reasons. Number one, we know a lot about his history. He's been a very prominent person from a prominent family all his life. Number two, he's now the President of the United States, so his day-to-day behaviour is reported to us. And three, he never stops telling us everything that goes on inside his head. Technically, he is, for reasons we will go into later, disinhibited. This issue, his clinical psychological status, is a big and complicated issue, and I have 13 more minutes to cover it, so I'm going to just briefly answer 4 central questions and then give you a tiny representative sampling of the sort of self-report and behavioural data I'm basing my assessment on. The 4 questions I'll cover are, number 1, is he insane? Number 2, is he cognitively impaired or brain damaged in some way? Number 3, if he has some clinical psychological problem, what sort? What can we call it? And number 4, is he smart or dumb? Number 1, first, is he insane? this is a bit of a woolly term, and the most important, relevant, practical sense of that word, insane, is in this context the legal one. So let's go with that. Is he so disconnected from reality that we can talk about psychotic symptoms such as hallucinations, delusions, etc., as occur in schizophrenia? Well, no. He's got some weird ideas, but he's not away with the birds, to use a technical term. There are no signs of psychosis, schizophrenia, or bipolar affective disorder. So he is legally culpable and responsible for his actions. He is not legally insane. Is he cognitively impaired or brain damaged in some way? No, not to an extent that he must immediately be removed from office, unfortunately, or in such a way that he, again, couldn't be held responsible for his actions. Some people have pointed to odd behaviours and jumbled speech and losing his way, but all of this can be explained by normal ageing and long-term factors such as intelligence level or personality characteristics. In fact, Trump has admitted to being administered a test of cognitive impairment nearly 3 years ago that he passed with flying colours. We'll deal with this later. Number 3, what sort of a clinical psychological problem does he have then? Because there's something weird going on. Well, it's a personality problem, not a short-term specific problem like a phobia or a depression. But I hesitate to give a personality disorder diagnosis, like from the DSM-5, because those categories are not very scientific or stable, objective or measurable or reliable or predictive. These categories, like paranoid personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, multiple personality disorder, histrionic, etc., are just terms of abuse these days. The most stable, objective, measurable, reliable and predictive assessment of personality these days is not the DSM diagnostic one, it's the empirically derived personality dimensions one, growing out of the factor analyses of thousands of behavioural and self-report measures on tens of thousands of people over decades. And the best of these nowadays is called the NEO, Personality Inventory, and its 5-factor model. The 5 traits in this are labelled, and they are reliable, measurable, stable and predictive traits. They are labelled extroversion, openness, agreeableness, conscientiousness and neuroticism. Now, my assessment, and that of many others, is that on these 5 dimensions, Donald Trump's scoring profile looks like the bottom jaw of a carnivore, with one incisor missing. He scores moderately varyingly on 4 of the dimensions, and his score on 1, agreeableness, is the lowest score in the Western world. People who score high on this dimension or trait are described as empathic, trusting, altruistic, kind, compliant, sympathetic, modest, cooperative, warm and considerate. People who score low on agreeableness are described as selfish, lacking empathy, competitive, and with low compassion. Now, in the literature on people who score really low on agreeableness, the term they use, which you've probably heard before, is the dark triad. And this refers to 3 types of behaviours: narcissistic behaviours, psychopathic or antisocial behaviours, and Machiavellian behaviours. Narcissism includes self-love and grandiosity. Psychopathy includes criminal, harmful and conscience-free behaviour. And Machiavellianism has to do with manipulativeness, scheming and deception. Of these, Trump displays lots of the first two, but not much Machiavellianism, because to do this well, you have to be a bit smart, have insight into things, that is, be capable of metacognition, and a strong theory of mind, that is, an understanding of others' minds. How can we be so sure Trump has this personality profile? Well, because he is narcissistic, he blabs about everything that goes on in his head, because he thinks it's all pure gold. Because he has no insight or theory of mind, he has no self-conscious or guilty break on what he tells us. And because he is quite an ignorant person as well, he shows the Dunning-Kruger effect. His confidence in his opinions is in inverse proportion to his actual knowledge of things. So, to a tiny sampling of how we know all this about him. Firstly, his psychopathy.
It seems that Donald Trump was never taught anything about love, because later at the White House, when he spent an hour raging against his impeachment enemies and praising his impeachment allies, Donald Trump said one of the saddest things he has ever publicly said. He was praising his Republican ally, Congressman Steve Scalise, who was shot by a deranged man with a gun during a practice session for the annual congressional baseball game. And Donald Trump described encountering Steve Scalise's wife at the hospital.
He got whacked. He got whacked. My Steve, right? I went to the hospital with our great First Lady that night, right, honey? And we saw a man that was not going to make it. He was not going to make it. He was the doctor. And I told him, his wife, I said, she loves you. Why do you say that? Because she was devastated. A lot of wives wouldn't give a damn. A lot of wives would have said, hey, yeah. I said, how's he doing? Oh, she couldn't even talk. She was inconsolable. Most wives would say, not good. Listen, I'm going home now.
Okay, so he has no understanding of love, empathy, sympathy, grief, etc. Is Trump dumb or smart? One estimate of his IQ can come from his vocabulary. I would assess his vocabulary myself at the level of about a 14-year-old. I estimate his full-scale IQ at around 105, perhaps. I'm guessing Barack Obama's is around 145. Let's compare the two. Let's have a look at clip number 2.
By the way, when Obama went on TV to announce that they'd killed bin Laden, he spoke for 9.5 minutes. Trump yesterday did 48 minutes on this. And for further comparison, we thought it might be fun to mash up Trump's speech about al-Baghdadi with Obama's about bin Laden, and we were right, it was.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead.
The United States launched a targeted operation against that compound.
They did a lot of shooting, and they did a lot of blasting, even not going through the front door. You know, you think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say, knock, knock, may I come in?
After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body.
He died like a dog.
But his death does not mark the end of our effort.
A beautiful dog, a talented dog.
We give thanks for the men who carried out this operation.
And I don't get any credit for this, but that's okay. I never do. But here we are.
May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
And I'm writing a book. I think I wrote 12 books. All did very well.
Trump's narcissism. It's all about him. Here's just a tiny example in clip number 3.
To the world, you know, they were trying to say, oh, we weren't doing. Now all of a sudden a lot of the places that they were using to hold up, they're having a big surge. They're having and I don't want that. I don't want that. But they were holding up names of countries, and now they're saying, whoops. In fact, even New Zealand, you see what's going on in New Zealand. They beat it. They beat it. It was like front page. They beat it because they wanted to show me something. The problem is big surge in New Zealand. So, you know, it's terrible. We don't want that.
Okay, so, quote, you see what's going on in New Zealand? They beat it. They beat it. It was like front page news. They beat it because they wanted to show me something. Of course, he himself thinks he's brilliant. This is a consequence of, number 1, his narcissism, number 2, his lack of insight, and number 3, the Dunning-Kruger effect. So we'll gloss over why he was given a test of cognitive impairment about a year into his presidency. By the way, the Montreal Cognitive Assessment is not an IQ test. It is a short screening test to pick up whether dementia or damage is worth testing properly for. But for whatever reason, he was given it and he passed it. Whoop-de-whoop. And he told us about it as a boast recently. Let's have a look at clip number 4.
I said to the doctor, it was Dr. Ronnie Jackson, I said, is there some kind of a test, an acuity test? And he said there actually is, and he named it, whatever it might be. And it was 30 or 35 questions. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question, it's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's person, woman, man, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, and then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go person, woman, man, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy, but for me it was easy.
Now, even 10% of people suspected of dementia or brain damage get 100% on this test. But he boasts he got 30 out of 30, and few others could. So, the US is left, in my opinion, with not one but 5 big problems. Number 1, Trump. Hopefully the first problem, having a narcissistic, psychopathic simpleton in the presidency, will be over next month. Number 2, all these unwritten traditions in the US that have been relied upon, that have produced precedents and used conscience and honour and people's ethics and fear of a bad reputation, hopefully they will now, or not hopefully, unfortunately they will now have to be written down and made law, even down to a president or a nominee having to divulge their tax returns. Problem number 3, how to reverse all of those terrible laws and appointments of judges, etc., etc., and the drop in US reputation, standing and influence. Number 4, what to do about the immense wealth, health and education disparities between that half of America that is like you and me and the half that comprise the left behind, poor, undereducated Rust Belt states that voted Trump in and still don't see they were conned. Number 5, finally, what to do about the fact that nearly half of their population can listen to 5 minutes of an Obama speech and 5 minutes of a Trump speech and not see the difference. I think the Dunning-Kruger effect has taken over America.
And we're back. Gary Backer, welcome. Welcome to the Q&A. Tell us some more about Donald J. Trump and how amazing his smartness. Knows more about smart than just about anybody. And that's enough for me. Let's talk about you. Let's ask some questions. Okay. Our first question comes from one of our viewers. Why does Donald J. Trump engender devotion amongst a sizable minority of Americans?
What a question. There are lots of answers. I think one of the main answers is it's a cultural thing. There are a whole bunch of things about the US that are extremely different from every other Western country. Despite having high educational levels relatively and affluence, for example, they have these bizarre gun laws. And there's an inverse correlation worldwide between education levels and affluence and religiosity, except for 2 countries in the world, China and the US. China has quite low GDP per individual in the population, but very low religiosity. And the US has very high GDP per individual and high religiosity for some reason. So there are all sorts of weird things that have gone on in America, mainly in the last 40 years. The US has become much more right-wing. About 40 or 50 years ago, the highest level of taxation was for the super rich was 90%, believe it or not.
Wow.
What is it now? So it's all been happening in the last 40 or 50 years, since the 70s, that the US has just gone way off the scale in all sorts of respects, including that half the population nearly, as I said in my talk, can look at Donald Trump and what he says to them makes sense. Now, I mean, that proportion in Australia, for example, I would guess maybe 10 to 15% of the population. I'm going to be rude here. The One Nation voters, for example, they're a minority in Australia. But in the US, all of those red Rust Belt states down the middle, it's weird. It's a different country. Anyway, that's as near as I can come to an answer to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about the constant, blatant, unashamed lying? How does that fit into his personality?
There was a brilliant article a little while ago about bullshit and the difference between lying and bullshitting, because he doesn't actually lie. To lie, you've got to know the truth and know that the people you're listening to shouldn't get the truth, and so you deliberately say an untruth. With Trump, what is the truth? He's not lying. It's real to him. He's a very extreme personality. I mean, he's not. I was going to say he's not actually vicious, but no, there are vicious bits to him. But he's not a serial killer type psychopath. He's just a sort of I don't know. Yeah, I'm lost for words.
Well, leading on from that, one of the questions here is Trump a pathological liar or just cunning and manipulative?
Okay, he's not cunning. If he was cunning, he would be so dangerous. But anyone with half a brain, oh dear, shouldn't have said that, can see what he's on about and can see the huge holes in his arguments. The trouble is that 40% of the American population can't see it. That's the only trouble. In my talk, I mentioned that he's not really Machiavellian. Who's Machiavellian? No, I better not.
Yeah, hasn't got the smarts for it. So what about Trump is good in any way? Is there any goodness hiding in there anywhere?
No.
That was quite the pause, just saying.
I thought really hard. Well, no, I mean, good in that bit I was just saying, that the fact that he's a fairly simple man and he has no filter, no inhibitions, that's good for us, because at least, some of us can see what's going on. It would be much more ungood if he was really smart and devious with all the rest.
So another question here from one of our viewers. Is there a significant difference between reading out loud and extemporizing? Trump seems to have a problem reading from teleprompters.
Yeah, I mean, the few half-sensible things that he says, or cogent things, you may not agree with them, but at least they're fluent, are when he's reading off a teleprompter, which he's managed to learn to do, but he doesn't stick to it. And as you can tell, as soon as he goes off his script, that's when the vocabulary reduces to, words like great. Yeah, and you can find out what he really thinks himself, because the stuff that he's reading out presumably was put together by his sort of little panel. Although, I mean, he knows that he's much smarter than his cabinet, so he's not going to be limited to the official line on anything, is he? Yeah. So I'm going to stick my neck out and predict that he's going to lose by the biggest margin in history, because for the last 4 years, he has spent his whole time chopping off 1% per week of his vote. He's left with that 30 to 40% who are never going to change their vote. But the 20% of the population that are waverable, he's put 1% of them off with every second pronouncement, isn't he? So.
Okay, a couple more questions here. Given his narcissism, what might make him doubt himself, if anything?
Nothing, ever. And when he loses, it's not going to be his fault. It'll be some conspiracy. It'll be because, or it'll be his minions who did the wrong thing or whatever. What could make him doubt himself? Because he sees everything through a filter, and it's an incredibly dense filter. So can you read the question again?
Given his narcissism, what might make him doubt himself, if anything?
Okay. No, he never will.
Okay, let's hit up our last question here. This is from one of our American friends living in Georgia, a red state, and working in Ohio, a purple state, in Trump country. And he's thanking you for your talk. Very good. Now, how much does the role of racism play?
Okay, this sort of relates to the bit about does he lie? And I said, no, he doesn't. He just spouts bullshit all the time. Well, he's not actually a racist either. He doesn't have any opinions or principles like that. He doesn't see colour. He just sees power and money. That's all. And he doesn't care whether it's coming from a black person or a white person.
All the same to him.
Yeah.
Thinking.
Yeah. And so, he will say all the right things that he needs to say to try to get to retain power. And then later on, he'll slip out with words that he hasn't prepared properly or thought through, which might happen to be quite racist, but that not because he wants to be racist, but because that's how they come out. So the border wall stuff, that's all just sort of Aprilness. That's all. It's his temperament, his lack of agreeableness, and he doesn't actually process whether it's Mexicans on the other side. In reality, it's just people on the other side. So in that sense, to talk about racism is to talk about two levels of abstractness and conceptual ability beyond what Trump is capable of.
And that is where we're going to leave you. Thank you, Gary. Thanks for joining us here at Skepticon 2020. Thanks for being in on our chat.
A pleasure.
Thanks, Gary. See ya. It's time for a break after that. After that tremendous session. Okay, we've got 15 minutes, a quick break for morning tea. We'll be joined by the musical stylings of Helen Arney, a physics graduate turned science presenter, geek songstress and comedian. Now, a little warning, this musical break does come with a language warning. So if there are little ears around, you know what to do. We'll be back with some more speakers, some more Skepticon 2020 at around 11:20 a.m. Queensland time. See you then.
I've done that twice.
Mathematically, I need you, and graphically, I want you, and on average, I'm going to make you mine. You're beautiful, my love for you is irrational, but it's constant. It's recurring and it's infinite. You can use it to calculate the circumference of a circle of known diameter. Maybe that's not love. Maybe I'm just thinking of pi. Oh, pi. Statistically, I love you, and geometrically, I need you. Physically, I want you, and my calculations suggest I'm gonna make you mine. If you were a logarithm, I'd be your exponential. Your grasp of arithmetic I find quite sensual. Give me your raw data and I'll draw my conclusions. Give me a new equation and Leibniz or Fig Newton or Petit Fourier, technically a biscuit, but or Thomas Hobbes knob or Pythagoras cream. Statistically, I love you. Therefore, logically, I need you. Categorically, I want you. And theoretically, you are already mine.
We're going to welcome to the stage our guest star who has recently completed a world tour. Put your hands together for the sun!
Ooh. Sorry, coronal mass ejection. Hi, I'm the sun. Okay, not that many of you recognise me. It's fine, I don't make a lot of appearances in this country. I'm doing this as a promotional spot, unpaid, because it's come to my attention that people here on Earth are not looking at me, your local celebrity, enough. It's true, you're all spending all your time tweeting little boxes of electronics bouncing around on distant comets. You're all spending your time looking at other parts of the galaxy being pointed at by floppy-haired Mancunian professors, you know who I mean. You are not looking at your local helio-celebrity as much as I would expect. And that, ladies and gentlemen, to be perfectly honest, has made me annoyed. This sun has got its huff on. I used to be someone, now I'm just another sun, one of 100,000 billion. You treat me insignificantly. You name a tabloid after me, synonymous with paparazzi, just a backdrop for Brian Cox on TV. Since Edwin Hubble, it's never been the same. Those pictures of other stars pushed me out of the frame. You never even gave me a proper name, something like Alpha Centauri or Epsilon Tauri or Delta Libre. I'll even take 8 shorts or 948 or Kevin. You've achieved nuclear fusion. Oh, well done, Earth. Made a little helium from a little hydrogen. That's very cute. But every second I do that to 600 million tons. If I was Marilyn Monroe, you'd be the one I can't remember the name of from One Direction, which is all of One Direction. And you should have stopped at Copernicus, and then I'd still be the center of your universe. You say I'm just an average ball of gas. Oh, I say you're talking out of Uranus. 1.4 Have you ever tried to put a hat on there? Hip, hip, hip hooray. Well, I'll be a red giant someday, and your world will go up in flames. But in the meantime, please join my Facebook fan page. Seriously, it's only got 9 likes. Well, it's gone down to 8 now since Pluto defriended me. I will shine.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So, this is a song for lovers of the biological science curriculum. I've been watching your behavior, and I think you're in the mood. So if you're lonely, well, I'm here to save ya. Let's get out of here and get us a room, yeah. Let's make love like animals. I think you know what I'm talking about. Let's make love exactly like other animals. Get your zoology textbook out. Let's make love like rabbits 100 times a week. Let's make love like hedgehogs, you know, carefully. Let's make love like salmon living in fresh water. You do it in the bath and I'll come and pick it up later. Let's make love like animals, like dogs, doggy style. It's been happening since the Stone Age, like cats, doggy style. Let's make love exactly like other animals. Open up that Wikipedia page. Let's make love like anglerfish. It's kind of complicated, but it's worth it. You use your highly developed olfactory sense to swim towards me for several days. Then you bite me. That releases an enzyme that dissolves your skin and your flesh and your eyes and your fins and your face, leaving only a pair of genitals attached to the side of my body for me to use when it's convenient. Let's make love like animals, yeah. It's like a biology GCSE, but sexy. I know what will get you in the mood to love like an animal. I'll get out my David Attenborough DVDs. Yeah. We're sitting on the sofa with a cup of tea. This is not getting us anywhere. I've never seen a praying mantis in HD. Do you know what they just did after she ripped his head off and ate it? Do you wanna? I guess we'll just end up being the same animals we've always been. Pandas. Thank you very much.
Us both cryogenically frozen. So it's you and me and Walt Disney, and we're dancing and singing in the 25th century. We're living the future, held together by sutures, ice cubes forming in our brains, industrial antifreeze running through our veins. I've looked into this quite carefully. It turns out there's a lot of contradiction. Disney on Ice isn't literal, and that episode of Doctor Who was fiction. So it's you and me, but no Walt Disney. Just some baseball players and 70s hippies. Don't shake their hands, cause you got more than you planned. And please stop flirting with your great granddaughter's friend. Just want to please you. Just want to please you. You don't seem too overjoyed, my love, but it's too late to get a refund. And the truth is that I never liked your body much, so I have only paid to get your head done. Don't ever see it's just a reason. So it's you and me in the 35th century. I'll keep your brain in a mechanical jar on wheels, first cryonic, then bionic. We will be together, though our skin will be like leather, but at least we'll be together again. Darling, don't complain, it's just liquid nitrogen. Some people say I've got more money than sense. Truth is that I have neither. I bought a package from some cut-price cowboys in Russia who didn't build a door for your freezer. You are so lovely, but your brain is slush puppy. So it's just me at minus 200 degrees. I'm waiting for the 35th century. I have no regrets, except not wearing a vest. Maybe I should just have bought you that discount home cremation kit instead.
One day I'll get it right. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody, to Skepticon 2020, the online edition. We were going to have our panel with two world-class human evolution experts. However, one of our panel can't be with us. Unfortunately, Dr. Renaud Jonas Boyo can't be with us today, but the good news for you is that you get to spend some more time one-on-one with our other panelist, the fabulous Professor Tanya Smith. Professor Tanya Smith is a professor in the Australian Research Centre of Human Evolution and the Griffith Centre for Social and Cultural Research at Griffith University. Her talk is titled The Tales Teeth Tell: Human Development, Evolution and Behaviour.
Good morning, skeptics. I'm honored to be with you today. I thought I'd first introduce myself. I'm a biological anthropologist who's going to share some stories today from a popular science book I wrote called The Tales Teeth Tell. I didn't always think that my career would be spent studying teeth. In fact, as a teenager, my greatest wish was to be able to get to Africa to study our closest living relatives, the great apes. Finally made it by about the age of 40. I also dreamed of going to Africa to be able to uncover ancient human remains in various parts of Central Africa. Made it there about 35. But what I've really been doing for the past 20 years is working in laboratories, because I found that there's an incredible system locked inside our own mouths that allow us to mine questions about our development, our evolution, and our behavior that we cannot answer with any other part of our bodies. So I'm going to start today by telling you a little bit about how teeth grow and how they give us an unprecedented record into our early lives. In my laboratory, I make what are called histological sections, or physical sections of teeth. I section them by cutting them in half, taking tiny little slices, and then putting those slices under microscopes where I can enhance the structures and be able to see them very clearly. Here's an image of a 13-million-year-old fossil ape from Pakistan showing growth lines inside the tooth crown, which are being colorized by polarized light. And you may immediately think, how do you know there's growth lines or timelines inside of teeth? And this represents really an area of great debate in the field, which is our first area of Skeptics Challenge. How does one determine if there's timelines, like, for example, tree rings, inside of teeth formed in our own mouths and in our closest living relatives? In fact, this is an area that has been debated in the literature for a number of years, and during my PhD research, I decided to tackle this. I used an experimental approach to both understand what was going on in the enamel, which makes up the tooth crown, but also in the dentine, which makes up the tooth root. Here you can see what we call vital labeling. And this is a technique where we actually give animals, in this case primates and rodents, different markers that register inside of their teeth on known days. And so in the upper left image, what you're looking at is the enamel and the dentine of a monkey that had been labeled with minocycline and xylitol orange, which is another fluorochrome or a marker that causes a little disruption in the teeth. And you can see a number of light and dark bands, which are indicated with red lines, that correspond, in fact, to the same number of days. So there's 7 days between those two injections that monkey was given, and 7 paired light and dark bands, representing 24-hour rhythms that we find throughout the primate order, in fact. Humans have these 24-hour rhythms, as do other primates and other mammals, in fact. And we know that because of the labeling studies that have been done on things like rodents, for example, which you can see here on the lower right. This is the dentine, or the root part of a tooth, which has been labeled with a lead marking technique to be able to, again, put known time intervals into the tissue as it's growing in these young rodents' mouths, and then to be able to actually visualize the timelines that we would see normally with those markers in place. So you can see 1, 2, and 3, those are different lead markers given to this developing animal, and you can see a number of lines running in parallel between them. And in fact, between lines 1 and 2, there are 5 light and dark bands representing 5 24-hour rhythms that occurred while this rodent was growing its teeth. So this is a technique, I know on an ethical level we can debate whether it's appropriate to be able to modify and sacrifice animals, but it's a way of actually getting at establishing the fact that there are biological rhythms, these innate rhythms at play in our bodies, which are marking our hard tissues, specifically our enamel and our dentine, when we're growing. And that's certainly a boon for those of us who are dental detectives, because we can now ask questions about the speed of our development as well as the timing of our development, and even use that to establish how old young individuals were when they died in the past. One of the reasons we can do that is because we have records of our birth, also locked inside of our teeth. This is a human molar tooth showing you this tiny little blue cone with a marked line, which actually is the day that individual was born. And similarly, that's been established through studies of individuals where they've known their ages and been able to prove that actually was day 0 in their histories. One of my favorite examples that I talk about in the book is this baby tooth, which you can see in the upper right here, of an individual that I happen to know quite well. And his mother sent me this tooth and asked me to make a physical section of it, which I did in my laboratory. And I magnified that tooth, and you can see on the lower right-hand side a picture of the cusp tip where that tooth had been used for chewing before it was naturally lost. And there's a dark accentuated line indicated with a white arrow on the lower right. That line is the birth line. And I actually know where I was on that day. I was standing next to his mother, cheering her on as she gave birth to him. So that was his birthday, or day 0 in his early life. And we can recognize this timeline, this birth line in the teeth of all primates, specifically those that are forming in utero and those that are forming through the birth process, which again is all of our deciduous teeth as well as our first permanent molars. So we have a birth certificate in our mouths, which is a powerful way of, again, asking questions about how old people were and how fast they grew up. Not only is there a record of every day of our childhoods as well as our birth, but we have a record of negative effects that happened during our childhood. Specifically, we can pick up evidence of disease and trauma in our growing bodies. This is another monkey tooth from a different study that I performed, showing what we call accentuated lines. These are stress markers, effectively, in the tooth crown and the tooth root, which I was able to give precise age estimates to by counting all of those tiny timelines and marking the days that I effectively was working through until I got to the end of the formation of the tooth, which you can see as the D in the lower right. And so I was able to estimate that this animal had experienced stress at a number of points over about a year of its life. And then I went and I looked at the medical records after I had made my estimates. And amazingly, a number of these stress lines in the teeth corresponded to events in this individual's life. So the monkey was moved 25 days of age from one enclosure to another, and that showed a stress line in its teeth right after its birth. And then, unfortunately, several months later, it became very sick. It developed an abscess in its leg, and it had to be hospitalized and actually separated from its mother. And I found a really marked stress line preceding that by just a couple weeks, followed by some additional lines, which corresponded to the time it was in the hospital. And then eventually the monkey became ill again had to be separated and moved to the hospital, and that showed up as well as these accentuated lines in the tooth. And then, unfortunately, the animal became so unwell that the captive colony managers had to euthanize the animal. It just was the most humane thing to do. And in that case, I had estimated that the animal was euthanized at 403 days of age, but in fact, it had been 402 days of age. So the error in my estimations was effectively 1 day in terms of how I was timing these developmental disruptions in the teeth in relation to the actual age for the animal. That gives you a taste of just how precise the system can be and how faithful these 24-hour growth lines are in terms of recording elements of our past prehistory, our past history. So that gives you a taste of how faithful these records are and how much they can give us access to these disruptions in our early childhoods. Moving on, I want to share some information about human evolution and to give you a sense of how knowledge of tooth development can better help us understand changes in our prehistory. I want to just give a little background first about the human fossil record. Some of you may be fairly familiar with the amazing 7 million year record we have. But for those of you who aren't particularly well versed in the 30-odd species, I'll just simply say that we have kind of several main groupings that we can pinpoint starting in Africa about 7 million years ago. You may have heard of the Australopithecines. We have a fairly rich record of them throughout Africa. And then you may have heard of the genus Homo, which was the first large group of hominins to emigrate out of Africa and distribute throughout Eurasia. And what is important from my perspective is that if you're interested in reconstructing this story of human evolution, which is certainly more complicated than a linear progression, you really only have certain kinds of evidence. You've got maybe a few dozen skeletons, you've got a few hundred skulls or bits of skulls, but you've got thousands of teeth. So if you really want to get at this rich history, the best evidence we have, the most abundant record we have, is the dental record. One of the most iconic fossils that was discovered just about 100 years ago now was a fossil from South Africa known as the Tong child. I had the great pleasure of seeing this fossil myself a few years ago, and it's a remarkable skull with a lower jaw preserved of a young individual that was described in a Nature paper in 1925 as Australopithecus africanus, or the southern ape, or the man ape of South Africa. And this was a remarkable discovery because we didn't have evidence of something that was what you could call a missing link at this point. We understood that humans had potentially evolved from an ape-like ancestor, but there really wasn't any good fossil evidence for anything that was really in this transitional place until the discovery of this fossil. However, it was not without great debate, and in fact, that brings us to our second Skeptics Challenge, which really concerns how this fossil grew and developed, because it was a young individual. It didn't die as an adult. And so this brought 100 years of debate about this issue of childhood and whether we should regard a young fossil like that as something ape-like or human-like. If we should classify it developmentally as something that might have been like a 6-year-old child because it's got its first molar erupted, or more like a 3-year-old because it's like an ape, which would have a first molar erupted at 3 years of age. So, in order to get at this, we can use that careful and faithful record of timelines inside teeth to probe the evolution of growth and development. And we're able to do that with some really famous fossils. So again, we talked about the Australopithecines, this group that lived throughout Africa between 4 and 2 million years ago. Many of you are familiar with Lucy, the skeleton in the central here. Well, it turns out Lucy was not the only Australopithecus afarensis found in Africa. We have this very famous baby, which is also called the Dakika child, and this individual was well preserved, very much like the Tong child, and gave us the opportunity to look at the development of other Australopithecine children to see whether or not it grew and developed like a great ape, or whether in fact it grew up like a modern human. We have other fossil juveniles that we've studied in a similar manner. The Homo erectus juvenile from East Africa. This is sometimes called the strapping youth. You can see the skeleton in the middle here. It's a young individual. We knew it wasn't fully mature because its teeth haven't finished erupting at the time it had died. But again, there was some great debate about whether or not this individual would have been effectively the age of a modern human child, or more like something like a chimpanzee or a gorilla child, given its developmental status. And finally, people have been debating about the Neanderthals for quite a while as well. We have over 100 juvenile Neanderthals in the fossil record, including a few of the ones shown on the right there. And again, it's been hard to interpret when we see a juvenile individual whether or not we would age them according to human standards or according to a different set of standards. So in order to get at this, I've been working for the last 15 years with a wonderful collaborator named Paul Taffarot, who you can see on the right. And he works at the European Synchrotron Radiation Facility in Grenoble, France. And he operates a beamline which has the capability of producing X-rays much more powerful than anything you find in a medical facility or a hospital. These X-rays are so powerful that they can penetrate fully mineralized tissue and resolve microscopic detail. And to show that, I'm going to give you an example of an animation showing the different ways that we're studying these teeth. What you're seeing here is a fossil Homo sapiens child from Israel that lived 90,000 years ago. And with the synchrotron, we were able to create 3D models of the developing dentition of a number of different juvenile hominins that lived in the past. Here you're able to see the developing tooth crowns inside the bone, as well as the baby teeth and the first molar that had erupted out into the jaw when that individual died. Using the synchrotron, we can peel into the teeth at high resolution by going further and further in terms of the magnification to see these growth lines on the outsides of the crowns, as well as inside the enamel and the dentine. Here you're seeing stress lines, and at an even higher resolution, you're seeing a 1 millimeter by 1 millimeter cube of enamel that's showing those tiny enamel prisms with daily growth lines. And so this technology allows us to find that same important temporal information that I would otherwise have to get from microscope slides of physically cut teeth. And so we put together all of these different perspectives to be able to come up with accurate ages for different juvenile hominins, again, non-destructively. It's a very powerful approach. So after applying this technique to more than 20 different fossil hominins, we were able to identify the first fossils in the fossil record to show a pattern of growth and development most like our own. And it turned out that these were the earliest Homo sapiens fossils found from North Africa. In this instance, these have been dated to 300,000 years ago. And again, by using the synchrotron technology, we were able to work out the speed of development of the individual teeth, the total formation times, and the age of this individual. And it turned out to be exactly like what you would find today if you were sampling a young individual from a regular modern human population. Earlier hominins, like the Neanderthals, showed more rapid dental development, and the Australopithecines even more rapid development, much more ape-like than human-like. So this gives us even more evidence about human uniqueness, about the fact that there's something about Homo sapiens that gave us really an evolutionary edge over earlier hominins. Many people have speculated that it may have something to do with our complex technology or our sophisticated social systems and the way that we need to spend a considerable period of time learning the rules of our tribe, if you will. Happy to talk more about that in the question and answer session, but I want to turn now to a third and final area of insight that we can have, and that's really how we use teeth to better understand human behavior in the past. One area of intrigue has been this issue of using teeth as tools, and this is something we find in the fossil record somewhat commonly. We find these heavily worn and sort of oddly worn teeth that have been shaped in ways that don't make sense from a functional perspective in terms of eating. This is a Neanderthal dentition, and you can see those incisor teeth on the top right have been worn down in an incredibly extreme way, and it doesn't seem like a way that would just be from simple incision or biting. Some people have speculated that that's because Neanderthals were potentially using them almost as a clamp or a third hand. And in fact, we know that Neanderthals lived in very difficult environments and quite likely made clothing or different ways to be able to survive the elements in Ice Age Europe. And so we have evidence from teeth of both tool use and extra masticatory uses, basically, suggesting that, again, these had other adaptations besides just simple consumption of food. Another remarkable behavioral piece of evidence is that teeth were used for dental decoration in prehistory. This is a remarkable skull from South America showing very highly filed and notched teeth. You can see those incisors, which are quite pointy. That is not a natural formation. Those have been sculpted. We also have evidence of dental inlay in prehistory. You can see these beautiful semi-precious stones that have been embedded in the front teeth of this individual. These were probably very important individuals in their societies. The amount of care and work that must have gone into creating these beautiful forms of decoration probably signified that they were of high status. So again, we have this interesting set of clues into prehistory and the behavior of people that we don't have preserved in other parts of the body. So a final challenge for you in thinking about reconstructing human behavior is about diet. And people ask me all the time about, were cavemen on the paleo diet, or is there really such thing as the paleo diet? You know, it's become kind of a fad thing now, that this idea that people before the advent of agriculture were on an optimized diet that was consisting of lean meat and fresh fruits and vegetables and no carbohydrates, and that they really were well adapted and super healthy. And certainly I have nothing against the idea of eating very healthy and lean meats, and fresh fruits and vegetables are positive things to consume. But it turns out that when we look at things like dental gunk or calculus on teeth, we get a more complex insight into what ancient humans were eating. So colleagues of mine have been taking tiny little scrapings from the mineralized tartar that remains behind when people don't clean their teeth, and actually reconstructing elements of the diets of ancient people. And that includes Neanderthals as well as early Homo sapiens. And it turns out that the diets were much more varied than perhaps the popular science would tell us. They were reflective of the environments where those individuals lived. So individuals living in areas of Eurasia with permafrost conditions or evergreen environments would have foods reflective of those environments. And similarly, people living in a more tropical region are going to have foods reflective of those environments. One of the sort of surprising findings that came out of the dental calculus studies was that we could actually pick up starch granules in dental calculus, and some of those starch granules showed evidence of cooking. And for example, the Neanderthals from the Middle East about 45,000 years ago show these modified starch granules, proving in fact that they were consuming foods that had been heated in a fire, because the starch actually denatures when it's exposed to heat, and that's irreversible. So these clues give us a more complicated story about prehistory than a simple one-size-fits-all model of diet. And not only do teeth tell us something about diet from the calculus that's formed on the outsides of them, but even their degradation. So you can see, for example, on the left here, some really extreme cavities, both in modern human as well as even in chimpanzees. Now, if you held by the paleo diet model, you would think that that shouldn't really happen in individuals that aren't eating carbohydrates or sugars, that dental decay and disease tends to be something you find in modern populations. But in fact, we know that some of these ancestral populations were consuming things that were high in carbohydrates, whether it was through tubers or acorns or various wild grains in their environments. Again, ancient humans and their Neanderthal cousins had varied diets. It's also apparent when you look at the surfaces of their teeth under microscopes. There's a whole field of study of dental microwear that can give you some insights into how individuals were chewing and whether their diets consisted of hard objects or softer, more leafy objects. And again, that shows a highly varied dietary pattern in prehistory. So for those of you who want to continue on the paleo diet, I encourage you to do so, but you have to be a little bit cautious about thinking that this is the singular diet that all of our ancestors consumed in the past. Now, before I end, I just want to share one final tale, which is not in my book, but is something that was incredibly exciting that we've been doing over the last couple of years, which is that we can now mine teeth to be able to reconstruct ancient climate records. And we can do that through careful measurements of oxygen isotopes in their teeth and actually relate those chemical signatures to the time of tooth growth to be able to come up with seasonal signals throughout the past, throughout the childhoods of these individuals. What I'm showing you here is actually a weather map of sorts, or a climate map from 3 years of a Neanderthal's tooth, which was sectioned, again, using the conventional method of making a slice, and mapped using an elemental analysis system to both show trace elements such as barium and calcium and lead, as well as oxygen isotopes to be able to get at the climate records. And this technique gave us the most complete picture of an ancient hominin's childhood that we've ever had. And we were able to determine, for example, that this Neanderthal, who lived 250,000 years ago in southeast France, was born in the spring. It was actually exposed to lead in its environment at 9 months of age, and that was in the deepest part of the winter. And then in its second winter of life, it was again exposed to lead shortly after it got pretty sick. And that individual lived through those times, and at 2.5 years of age, it stopped weaning, which was in the autumn, and continued living beyond that point because the tooth did show some substantial wear. So this kind of system, both being able to mine the time of tooth growth as well as the chemistry of the water that the individual was drinking, the milk that the individual was consuming in early childhood, gives us this really amazing perspective on, again, aspects of our development, of our behavior, and of our evolutionary history. So I'm really looking forward to spending some time in the question and answer session talking more about any of these topics. I really thank Paulie and the Gold Coast Skeptics for organizing this event, and I'm excited to hear what sparks and questions and debates you'd like to have. Thank you so much.
And welcome back. We're live here in the Q&A corner with Tanya Smith. Welcome, Tanya.
Hey, Jane. Great to be with you today.
Hey, good to see you. We've got a few questions from our viewers. So our first viewer question is, what classifies a stress? Traditional stress from work or periods of low or no food?
Wonderful question. I think we all have our own personal definition of stress, and certainly that can show up not just inside teeth, but even on the outsides. You may have heard of bruxism, this unfortunate habit of grinding our teeth, which we can do at night. There's all kinds of ways that our stress can affect our teeth. The studies that I presented this morning really show lines inside teeth that relate to things that were recorded about those individuals. So because I was using these captive monkeys that had been part of a different study, I was only able to pick up things that had been recorded about them. So as I talked about, moving from one cage created a stress for a couple of these animals. Other animals seem to have stress when they got sick, obviously, when you're not eating because you're experiencing stomach upset for several days. In some instances, it became very dramatic. We had an animal that had to have its tail amputated, and that correlated with stress lines. So we see a range of information inside teeth that suggests that both maybe some sort of psychological disturbance as well as physiological disturbances can be picked up in these growth lines.
Okay, we've got a question here from the chair. What chemical reaction causes the stress lines in teeth?
Great question. So when teeth are growing, they're pumping minerals and proteins and water out regularly.
Hello? Is that me?
Okay. Sure, we're still here. Thanks for the compliment, Richard, on the shirt.
Okay. Well, we apologize for that short break in transmission. I'll make sure somebody is whipped. Getting back to our questions here with Tanya Smith. The other question that we left her with was, what chemical reaction causes the stress lines in teeth?
Yeah, great question. When teeth are growing, the cells are pushing out a combination of proteins, water, and mineral ions. And these come together, they're assembled into these ribbon-like crystallite strings, effectively, that run the whole length of the tooth crown. And these reflect the diet of the individual, its blood chemistry, the water it's drinking. So it's not a single chemical reaction that can affect the growth. It can be a number of different changes. We've picked up, for example, in some unwell monkeys, that when their blood chemistry has been affected by illness, that can cause a stress line. In other instances, we don't see anything chemically different, but we see something that seems to be like a hiccup in how the cells were squeezing out that preformed enamel. So it's more of a structural defect that I'm seeing under the microscope. That's the short answer. But when we use elemental studies, which I didn't get into today because I had anticipated our second panelist was going to talk about, when we actually analyze the chemistry of the teeth, we can see disruptions in certain metals as that individual is nursing. In the case of these young infants, metal levels can change across stress lines. And remarkably, this is because when mothers are making milk, they're actually taking calcium from their bones and they're concentrating that in milk. And that brings along other elements that aren't necessarily helpful for milk. It can bring lead, it can bring something called strontium or barium. Those metals come along with the milk and they get actually written into the baby's teeth as it's nursing. And so some of those stress lines that I showed you under the microscope, when we analyze them with a ICP-MS, a mass spectrometer, we can see the metals are actually changing during some of the stress events. And that's reflective of the body basically tweaking its calcium inside its bones, or a mother tweaking her calcium. And so there's this really complex and interesting system of elemental chemistry and the physical production of the growth lines, which is actually what we see under the microscope.
So how were the stress lines stumbled across, and how did you correlate the lines with stress?
Great question. Well, when we normally make thin sections of teeth, and I know I had a question in the live stream about this, we would normally put a tooth in a plastic block, and I would, in my lab, use a saw to make a careful thin section of it. And I polished that up very carefully, and I glued that to a microscope slide, and I put a cover slip on it, and I put that right under the microscope. And that normally allows me to magnify and see these tiny timelines with very clear capabilities. And normally, when the teeth are growing without disruption, they have kind of a regular patterning. But every once in a while, we'll notice, and people have been noticing this for over 100 years, that there's something a little bit odd in the pattern. And one of the first pattern variations people recognized was what we now know is the birth line. People were studying human children teeth that had been naturally shed, and they found in many cases there was this kind of hiccup or this unusual line that looked different from all the regular growth lines, and that it turned out to be the birth line. We've also found other lines formed after birth that seem kind of unusual, and so we call those generically accentuated lines. And I've used them in my studies just as like a point on a map of time. So I'll give each line an age because I've counted all the daily lines, and I'll work to the next one, and I'll work to the next one. So I'm basically creating this temporal map, or this map of childhood, using these stress markers to move towards the end of the formation. Now, in the study of the monkeys, I didn't know what happened to them. I did that blindly. I created my maps. I estimated when the stress lines were there in the teeth. And then I went and looked at the medical records. And that was when I had kind of an aha and just thought, wow, there's a very tight correspondence between these structural defects and these historic events in this individual's life. I've got one animal that I didn't talk about, I'm just working on now. It looks like I've got a blood transfusion, like perfectly timed in this poor monkey's early life. And I didn't have any information in advance. I just came up with, the map of stress, and then I went and looked at the records. And as you can tell, we can be very accurate. We can get these events within a couple days to a couple weeks. So there's all kinds of uses from, probing human health histories and thinking about, developmental disruptions in early life that you can probe with the system.
Okay, another couple of questions here. What was the difference in Denisovian teeth that showed they were different but also part of hominins?
Oh, well, I haven't read any studies looking at the insides of the Denisovans' teeth yet. There are a couple teeth that have been recovered. I understand just a handful. From what I understand, they're a little bit more crespy than modern humans' teeth, but they're certainly hominin-like, meaning they share structural characteristics. They look more or less like, other members of the genus Homo. They're not too dissimilar from Neanderthals and modern humans for us to make an association that they're a close relative. But we don't know yet how they grew. We don't know if they were rapid developing like a Neanderthal or maybe a little bit slower growing like a modern human. I would love to answer that question if they would let me cut up a couple of their teeth or take them to the synchrotron in Grenoble.
So how can the teeth show the geographic range of a tribe during the life of its members?
Great question. Well, one of the things as we're growing and developing, we're taking on the local water chemistry, and that's a reflection of the geology. So people that grew up in one part of the world have a different isotopic signature or elemental chemistry written into their bones and teeth that reflects the bedrock around them. It reflects the climate patterns. And so people are actually able to look at like a cemetery population in medieval Europe and run these elemental analyses and say, okay, 99 of these skeletons have the same chemistry, but this individual, number 100, has a very different chemistry. That suggests this individual may have migrated in after childhood, that it didn't grow up in that same region. And scientists are now making isotopic maps of Europe to be able to provenience, to actually geolocate where did these individuals potentially come from? Because when you can know what the plants and the soil were like in various parts of France, you may be able to then say, okay, well, we found this one individual that doesn't look like the others. Where do we think it may have come from during childhood? And this is a very large area of study right now.
So have any hobbit children teeth been studied? And if so, do they differ from other species?
Great question. Well, they're much smaller. They've been studied in terms of their size and shape. So people have worked on the outsides of the teeth and made basic measurements. I don't believe anybody's been able to study the development of the Hobbit children or the Hobbit individuals. And one of those reasons is because they're adults, and most adults wear their teeth down fairly heavily, particularly before agriculture and industrial food production. Even somebody that reached the age of 25 or 30 in prehistory shows more tooth wear than senior citizens do today in industrialized countries. So from my perspective, tooth wear is a problem because I lose all those tiny timelines, and we're not able to look at how quickly something grew and developed once it hits adulthood. So that, unfortunately, unless we find some young hobbits, if you will, Homo floresiensis, it'll be really difficult to know exactly how quickly they grew and developed.
Right. So have similar studies been done with other animals beyond primates?
Yes. People tend to want to know things about aging more broadly with wild animals. So there are timelines in tooth roots I didn't talk very much about, but people are often using these timelines that are annual to be able to get at, wild animal migration patterns and also, population histories. So wildlife biologists do make thin sections of teeth. They don't tend to go for the tiny daily lines like I do because they're very hard to see in non-primate teeth. Primates, and humans included, we grow much more slowly than a lot of other mammals. And the benefit there is that it's much easier to see time on a very fine scale in our teeth. But people are using some kinds of incremental features, even to look at dinosaurs. There are papers now looking at potential growth rates in various reptiles and in dinosaurs to be able to better understand, some of these evolutionary relationships, but also even broad questions like endothermy, that maybe you can see different patterns if you're a warm-blooded dinosaur than if you're a cold-blooded dinosaur. So believe it or not, there are broad applications outside of the human fossil record, but the kind of fine scale, very precise, age-related studies, they tend to be done mainly on primates.
Right. So do Paleolithic jawbones show evidence of osteoporosis or periodontal disease?
Great question. Yes, we certainly see that in prehistoric humans, members of our genus and species, Homo sapiens. We see a lot of evidence of old age, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years ago, and that includes degeneration. It includes, bone loss around the teeth, heavy wear. When you go back farther in the fossil record, when you look at Neanderthals, Denisovans, if we had more teeth, maybe Homo erectus, Australopithecines, there you don't tend to find as many older individuals. And by older, I mean like heavily worn, individuals that we would imagine would be more prone to disease. So part of the problem is that old age, in the sense that we think of old age, seems to be kind of a modern condition. But yes, in human prehistory in Europe, when people left Africa, 100,000 years ago and moved eventually towards Australia, we see older individuals more commonly, and we start to see some evidence of degenerative disease there. Yes, not at the scale we see today. And that's important. And that relates to my final skeptical point about diet. For sure, aspects of the modern diet are not helping. And right. I know Michael talked about this yesterday. And that is increasing incidences of all kinds of problems, not just because of the chemistry and the inflammation that many of us, and I'm in this bucket, have in our gums, but also in the force that we use when we're growing up and eating. We eat very highly processed diets, and that means that our jaws don't necessarily grow in the way they would have once grown because we're not putting very much stress or force on them when we're chewing. And so one of the problems is that our teeth don't fit together right because we just don't have the space in our jaws that we would have had 10,000 years ago if we were eating microwave food all the time or very soft things. So the pathologies, the diseases that we see, cavities, misfitting teeth, periodontal disease, bone loss, tooth loss, they're becoming more of an epidemic problem in people living on the planet now.
So another question from one of our viewers is, how old are the examples of tooth decoration from filling versus implantation of semi-precious stones?
Yeah, great question. The image I showed you in the talk was about a 5,000-year-old individual from Central America. There's a very rich record in that part of the world around that time period. Between about 3,000 and 5,000 years ago, there was a whole range of decorative techniques that were used, the inlaying as well as filing and notching. And they've actually created a typology of dozens of different characteristic filing patterns. And so we think that there was something very important on a cultural level, that people were communicating with one another in that time and place in the world. But it's not constrained to that time and place. We have evidence from 5,000, 10,000 years ago in Africa, as well as in Southeast Asia, that people would modify their teeth various ways: blackening, actually removing, filing and notching. And again, I think these are all, in a sense, not dissimilar from what we may be doing when we're tattooing ourselves today. We're expressing ourselves. Maybe we're expressing affinities. In some communities, it was very common in parts of Africa, for example, to take the two front teeth out. And that's a pretty visual sign. When you meet somebody and they're missing those two front teeth, your incisors, of that individual maybe is affiliated with another group of individuals that have that same condition. So it's really remarkable. This was something I didn't know very much about before I started researching for the book, but this is actually a worldwide, dental decoration is kind of a worldwide phenomenon in prehistory. And it's fascinating to think about, in some cases, how much an individual would endure to have their teeth kind of carefully filed, in a non-hygienic environment, or physically knocked out. To take out one of your front teeth with a rock and a stick doesn't sound like a lot of fun. It must have been important. It must have been culturally or socially important to undergo this rite of passage, which is, irreversible. You can't put them back.
Yes, exactly. So have you come to any conclusions in your research that you've been very surprised by?
Well, yes. I mean, there's tiny little details I could share. I think realizing that all the hominin species that preceded humans grew up differently than us was a surprise to me. I would have thought that the Neanderthals, for example, which have such big brains and actually some sophisticated behaviors, I wouldn't have thought that they were necessarily showing a faster childhood than modern humans. I guess I was surprised by how unique we are in that way, that there was something about our species, there was something about perhaps the social network that we're part of 300,000 years ago or earlier, where there was something about the environment or the learning environment that really selected for this slowing down, this elongation of childhood, to the point where, mothers in principle would have less children potentially, because if you're investing heavily in each child, over a longer period of time, you're not going to have the opportunity over your lifespan to have as many children. In the case of something like a Neanderthal, you can imagine Ice Age Europe, it's really tough, maybe the environment's, not ideal. And that's why we get so many fossil children preserved, because it was a tough place to be. But I was quite surprised by this real difference developmentally in our own species.
You mentioned that our processed food and the effect it has on our growing jawbones. Will moving to a vegan diet mean even greater reduction in our teeth and jaw strength or health?
Good question. Well, I guess it depends on how you're consuming your vegetarian diet. If you're eating highly processed vegetarian burgers and sausages like we do at home sometimes, you're not getting a good workout. So I would say, yeah, make sure you add some carrots in and, some things that get you chewing. I mean, particularly for children, this is the key, because children have bones that are still malleable. They still have the ability to be strengthened in ways that adults, it's more like you use it or lose it. But in children, you want to help them grow strong jaws that support their teeth and that help them have them fit right. So encouraging children to have, apples and carrots and things that give them a bit of a workout, it would be a real help. Yeah.
Okay. So throughout your study, have you ever criticized that creationism could be true?
Have I ever criticized or worried about it?
Oh, well, the question says criticized, but you can use your own interpretation.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
We're freestyling here.
I was raised as a person of faith, and so I certainly am somebody that's open to the power of spirituality and belief. And in fact, it was when I took a human anatomy class in graduate school that I found myself probably most challenged, because to spend 3.5 months studying the design of the human body and seeing the intricacy in great detail from the inside out really did make me pause and say, wow, it's amazing this all came together without a driver, without anybody kind of orchestrating the beauty of the human body. I can be sympathetic to the idea that there may have been a watchmaker or a grand designer in that regard, but I feel that the evidence of the human fossil record and the broader paleontological record makes it really abundantly clear that there has been profound change through time. When we think about evolution as change through time, it's absolutely undeniable to me that we have a very strong record of progressive change. Now, I don't mean progressive like towards the pinnacle, but I mean, incremental changes that have led to something that explains the diversity of life on Earth today. And I don't believe necessarily that we know what started that. So we could debate about the spark of evolution, but I don't think it's debatable whether evolution is a correct interpretation of life on Earth today. So I don't know if that's satisfying, but I don't think the explanation for life on Earth today from a creationist perspective fits the available evidence. I do think the question of how it all started is something that is probably open to philosophers, but maybe physicists, as well. So
sure. Yeah. So another question here from our viewer. Do cesarean birth teeth have birth lines?
Beautiful question. Yes, they do. They do. So do babies born with forceps method. So it is not the experience of necessarily passing through the birth canal that creates a birth line. I think more it's the profound chemical change in our bodies, the physiological change. For example, the heart has a valve that closes when you're born so that your blood circulates through your own body. Your calcium levels change dramatically for a couple days when you're born because you're not getting that pumped in directly, through the placental supply. So your whole body chemistry shifts no matter if you're born via cesarean or if you're born via natural delivery. And I think that's what's causing that developmental line.
Okay. I've got one more question here on my list. It goes like this from one of our viewers. If the 120,000-year-old site at Moyjul is a habitation site, then 1, the standard human migration story. 2, could it be a Denisovan site?
Yeah, interesting question. I don't know very much about the evidence yet. My understanding is it looks like it's modified artifacts in the environment. So something burnt or perhaps modified shells, but there's some real debate in the archaeological community in Australia about whether that's evidence of human occupation. What we would really love to see if we wanted to feel confident is actual skeletal remains that were dated directly. That would give me a better sense of confidence that we had evidence for human migration into this part of the world almost twice as far back as we had originally thought. However, there are growing pieces of evidence that humans left Africa a little earlier than the Eurocentric model had. We've got evidence in Israel going back almost 200,000 years of modern humans, leaving at least the Fertile Crescent region. So it's not impossible that humans would have left the, Eurasia and perhaps migrated down. But I'm not confident that the evidence that exists at this point can put the nail in the coffin of that earlier migration story. I think we'd really love to find human remains. And, unfortunately, this is a difficult thing about Australian prehistory. It's very uncommon to find direct evidence of ancient first people. And much more commonly, you find stone tools, you find, evidence of environmental modification. It's very rare to find actual tissues that you can say, oh, this belonged to an ancestral person. So that is the kind of evidence that would make it absolutely undeniable. Sure, I'm happy to keep going if people have other questions.
Well, there's one more here. Did ancients consciously clean their teeth?
Did apes or ancients?
Ancients.
Oh,
ancients.
Yes, they did, but perhaps not in the same way that your dentist does. We have evidence for tooth picking, believe it or not, the sort of cleaning of between your teeth that goes back almost 2 million years. These are some fossils from Africa that show these, basically they're like worn down notches in the spot of the tooth that is right between two teeth. So those of you who eat meat and have had a piece of meat stuck between your teeth, or popcorn, you know that discomfort that just gnaws at you and you just have to get it out. And so that is a universal phenomenon, apparently, because people for quite a while have been modifying, things in the environment to be able to actually pick between their teeth. So much so that they've even left grooves in their teeth from, just continually or habitually poking and probing. So that's the oldest evidence we have of a kind of dental modification. But it's hard to imagine that there wasn't also some kind of, rudimentary, relief of discomfort. Even primates have been seen flossing and picking at their teeth. So, we're sentient and we're aware of discomfort, and we want to alleviate that. Yeah.
Okay, just want to have a bit of a chat about your book while we're here and having a little questions hiatus.
Sure. Well, I wanted to, I know I did a little plug in the talk for, this is a popular science book written for non-specialists of human evolution and dental development. But I guess I wanted to say that one of the things I feel like academics maybe could do a little bit more of is figuring out how to communicate about what they do, why it's interesting, why it's important. More broadly, some of us can be accused of living in silos where we're really only concerned with writing very dense technical papers that only about 20 people ever read. And so I'm passionate about, creating opportunities for people to just better understand why we think what we think, how we can evaluate evidence. I gave kind of little skeptical moments in my talk today, talking about some of these debatable concepts. But I think it's just important and helpful for people to understand how science, works as a process in a way that's sort of communicated clearly to them, as opposed to communicated as if you had a PhD. So I'm keen to, happy to be part of this today, because I feel it's just so important for those of us in university positions to make sure that we're helping people, feel that their curiosity is important and worth discussing. And so if anybody's got questions after this, feel free to shoot me a note and let me know if I can clarify a question about human evolution or about teeth, or go ahead and pick up a copy of my book.
Absolutely, get a copy of the book. The Tales Teeth Tell, Development, Evolution and Behavior by the fabulous Tanya Smith. Well, I think that's about all we have for you today. Tanya Smith, you are off the hook. Thanks so much for joining us here at Skepticon 2020. It's great having you here, and thank you for answering all of our questions.
My pleasure.
See you later. All right, Skepticon fans, it's time for a lunch break. Before we get into the lunch break, however, we're going to have a little bit of a tribute to the late James Randi. What we're going to do is play an audio interview with James and Maynard. This is from the amazing meeting in 2010. Hope you really enjoyed that one. And from there, we're going to jump straight into the lunch break. And our lunch break today is accompanied by music specially created for this event by Distill, an alt metal band based in New Delhi, India. And you may know Distill's bassist, Abhijit Chanda, as the founder of Irrational.com and host of the Rationable podcast. We'll be back with some more speakers and a whole lot more Skepticon 2020 at 1:50 p.m. Queensland time. See you then.
Well, I'm here at TAM Australia, and there's a guy with a really unusual name. Amazing. That is a great first name, Mr. Randi.
Yes, so I've been told. Many people refer to, in conversations, they refer to some amazing event, and I always interrupt them and say, no, that's not amazing, it's astonishing. I'm amazing, you see.
And how did you get that one as a magician? Because there's lots of names you could have got, incredible, wacky, kooky, that guy over there. Why amazing?
Well, there's the insufficient. That was one that I passed up. And the
disdainful, that's a good one.
Yeah, and the clumsy, and a few things like that. But I finally settled on amazing. As a matter of fact, that's interesting because when I first entered the conjuring profession, as I prefer to refer to it, I was given all kinds of choices. There were professors, this and the great, and so, but I didn't know of any amazings. And so I decided to adopt amazing.
Wow. And what drew you to skepticality? Was it because you were a magician? You knew how a lot of illusions were made and you saw this going on?
Well, I've always been skeptical, even since I was a little kid. I doubted things that were told to me in Sunday school, and I backed out of Sunday school very early, I can assure you. I've always been skeptical. I've always been very practical and rational, and I don't know where it came from, because my family was just a regular family of real people. They weren't particularly skeptical, or they certainly weren't atheistic or anything like that. I always have been, and I don't quite know where these things come from, perhaps from other examples that I observed around me.
And there must be so many challenges over the years. There was some things you were mentioning on stage there that I find interesting. The spiritual bomb detector that you demonstrated, I found very unusual that the US government would spend money on something like that could be so easily tested and be found to be true or not.
Well, they didn't spend the money on it. They gave the money to Iran to buy them. And Iran is the agency that invested in them. The interesting thing is that the supplier from the UK of these fake rods was selling them for something like $600, and the cost went up to over $6,000 by the time they actually reached the Iraqis, because in Iraq, as with many of those Mideastern countries, everybody has to make a cut. Every time it's passed on to another official, they take their percentage, and the price goes up and up and up. That's their way of doing business, and I can't have any complaints about it. It's their country. That's the way they do things. But that cost American taxpayers a huge amount of money. And I'm an American taxpayer, so I felt rather badly about that. But that's not the reason I went after it. It's because it's costing lives. It doesn't work. It doesn't detect explosives. It doesn't detect anything. It's simply a total, outright fake.
And what exactly was it? You pulled it apart. It was supposed to be a bomb detector. It had an aerial on it. It looked a bit like a high-tech dowsing rod.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. It's a high-tech dowsing rod, and low-tech dowsing rods don't work either. Nothing works in dowsing. That's a total farce and a delusion, an acquired delusion, but nonetheless a delusion. And all they did was they connected up a bunch of wires and meters and such, and the inside of the machine, nothing is connected up. There are electronics in there and magnets embedded in it that have nothing to do with the operation of it, because there are no operating principles. It's simply a swiveled rod.
And, Randy, the US government did spend a lot of money on the MK Ultra project in the 60s and 70s, where they were trying to do remote viewing. They were trying to get into the psychic situation there. Now, do you got any inside running on that? Did they get anything out of that? Are they continuing it now?
No, they got nothing out of it whatsoever. And, of course, they will continue with it, because there's always some politician someplace or some commanding officer who believes in woo-woo things, and he will put an order out, yes, we will spend money on this, just in case the Russians have got it, we haven't got it. And, of course, that gets to the Russians, and the Russians say, oh, I guess we better start spending some money on it because we haven't got it. And both governments waste a huge amount of resources investigating things that were never there in the first place. Ridiculous.
And what do you reckon is the best way to approach people? Because sometimes skeptics come on a little bit hard and put people off by throwing science at people, when they're in fact just trying to look for a bit of spiritual comfort in a world that sometimes seems like it's a bit desolate, that like most of our basic needs are taken care of. People are looking for a bit of spiritualism.
Yes, well, if all the people want is to feel good, that's okay, sure. But wait a minute. Suppose you've got a deadly disease, and there's no way that you can cure it by yourself. You don't want to go to medical help, but some quack comes down the lane and says, oh, yes, you take this magic pill, pay me X number of dollars or whatever, and it'll heal you. Now, if it only makes you feel better to be seeking that kind of a cure for your problems, then, and that's all you want, well, that's fine. Go ahead and die. That's what will happen eventually. But if you want to be better instead of just feel better, spend the money in the right direction.
And what is the future direction for the skeptical movement? You're very big on education, and some people are very scared of you going into schools and telling people godless information.
Well, we don't preach godless information, but if we're asked about it, we certainly give our opinion on it. Now, I happen to be an avowed atheist, and I've thought it out, and that's my decision. My decision is that I do not believe there is a God. I can't prove that there is no God, because I can't prove there are no unicorns, for example. I highly doubt it, and there is no evidence to show there is a unicorn anywhere or ever has been. But the same thing applies to a deity as well. There's no evidence of a deity, just a pleasant story that makes you feel better.
And when you open the paper just about every morning, no doubt you must see something that activates your woo-woo alarm, as you like to call it. And by the way, woo isn't actually a proper word yet, is it?
You know, it is not, and I'm trying to make it one. Woo, spelled W-O-O, is the singular. Woo-woo is the plural, I guess, with a hyphen.
And why is that? Because ghosts might go woo, or you go woo when you hear that sort of information?
Oh, I used to use it when I was a kid, and I'm trying to get it into Webster's Dictionary, which is the standard in the United States. And perhaps Oxford might pick it up one of these days. I don't think I'll live that long, but nonetheless, I'll sort of leave it as my legacy.
Now, one of the contemporaries of yours, I'd like to bring it up briefly, because was Doug Henning, who used to make elephants disappear on American television. And he's no longer with us. And I was just looking it up, and I just happened to notice that he took the path of transcendental meditation, which is before my time, Randy. What was that all about? And did you know Doug, and did you have active arguments with each other?
I have 3 letters in my files from Doug, all of them equally sad. The last one that he wrote me was not too long before his death. But the first 2 were from a kid. He was only 14 and 16 at the time when he wrote those 2 letters asking for my autograph. And I, of course, sent him an autograph. I didn't know him at that time. Then he got to be the Doug Henning, and he rose to great prominence in the entertainment field, particularly in the conjuring field. Of course, we all knew him so well. But along the way, he picked up this transcendental meditation bug that the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi had brought back to life in India. And it teaches that you can study the art of TM, as they call it, and then you can actually learn to live forever. That's one thing. You can levitate. You can float above the ground and whatnot. All kinds of nonsensical things.
But I would imagine on the face of it, meditation is a pretty calming and a nice relaxation method.
Yes, it is. Oh, sure. But I do that too. I call it taking a nap. But they call it going into a TM state. Well, call it whatever you want. Take a nap every now and then. It can't hurt. If you can afford the time and you've got the place to do it, just don't sit in a puddle of water or anything else like that. But it seems to be a highly exaggerated advantage to have studied TM. The basic philosophy of TM is it's from the year 2, I think. It's from way, way back there. But the fact that it's old doesn't make it right. I think it, somewhere along the line, probably includes the idea of a flat Earth. And I have been around the world a few times. I can tell you right now, it ain't flat.
And what have you seen in the completely round and spherical Australia while you've been here? What have you been up to? What does the crazy Randy get up to at night?
Well, at night, not much. I do a lot of sleeping. At 82, that sort of falls into place. And I say, tomorrow I'll have the great pleasure of spending the day with Dick Smith. He'll come in and get me in his helicopter, and we'll fly about a bit. He's a good friend of mine, has been for 30 years now. He's a delight, an absolute delight. And, well, Richard Saunders and Barry Williams and all these folks here are delights of mine. I take a great joy in their presence. I love visiting Australia. I particularly like the people of Australia. The odd kangaroo I've tried to strike up an acquaintanceship with. It doesn't seem to work very well. But I'm always delighted to be here. I haven't been here in quite some years.
Look, James, before you go, recently you came out as being gay this year, and there was a huge so what from everyone, wasn't there? I mean, you know, I at least would have expected people that you have rubbed the wrong way, well, in the skeptical field, for years to have come out against you or said something, but even your so-called enemies, your nemesis or whatever they may be, so what was the big resounding answer?
Yeah, well, I expected that. I did expect it. I was a little leery about it, just I wonder if it's going to backfire on me. But I had never felt it necessary to do that or even advisable to do that. All of my acquaintances, my family, anyone that I knew, my whole office and such, they all knew about this. We didn't talk about it. It wasn't anybody's business. And I wasn't trying to keep it secret. I never was. But I'm coming out with my next book within this next year. It's going to be called A Magician in the Laboratory, and it's going to be largely autobiographical as well because...
Well, it's about time.
Yes, it is about time. Yeah, got to hurry along. And I thought that it would be best to sort of clear the air in that respect so that I couldn't be accused of having kept it a deep, dark secret.
And what about for younger kids at the moment that may be thinking about coming out as being gay? It's something you didn't do when you were younger, maybe because of the time. What's any advice you might have to them? Because it's difficult for anyone who's apparently normal, whatever that is.
Yes, whatever that is. Well, when I was a kid, it was almost impossible. It was very difficult back then. Everything was set against it, and I had to hide my light under a bushel, as they say in some book or other. But what did surprise me, and I'm glad you brought that up, what really totally surprised me, I didn't expect it. When I did the coming out online, as I did, I began to get email from young kids, boys and girls, who were adolescents in most cases, who thanked me for having done it and said it gave them strength to be able to do the same thing. Now, I didn't expect that. And the fact that it had that side effect is very, very gratifying to me. I'm so happy that I did it. I wish I had done it many years ago if it had given the advantage to some of these kids who wanted to come out.
And where do you think they should find their strength from to come out? Is it their friends? Is there a trusted person in the community? I mean, because we all have our different people we look up to. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Each person would have to make up their own mind on that because sometimes the family is going to be dead set against it. We'll toss them out into the cold.
Although, oddly enough, when most people do come out, the family go, oh, yeah, we knew that.
Yeah. Particularly the mum. I'm sure that's true, but you've got to evaluate to whom you're going to, on whom you're going to depend from then on, because young kids don't have their own means of doing this sort of thing. So each one has to make his or her own decision on the matter. But I'm happy that I did if it had that effect on some adolescents.
And one last thing, I would like to ask you about some music, because Skepticism doesn't have much music going on in it, does it? Because we all talk about ideas all the time, and I'm doing a bit of a thing about the music of TAM Australia. And is there one song or music, and it doesn't even have to be a skeptical song, is there something that, always sticks in your head, Randy? What would you like to request?
Almost anything that George Rabb, sitting right over there, will come out with. He's a great find for the skeptical movement, and he has about as much hair as I have, you see. And I don't know how he does that. It's remarkable.
Okay.
But, no,
Is there a special track from George?
Oh, yes. We took lessons together. But no, he's a great musician. He's a great ad-libber, and he's a great donation to the skeptical community.
Is there one song in particular that you think really sets up George as being that guy?
No, but his version of Happy Birthday is a little raunchy. Maybe you want to ask him for that.
Thank you, the amazing Randy. And, is there any adjectives left I can have? The kind of kooky Maynard or,
Astonishing or astounding are fine with me because I don't know anybody who uses them. So, but not amazing. No, that's moi.
Hello and welcome everyone to Skepticon. I am Abhijit from BeRationable.com and from the Rationable podcast and the Rationable YouTube channel. Thank you so much for joining me for this very special session. Because Skepticon is doing things a little differently, I'm going to be doing things a little differently today as well. Instead of talking to you about science and skepticism that I usually do, today I want to share with you another part of my life, which is music. I am a musician. If you hadn't guessed it, looking at all the guitars lying in the background when I'm doing my interviews on YouTube. And I have been a part of a band called Distill for almost 2 decades now. And we have written quite a few songs. But today we're going to be sharing 3 of these with you. These 3 songs are super special to us and very close to our hearts. And it's something that we have put the most passion and soul into when we've been writing. If you like the music, please do drop into our YouTube channel, which is called Distill, Distill. We are on Twitter at Distill Band, and we are on Instagram at Distill4. And if you want more content from Rational, which is about science and skepticism and rationality, then please come to berational.com. Check out our YouTube channel, which is Rational. Check out the Rational podcast, which is available anywhere you want to listen to podcasts. And look me up on Twitter at berational and on Facebook at Rational. I will see you around the rest of the conference. Have a wonderful time and have a wonderful weekend. I'll catch you guys later. Enjoy.
to fight it. You told me to stay silent, but fear's no longer on my lips. I will break free from your grip. I've gotta break my silence. I've gotta bring you down. I've gotta break my silence, 'cause I will stop you now. I will make you stop. I've had enough of this song. I will make you stop. I will be free from this fall. I will make you stop. I've had enough of this song. I will make you stop. I will be free from this fall. drive me mad. Burning sand in the glowing land, it's the dearest friend I shards of me. The holy sun that throws me down. The hope that fills my inner child. stop. I've had enough of this song. I will make you stop. I will be free from this fall. I will make you stop. I've had enough of this song. I will make you stop. I will be free from this
And we're back. We're back live with Skepticon 2020 online edition. Hope you had a nice break. It's time to get stuck into some skeptic activism workshop business. Our speakers are going to share their strategies for working with healthcare regulators and how to have an impact when taking action for science-based medicine. This workshop is brought to you by Jo Benhamu, a senior clinical research nurse at Peter MacCallum Cancer Centre and winner of this year's Skeptic of the Year award, Mandy Lee Noble, an accredited practicing dietitian and a verified health at every size practitioner.
Hi everyone. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. I would also like to pay my respects to elders past and present and any elders emerging that we have watching our talk today.
Hi everyone, my name is Jo Benhamu. I'm a senior clinical research nurse at the Parkville Cancer Clinical Trials Unit and a bioethicist.
Hello everyone, I'm Mandy Lee Noble. I'm an accredited practicing dietitian. I work in mental health, eating disorders and chronic disease.
Okay, so look, just to give you a brief introduction to our talk today. So the title of our talk is The Anatomy of a Successful Complaint. Now, as skeptics, one of the sort of our bread and butter is in identifying where dubious claims are being made, and these can be in all sorts of areas, but one of the areas that we're particularly active in is in concerning health claims. I guess we can really break this down into two key reasons for submitting a complaint. So, you know, obviously where there has been actual harm, where we know that someone has been harmed, then we have a clear reason for complaining about the way this has come about. But another important reason for lodging a complaint is the risk of harm, where we identify that there is the potential for harm to occur and we want to try and prevent it. Historically, making complaints where risk of harm was present in relation to a particular practitioner was very difficult, but a lot of the legislation has now changed and will allow us to do this.
Okay, so when you're beginning a complaint, the first thing that you really need to know is who are you complaining about? So are you complaining about an individual practitioner, whether they be a registered regulated practitioner or an unregulated practitioner? Are you complaining about a group practice, a therapeutic good or device? Are you complaining about a food item, or are you actually complaining about a television program or website or an Instagram page or something like that? So it's really important to have a concise idea of what it is you're complaining about.
And this also goes to the fact that if you know who you're complaining about, then that'll help you in directing your complaint.
Yeah.
So what do you need to know before you make a complaint? So a very key piece of information you need to know is how is the subject of the complaint going against the guidelines? If you don't know the guidelines for a particular person or a person's behavior, what's required of them professionally, if you don't know how a particular device can be advertised or how a particular therapeutic good can be used, then you can't really clearly identify for a regulator how that person is in breach. And part of your complaint that is incredibly important is being really clear on what is actually the problem. How is the legislation being breached? One of the difficulties is that we often will know that there is something wrong, but often we'll find that in fact the legislation doesn't allow us to lodge a complaint. And knowing that before you waste your energy is really important. Knowing whether there have been any previous complaints is also incredibly important. Firstly, because you may be wasting your efforts in an area where you're not going to actually achieve anything. But also, if you can identify who has lodged that complaint, you can also gain a lot from their experience. Now, identifying those people can be done through a number of avenues. You can talk to other skeptical organizations. You could get in touch with organizations like Friends of Science in Medicine, or even look at regulatory authorities themselves and see what complaints have been lodged. And this can also result in collaborative efforts and just generally gaining from experience. So knowing whether it's a good time for a complaint is very important. So this could be for political reasons. It could be because the media have spotlighted a particular area, or it could also be because a regulator is looking very closely at a particular area that has been problematic, or potentially even revising some legislation. So how you time your complaint can also be built around this. And then and this sort of touches a little bit on what I'd mentioned before, is there anyone you can collaborate with? It is incredibly important to not be an island in this area. There are so many people within our community who have done a lot of work and who you can benefit from their experience with, but also who have skills that you can utilize. These are all really important in making the best effort in lodging a complaint.
Okay, so the next thing you need to know is who you're going to complain to. So getting to know your regulators. There are federal level regulators and state level regulators, and they are slightly different depending on what it is you're complaining about. So you have the Healthcare Complaints Commission in New South Wales, and there are equivalent organisations in other states. FSANZ is a national New Zealand Australian regulator, and they regulate all our food items. APRA regulate health professionals. Now, some health professionals will be self-regulated, so you'll actually have to complain to their actual registering organisations, such as speech pathologists or dietitians. We're self-regulated, so you'd have to complain to those regulators. You have the Therapeutics Good Administration, so any sort of medications or devices are generally covered by them, and they're the people that you would complain to. And if it's someone sort of being, commercially ripped off or not provided with what is actually being advertised, that's more like an ACCC complaint. Now, all of these regulators, you can actually call them and talk about your complaint and check with them that you're making the right, you're choosing the right regulator to complain to. Often they'll know who you should complain to if you're not going to the right people, and that can be really quite helpful. Also good to know whether they are actually a registered health professional or a non-registered one. Now, a lot of people think that it's impossible to bring action against non-registered healthcare professional or non-registered healthcare providers, I might say, but you can do it, and you can do it successfully. It might be a little bit harder, that is for sure. Get to know these regulators, go on their websites. They have lots of information about how to complain and the types of complaints that they take. Build positive relationships with them when you're talking and communicating with them, because they can be really helpful, and they're not immune to criticism. They haven't always got it right. But they themselves are working within, constraining legislations, but also their departments, just like all other government departments, suffer cuts in staffing and things like that, and have expectations that are maybe higher than what they can meet. So that's probably it. Just with knowing the exact right one to complain to, that can definitely save you a lot of time. So that's a really key one.
I think knowing the right regulator is incredibly important. I have had experience of lodging complaints that have gone nowhere because I've gone the wrong avenue, and it's exhausting.
Yeah, and they are really quite different and have different legislation.
So now you've gathered all of your information, and you want to now actually collate and prepare your complaint. So how do you actually write your complaint? It's incredibly important to be neutral and professional and avoid defamatory language. The size of your complaint is very important. Now, this really goes to the point Mandy Lee made before about the resources that are involved in investigating complaints. If you prepare a complaint that will take them weeks and weeks and weeks to wade through, but in fact there's actually only a couple of really key areas in there that are going to be the sort of the gist of your complaint, then you're kind of wasting their time. Mandy Lee is the expert in the precise and concise complaint, and I think I've learned a lot from her in terms of that need for brevity and really sort of honing it down to the key areas. If you're having difficulty with this, you can often use appendices to tack on. The other thing you can also do is tell regulators that if they want additional information or evidence, that you have it available and can provide it to them on request. Really, really important is to orientate the complaint to the legislation or guidelines. go through that legislation with a fine-tooth comb and really try and understand what the legislation covers. And then when you write your complaint, clearly lay out, this is the area of legislation that I believe is in breach, and this is what has been done to breach that legislation. Don't argue the science. You know, you've got to remember that the people looking at your complaint are not necessarily going to have the knowledge of the sort of technical and scientific aspects of what it is that you're complaining about. Their role is to assess the complaint against the legislation. And in fact, it's really important to just point out where the legislation is being crossed rather than arguing the science, as satisfying as it may be to do so.
Okay, so the next point would be what evidence to include in your complaint. Now, it's really important that you know what the law says about collecting evidence. If you've got an idea that you might stealthily go around with your little dictaphone, that quite possibly could be against the law. So at the least that wouldn't be admissible into a complaint, but also could get you into some trouble. You know, stuff that's more public, you know, on websites and things like that, for sure you can take screenshots. Just be careful about people's privacy. Public documents are fine, things that people publish and make available to the public. Videos, YouTube clips, those sort of things. Things that, you know, Facebook Lives, those sort of things are all in the public domain, so they're all available to you, and any audio that's also in the public domain, whether that's a podcast, audio, or that sort of thing. If you do have audio, a video, you will have to probably provide a transcription of those, and you can use Google services or something to do that quite easily. Now, if you've been following someone for quite a while, you might have quite a bit of stuff, and it's really key that you archive it well. We use Wayback Machine, and we always sort of file things, you know, logically, so we can find it again, and that can become really quite important. Finally, you know, some people think about maybe including the testimony or the personal stories of actual people who've been harmed. And we're just going to talk about that in the next slide. And we're going to invite you to really critically think about that.
Yeah, I think this is a really important point to consider. What is the role of people who have been harmed? Mandy Lee and I both feel quite strongly about this in terms of whether you actually need a person who's been harmed in order to complain. You may be aware of a person who's been harmed, but to actually put them in the position of being involved in that complaint can really potentially be burdensome on them. It can re-traumatize them, and it can also put them at risk of further harm by identifying them to the complainant or to members of the public who support that complainant. And given the fact that the legislation in many areas now does allow for complaints to be made without a victim, I think wherever possible, it's best to try and put a complaint together as strongly as possible without exposing a victim to that harm. If a person decides to come forward of their own accord, that's a different matter entirely. But if we are then putting someone in that position, then I think ethically that is problematic.
Yeah, and we can definitely talk about how that worked out in a complaint that was successful for us, and how much the HCCC really cared about the fact that there was no victim specifically brought forward. But that doesn't mean that both Joe and I didn't receive personal emails and private emails from people saying, gee, thanks a lot, you know, my loved one was a victim or I was a victim. But we kept those private so that those people could be protected. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about was the role of the media. I really encourage people who are interested in being skeptical activists to build friendly relationships with journalists, particularly good science journalists and investigative reporters. We also have the previous Wallaby winners who often are great champions of our work, so get to know who they are. Reach out to journalists on Twitter if you've got really good examples of something you know they're investigating. You know, give them a shout. do the work for them. You know, this might be your pet project, and you might have been, or your passion project, you've been following it for quite some time, but the journalists only have a week or maybe a couple of days or a day to turn around a story on it. So have everything ready and packaged up to them, be generous with your quotes, you know, make everything accessible, because that means that when the journalist does print the story, and, you know, we all know that real estate in print, or whether it's media or digital media, is really, really quite valuable. So just make sure you have everything packaged up and the most important points right at the top, punchy and ready to go. Yeah, so that's it. Now, Joe, you're the best one to talk about this, because people do have different views on this, and Joe and I are different, and Joe's the much more conservative one. So
over to me. So I think it's really important to protect yourself when you're lodging a complaint. And the reason I say this is because, you know, the reality is that we do put ourselves at risk of harassment. There are, you know, often when people feel threatened, or when they have had a complaint lodged against them, if they go public with that complaint, quite often they'll mobilise their supporters, and people have been subject to phone calls in their workplaces, or, you know, harassment of their families, you know, public defamation and so on. Now, some of us have a thicker skin than others, and some of us also have professional reasons for being, you know, very cautious about this. And Mandy Lee and I both have that kind of professional concern around that. But I think that ultimately, at the very beginning, you need to decide what level of privacy you want. You know, I don't always choose anonymity for my complaints. It really does depend on who I'm complaining about and how I've seen them behave in the past. But sometimes I really do insist on that. And it's important that if you do insist on it, it's really important that you ensure that you communicate that to the regulator. Some of them have clear policies on whether your identity can be protected, and some of them cannot do that. So if that is something you're concerned about, you need to think about it, and even see whether you perhaps want someone else to lodge a complaint on your behalf if it's something they're prepared to do. The impact on your professional profile can be significant. And I think that's something I'll just let Mandy Lee speak to in terms of how you've dealt with some of that.
Yeah, so I'm a lot less conservative about this, and Joe, just because I'm a little bit more of a public person. So people can kind of contact me, and it is usually quite easy to see my work because it sort of stands out a little bit. So I have this idea, or this sort of notion, that I just keep everything public, so that way I already have it out, usually in the public domain, that a complaint's been issued, and if someone provides me some pushback or bad stuff in the Twitter or something like that about that, it's on the record that I've made a complaint. Having said that, I'm hoping, but I pretty much think I've stopped everyone from giving me a review on any platform or social media. So I have exercised some level of complaint. And when I have complained, this has come with conversations with my family as well, so that, you know, they're aware of what's going on. And, you know, I have got some really ridiculous tweets said about me, which I've just duly ignored. So that's kind of how I've dealt with it. Yeah, so important take-home message is to possibly have a conversation with those around you about it, and also to decide from the start, the onset, you know, what you're comfortable with. Okay, so I might just start through with our first example. So this is a bit of a success story for us. Joe and I worked together as a team with some other really fantastic and amazing skeptics who contributed to this complaint. And what it was against was it was a complaint about Barbara O'Neill, who was claiming to be a naturopath, or considered herself a naturopath, and was providing a really huge amount of educational materials, as well as one-on-one services in Australia and overseas. And we had mountains of evidence when we became aware of her dangerous actions. So the first thing I want to talk to you about this complaint was it was collaboration from the start. I sort of stumbled upon it. Another skeptic alerted me to it, and I could automatically see straight up there was a lot to be done here. So I recruited some like-minded and skilled people with a diversity of skills so that we could do it together. We refined the mountains of evidence down to 4 well-supported complaints. Now, that doesn't mean there were plenty of other health issues that could have been complained about, but we knew, look, we've only got so much of the regulator's time, and we just wanted to get 4 really good ones. We made short, concise complaints, and that meant we got some really quick action from the regulators. The outcomes are in the public domain, so you can all look up the healthcare complaints decision about Barbara O'Neill. It makes a really great read. A lot of our complaints were actually directly referenced, or passages or references from that were taken. Suffice to say, she's been banned from practicing again in Australia. One of the really fantastic outcomes for us was that after she'd been banned in Australia, one of our friendly journalists made us aware that she'd actually started providing some services in the Cook Islands, which really concerned us greatly, because we know that the population of the Cook Islands are far more vulnerable than us. They don't have as strong a healthcare system and those sort of things. So we were able to then take that decision plus our evidence to the Chief Health Officer of the Cook Islands, and they actually banned her from providing services in the Cook Islands as well, which was, you know, a fantastic outcome. Jo, what else can you add?
I have to say, one of the things about that you've touched on here, which I think is really important, is the role of follow-up in a complaint. So, you know, once you've submitted your complaint, it doesn't end there. You know, once a person's been complained about and they've had a temporary prohibition order, or even after the complaint's over, keep an eye on things. Be aware of what may be going on that you may then still again need to alert the regulator to, because they're not necessarily going to be able to sort of, you know, keep note of what's happening in every facet of the person's activities. And I think that was a really important area of where that follow-up was important, and which allowed even more really fantastic outcomes in protecting not just the Australian public, but also this vulnerable island population.
Yeah, and this was definitely one that we received, first it received a lot of media coverage, which was really fantastic, because the complaints were about vaccination, infant feeding, antibiotic use for particularly vulnerable people, so mothers during pregnancy with strep B, and about cancer care, so unproven cancer cancer treatments. And so that really alerted everyone to those things.
Yeah, and I have to say that was an example also of where, you know, we were aware that they were probable victims, but we didn't have those people because, you know, Ms. O'Neill, throughout her YouTube videos and so on, frequently would allude to people who had been cured by her activities, but those weren't people we could identify, nor would it have been appropriate for us to do so.
Yeah, we didn't even try to do that. We have received emails since, though, of people who've come forward, but we wouldn't ever use them. So yeah, excellent. So that was that one. So our next one, Jo.
Yeah, so look, I'm going to just talk a little bit here about the fact that while we've had some really, you know, wild successes that, you know, we're really thrilled about, it can also just go wrong, and you can put in a huge amount of effort, do everything right, and still have it go wrong. And I have had experience with a complaint where I thought I knew the legislation. I thought that I'd written a really, really great complaint, but then found that a lot of the evidence that I had provided was completely discarded by the regulator because it was prior to the year when the legislation came in, and therefore they couldn't even consider it as part of the complaint. So that's where, again, that familiarity with the legislation and with the environment that you're working in is incredibly important. Timing here was also really important. Now, on the one hand, right now, being in the middle of a pandemic has provided some stellar examples of dubious claims being made, and Manjali will talk about that on the next slide. But it's also a bit of a problem in terms of lodging complaints, because right now the regulators are really interested in people making claims about preventing or treating COVID, but they don't actually have much room at the moment for other things. And they're under-resourced, much like many areas where people are working from home and where they don't have access to the same level of resources. The regulators' time at the moment isn't there for every complaint that is lodged. So I think this potentially also had an impact on this complaint. And I think, again, it's an example of where, you can end up being really disappointed, but you've just got to roll up your sleeves and, reconsider how you've done things and just keep moving forward.
Okay, so finally, I wanted to talk about the fact that you can be really quite strategic with your complaining and really very lucky. So some people can really be very difficult to catch out. So they're doing the wrong thing, that they're causing harm in the community, but they themselves are very aware of the legislation and they will tiptoe around it. So you'll think, oh, surely I've caught them that time, and you'll watch back that video and you'll go, they don't quite say it, they just imply it or something like that. And even some people will have their own legal teams that will keep them very cautiously on the right line of the legislation. We know that in fact it still causes harm because their implications are seen through, but it can be really frustrating. And so the next thing I want to talk about was that it is best to wait for the right evidence and the right time for a complaint. So I'm sure everyone's aware of this person, Pete Evans, and that Pete Evans recently got fined $25,000 for what is essentially a disco light machine. A blender with a disco light in the middle of it is probably the best way to describe it. And I love this quote down here from Pete Evans, who needs qualifications, because when I first started, my awareness of Pete Evans started was with this post. And that was way back in 2014, if you see the date on the post, where he talked about a dietitian who he was promoting. And this particular dietitian, he went to pains to say that she was part of the DAA, and she absolutely was, and she was registered. And as you can see there, she was qualified. She had a Bachelor of Nutrition and Dietetics in first class honours. So I also want to show that I am an equal opportunity complainer. Whether you're registered or not, you've still got to do the right thing. And cheekily, Pete says she'd make a great spokesperson for the DAA, because at the time the DAA was slamming him, but Kate was coming out in his defence. Now, I took a little wander on Kate's blog and I found a few really alarming things. She had a bone marrow custard recipe for babies that used raw milk. Eek. And also was promoting a kaffir lime drink that was proposed to benefit people with autism. Now, that resulted in a complaint, and not long after that, Kate Callahan deregistered herself as a dietitian to avoid disciplinary action from the DAA. But 6 years later, so 6 years, because of course, as much as I was happy that Kate was no longer a dietitian, because I was concerned about the type of care that she was providing to people, who I really wanted to show to people was quite a risk, was Pete Evans. And so, as you might all be aware, I had been tracking Pete Evans over this time, and I actually had started recording his Facebook Lives. And one evening I could hear it going in the background, and I actually heard him say something, and that I knew he had crossed the line. So because I'd known the legislation, because I had researched it, I knew right at that point he'd gone across the line. And that was the night before Good Friday. So Good Friday, I tweeted this tweet and I put the video that I'd recorded there, which I'll show you in a second. I'm sure everyone's seen it before. Anyone who's seen this video or seen this picture of Pete, they all come from my one video. There's only one video of this because it was a Facebook Live session. And Pete Evans selling his ridiculous advice. And you can see there that I tagged in Brad Hazzard, the Health Minister of the New South Wales, the TGA, the Channel 9 and Channel 7, sorry. I'd also like to quickly thank those skeptics who wrote an actual formal complaint to the TGA. I didn't have time to do that at the time, but they did contact me and get the video. So here is the video, and
if anyone's interested. It's on my website. If anyone's interested, you can go to Pete Evans and their products. But it's we've had it for the last 4 or 5 months up at the farm. We use it pretty much every day. It's a pretty amazing tool. It'll take you down some rabbit holes, so I won't take me an hour or two to explain it. But I do have a podcast coming very shortly. That's running a limitless program that's 30 minutes. And so there we go. But just briefly, it's programmed with about 1,000 different recipes. There's a couple on there for Wuhan coronavirus that you may be interested in. It is
And actually, when I was recording that, I was online having, COVID drinks, as we did at the time for those, and maybe Melbourne people still have them, but COVID drinks online with some girlfriends. And I sort of screamed out a eureka because I knew that I had got it. And so I put that onto Twitter, and the next morning I could just hear my phone going crazy, and I had Rowan Smith from news.com.au on the line, and also the wonderful Jane Hanson very early on Good Friday to ask if they could have the video, and I was very happy to share the video with everyone. So there was a couple of things there. One was, I really felt like submitting complaints over that entire 6 years, but I never really felt that I had that one definitive thing that would get it. And then I knew that I really had it this time, and it was a great climate. I knew that the regulators would receive this really well. And so, just the benefit of just being patient and waiting for that right complaint.
I think that point is really well made, that, after, now over 12 years of doing this, I remember when I first started out in skepticism, you just want to get in there and you see so many things that make you really angry and which you think the regulator should do something about. But it's really taken a long time to really learn some hard lessons that, there are many, many things that we would love to be able to see, banned or disallowed, or the legislation changed. And unfortunately, the law is not always on our side. So that kind of patience of waiting and watching and really looking for that moment when someone has crossed the line is incredibly important.
And knowing the legislation well and the rules well is definitely another one. So as we just wrap up, did you want to wrap up for us, Jo?
Sure. Look, as we've said, this is very much a collaboration. As skeptics, we all carry a huge range of skills in our toolkits, and we are incredibly grateful to all of the people who have worked with us along the way and supported us. And I think we also really enjoy being able to support and help other people in their complaints. It's incredibly satisfying to be able to kind of, see these efforts making a difference to people's lives. It's not often in what we do that we really kind of feel we're able to make a difference. And sometimes when we have these big wins, it's really nice to see that translating into meaningful change in the landscape of the type of health claims being made. So really, we just want to say thank you to what is ultimately a dream team of people out there who have done a huge amount.
Yeah, a dream team, and a potential dream team of people out there who may be not realising how great their skills are, but when they collaborate into a team could just really be a tremendous asset to the public as far as keeping them safe. And we really encourage people to be active in their skepticism and to understand or believe that their efforts are really valued and really make a difference. So that is all we have for now, and I think we're going to do some Q&A. So thank you very much for listening.
As skeptics,
We're live?
Hello.
Nobody told me we were live. Hello, folks. We're back. We're back for Skepticon 2020, and it's question and answer time with Mandy and Joe. Hello, Mandy and Joe.
Hello. Hello, Jane.
You're basking in the glory of your win there, Mandy.
Yeah, well, I can tell you now, no one was more surprised than me.
Well, big congrats.
I feel extremely honoured. So
very exciting news.
Yeah, very humbled by it.
All right, let's bust out a question. There are so many quacks, like it's like playing whack-a-mole. How does one decide to pursue a particular quack or instance of quackery for a complaint?
Did you want to start off that one?
Sure. I think it's partly about being strategic. You know, one of the things I said near the end of the recorded talk was that it took me a long time to work out how best to use my energy, because, you know, we all have, you know, other parts of our lives aside from, you know, trying to be skeptical activists, and only so many hours in the day. So I think you have to be really selective. There are sort of the easy wins, and then there's also the greatest risk of harm. And, you know, I think when you're aware of someone who is doing something that is really has the potential to cause great harm, that's probably an area to really work hard with other people, because you don't want to sort of, you don't want to miss the mark with something like that. When it comes to things that are perhaps less harmful, but that are just so ubiquitous and something you really want to make a difference on, you know, it could be something like ear candles in pharmacies and the stuff that just irritates us, and that we know that, you know, that there's a risk, but perhaps it's not as great as say someone who's claiming they can cure cancer. So I think, again, looking at where are you likely to get easy wins, where are you best going to invest your energy, where have other people done work, etc. Sorry, that's my husband in the background trying to feed the dog. Are the joys of live TV.
Oh, good times.
Yeah, I think that I would, definitely join in with Joe about that. For people who don't know, I work clinically as a dietitian, so I hear about woo all the time, and I also see really firsthand the impact that it has on people's health directly, but also indirectly when they spend a lot of money on these things rather than on simple things like fruit and vegetables that would make them remarkably more healthy. So if I was to follow every single complaint that I became aware of, I just would not get a minute's sleep. So I really do need to prioritise, you know, and thinking about those things of, you know, what will cause the most harm and what is the most likely to be successful and what's going to have the greatest impact is the sort of the things that I'm thinking about when I'm choosing something. And, you know, what's most likely to be successful is definitely a very important part of it.
So how do you maintain your enthusiasm for the next crack at one of these crazies after all the disappointment that you've had? How do you do that?
Well, I'm a pathological optimist. So
Helpful.
So that helps a lot. I think it's about not getting your expectations raised, knowing that it is a really tough landscape that we're working in. You know, I think one of the points we made was about the fact that, you know, often the regulators, despite the fact that we know, sorry, just one moment. despite the fact that we know that someone is doing something that is potentially harmful, often the legislation simply doesn't allow the regulator to take action. So I think maybe when you've had a disappointment and you're feeling a bit downtrodden, perhaps you could focus your efforts elsewhere. Perhaps lodging the complaints that are just going to consistently be knocked back is maybe not the best strategy. Perhaps you need to start looking at things like lobbying the politicians who can then, push for the legislation to be changed. And that was something that was pretty successful in New South Wales through the work that Stop the AVN did, where an initial complaint was unsuccessful because the legislation was not written in a way that kind of was favourable to that complaint. And it was really through the failure and then the recognition of the problem with the legislation that then resulted in that legislation being changed and now allowing the types of complaints that have been successful to go forward.
Okay, so the silver lining there.
I would share Joe's eternal optimism, but I also I realised that as much as, everyone here who's watching this today has a level of privilege in that they can use technology, they can access it, they've probably got education and all of those sort of things. So for me, the thing that I always come back to is that I know that these harms are harming people who are more vulnerable most. So that really inspires me to use that privilege to make the difference that I can. So that's probably the thing that I think about most.
Okay, so have you ever had pushback that was so bad you had to get the police involved?
I haven't. And I must admit, most of the pushback that I have had has not been overly sophisticated.
Right.
Sometimes I just feel like, I feel like saying to them, if you're going to write me something, do you want me to write it for you? Because this is a really piss poor effort. Anyway.
It's terribly embarrassing. Any examples you care to share?
Oh no, they're the ilk of a grade six boys, might be foredone assignment or homework. They're not well written. They're just people venting off their steam. But Joe, have you had anything that made you feel more concerned? You probably have.
Actually, look, it's not so much. There's never been anything that serious that I've needed to get the police involved. But certainly, some other skeptics I know have had to. There are definitely. I think it also depends on who it is that you're complaining about. There's different groups that are much more liable to behave in a pretty sort of aggressive way. Certain elements of the kind of, anti-vax community can be pretty full on. And, there are skeptics who have gone as far as, removing their names from the electoral roll, private silent numbers, all kinds of things so that they can't find you because you just really want to protect yourself. But they're absolutely, there's an individual in Adelaide who has, over the years, made some pretty worrying threats to people who have tried to take action against anti-vaxxers, and attempts to get the police involved have often been quite challenging there. So that has not been an issue. The only issue that I really had, which was pretty unpleasant, was it was actually related to a paper a response to a piece of anti-vax literature, which myself and Dave Hawkes wrote. I can't even remember what journal it was now. But we were harassed by both an anti-vax journalist and the authors of the paper who saw fit to defame us in that journal. And it took a year to have that paper retracted. If you're interested, you can read about that on Retraction Watch. But that could have done some serious damage to our professional reputations. And, it was a pretty awful experience. So, not all of the threats that you might get are necessarily going to come from, people threatening to do violent harm and so on. It can come from other areas as well. But what was really quite amusing about that one was that while it was unpleasant, it was also, as Mandy Lee said, piss poor. It was just it was such a ridiculous attempt where the information that they claimed was so obviously false and so easily disproven that you honestly had to think, if these people can't even defame someone, you know, with good effort, how are they writing academic papers?
Yes, fair point.
Yeah, we will say, yeah, some people have gone to great. Someone did write like their own self-published book in response to something, which was quite funny. That the title said that we had assassinated that person. Joe and I have never assassinated anyone.
Right, good to know. Good. You heard it here first, folks. No assassinating. Excellent. Gosh, wow.
That was not right. So yeah. So I mean, I think it is really serious, and I shouldn't be so frivolous about it. But at the same time, for me, the you know, preventing the risk of harm outweighs it for me, and that's right. I continue with it.
Our chair has a question for you. Other than Pete Evans, what is your favourite win, and what's the one that got away that you really wished you could have nailed?
Joe?
Really big wins. So look, this was actually it's actually quite a long time ago, and I think the reason I kind of think back to it is because it was one of those examples of how detective work, really careful detective work, and media contacts can sometimes result in change. And this was, maybe 8 years ago now. I was trawling through Google looking for information about the Australian vaccination network, and came across it's a textbook that is essentially, it's the core textbook used by midwives in Australia. And the section on immunisation directed midwives to anti-vaccination information as a source of reliable information on immunisation. And I was absolutely horrified by this because, you know, while there are, you know, many outstanding midwives out there, unfortunately, the midwifery profession does have a problem of woo and anti-vax. And through working with Jane Hansen, the journalist, and writing to politicians, I was able to get that publicised. And then, you know, while there was no chance of having that book retracted, the damage was already done. The editors of the book did rewrite that section in the next chapter. You know, for me, that was kind of my first big win, and just feeling that it was just worth making that effort because, you know, it was something that was so important in terms of educating a professional group who were going to be going out there and looking after mothers and babies. So, yeah.
One that's stood out for me that probably isn't very well known, but and it wasn't sort of completely stopping someone, but there was a cardiologist who was quite well known in Australia and was getting quite a bit of media coverage at the time. And he had a website that had some really ridiculous advice on it about diet. So I always say whenever someone wants to step out of their scope of practice, they always love to jump into nutrition. I always wonder, what do they think I was doing for those, 4 or 5 years I was at university? But anyway, so, what I wrote to a complaint, and they did get in touch with him, and he had to take that information off his website, but also he had some videos. And I was really glad to see those videos gone, because another part of this is just really poor practice. And the videos actually were him with clients. And the way he was treating them was really emphasising them, just really disrespectful. And that really upset me, that people were being treated really quite disrespectfully. So I was really happy to see that gone, just because I think that has a far bigger harm to be done, as far as there's kind of this harm of people not engaging with healthcare, which I think people who work in healthcare will all know about. People who are scared to be judged. And definitely in dietetics, it's a significant reason why people really don't come to see us until things are quite, quite bad. And so I was really happy to see those videos gone, because they were poor practice. They were not based in science, but they were also really quite disrespectful and made it look like we would be judging people over their food and those sort of things. So that would be one of my favourites.
And is there anybody that you had to let go that yet you couldn't nail? Slip through the fingers?
I don't know that I could say that. So this was not necessarily one that I've been involved in this one in the background, but I think it's one that from, many people in the skeptic community feel incredibly frustrated by, which was the awarding of Judy Wileman's PhD. That was something which we knew was going to happen, and we worked really hard to sort of challenge the University of Wollongong on the awarding of that PhD, because we knew that once that was done, there would be no undoing it, and it would give her an imprimatur of legitimacy and public respect that she just is not deserving of with the type of dangerous misinformation that she spreads.
Yeah.
And I think that it's one of those ones where there's just no going back. I mean, look, I think the average person out there probably would see that she's not a reliable source of information, but unfortunately there are a large number of people who can easily be influenced by someone like her, and it's not undoable.
I think the one that I'll say I don't lodge a complaint unless I'm really quite sure that it's got a lot of juice in it. So, but for me, no one's let go. I might be letting you go. Like, you're still in my
dog
mind.
with a bone.
Yeah, I absolutely am a dog with a bone.
Yep.
And there are a few out there. I am eternally disturbed by the fact that Gawler has a OAM. And that will be something that, does always sort of sit there. And for me, it's a time thing as well. But yeah, I will say that I don't let anyone go. I'm just waiting for the next opportunity they provide me.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that, because we haven't succeeded in one area doesn't mean that that person is not going to do something or put themselves in the sights of the regulators. And that's why sort of just keeping an eye on them.
Right. Wait for the next opportunity. So when it comes to regulators, which is the most difficult regulator that you work with?
Look, I think the point that Mandy Lee has made about working with the regulators is very important. But I think what makes them difficult, what makes a particular regulator difficult to work with is the legislation that they're working with and the resources that prevent them from acting. I think that the TGA is very challenging because of that. And I think, one of the things I find incredibly frustrating in working with the TGA is around things that just to me seem so blatantly within their domain, and yet because of the way legislation is written or because of how things have been classified, things just seem untouchable. I have such concerns about homeoprophylaxis and the fact that people are out there able to prescribe homeoprophylaxis and make claims about it, and that the TGA is completely powerless to do anything about it. Just frankly gobsmacking. And it's an area in which I've spoken to, the ACCC, I've spoken to the TGA, I've spoken to the other actual, regulators of the professionals themselves, and it just seems a no-win. But I'm not giving up.
Yeah, I would definitely echo what Jo says, that the legislation that the TGA work from just provide them with very little to actually do too much. And I know that, there's some pushback from them about that. But I always remind people that if you are taking supplements, you're out in no man's land. And I think the fact that supplements are required to be registered with the TGA, but then there's no oversight for them, creates a great deal of confusion for the public. And I definitely have seen many incidents of that registration being used as some sort of legitimacy. And I've also seen really significant, just in my own clients, harm from supplements. And I've definitely had people having liver damage, things like that. So yeah, I think that is probably the most problematic area for making complaints at the moment.
Okay, well, I guess we are wrapping it up. We've got one last question. How do we balance fighting quack claims versus getting good information out there?
So I think that that's a really difficult balance to strike, and I think potentially it's about using people's skills where they are best placed. So if someone is good at lodging complaints and dealing with that stuff, then focus on that. If you're someone who's a really good science communicator and you can give clear, plain language information, then focus on that. I think health literacy, focusing on improving health literacy would go a really long way in this space. And I think we have a responsibility not just to be playing the whack-a-mole, but also to be educating the public and helping them better understand the information that's out there.
I would just add too that I think we can steal a lot from those quacksters. They are really good communicators and we can learn a lot from them. They get their messages across really simple, really great. So when you are looking at these quacksters, steal from them all their communication techniques, but use them to provide people with evidence-based communication. I think that's probably one good way to go about it.
Use the tricks for good and not evil.
Yes.
Sound advice. Manually and Joe, thank you so much for joining us here at question and answer time. Thank you for joining us at Skepticon 2020 online edition. Thanks very much. See you soon. See you later. Next up on our agenda, we have a speaker called Nathan Eggins. Nathan is a Brisbane musician, conspiracy of one, and science communicator. His talk, Keeping Science S.E.X.Y, Creative Approaches to Skepticism.
Hi, I'm Nathan Eggins. I'm a musician based in Brisbane, Australia. My background is in live performance, songwriting, recording, as well as PR and marketing. Under the name Conspiracy of One, I write songs that encourage interest in science and skepticism and give people new perspectives on the world, and all with a good sense of humour, at least I think so. When I was younger, I started out with a great love of science fiction, and that turned into a love of science fact and computers and technology, and I've always wanted to be learning since. As time went on, I came across quite a lot of what I now know to be non-science and non-medicine, but things that were masquerading as such. And it was only in the course of doing my own research on these things, otherwise known as Googling, that I came across, thankfully, some resources of a more skeptical, rational nature, and that led me to where I am now. So my talk is going to be on science, psychology, skepticism, logic, critical thinking. How do we keep them appealing, keep them relevant, keep them sexy? In today's world where mistrust of authority and institutions and relevant expertise is trending toward becoming the rule rather than the norm, we constantly need to be looking for and creating new ways to get our message across. And to do that, we need to put it into different languages, so to speak. Firstly, I want to say that I firmly believe we should be including critical thinking and some basic skeptical tools as part of our school curriculum at whatever age is appropriate. Outside those structured learning environments, however, people are free to consume what they like. And so we need to be in those spaces, speaking those languages. My own path toward organised skepticism began by stumbling across one thing, which led me to the next, to the next, to the next, almost like a trail of breadcrumbs. And so we want to be spreading these breadcrumbs around in as many places as we can to help people find their way. It really doesn't matter what form it takes, as long as the spirit is the same. That's the solid fundamental principles, and that you have a passion for it. It's about making it appealing making it fun. Now, I'm not the first person to put skepticism into entertainment, and I certainly won't be the last. What I'd love to do is share with you some of my personal favourites that I've found along the way, plus a couple that I'm working on. Now, for copyright reasons, I won't be including any content that belongs to anybody else, but what I will do is include links to everything in the notes of the video. For TV, we've got things like Penn and Teller's Bullshit, which is very much an in-your-face, point and laugh at the crazy person kind of approach, and there's a place for that. There are also some great Australian programs like The Checkout and the Gruen shows, which are all about seeing how advertising works and allowing people to be a bit more skeptical about how they're being advertised to. And then other shows like Mythbusters, which show you a really great way to set up an experiment and how to test a hypothesis. Radio. Here in Australia, we have Dr. Carl, who for years has been doing a weekly segment on our national youth radio station, Triple J, where people can call in and ask him science questions. There are, of course, many skeptically themed podcasts already, like Skeptic's Guide to the Universe and Australia's own The Skeptic Zone. And the way that they engage, especially with me, is the personality of the people doing them. And social media. There are so many approaches being done there, from science channels on Facebook and Instagram to things on YouTube like Kurzgesagt that does the animated science videos that are fascinating, and Adam Ruins Everything. It's kind of a light-hearted way about how to be skeptical. There are already some people putting skepticism into their music, from the more upfront, overt approaches of Tim Minchin and George Hrab, all the way to the more metaphorical poetry kind of approach of songwriters like Paul Dempsey. And both of these approaches have influenced the way that I've done my songwriting, and I like to go for a happy medium in the middle there. And tell you what, I'll give you a little example of some of mine.
Is an ever-growing trend, using words like toxins, illness, natural, alternative, cleanse. They'll convince you they're your friend, but all they do is say, behind their sanguine smiles, nothing but a snake. We have a word for them. What sound does a duck make?
What you just heard are some songs that I'm working on for an upcoming album, which will be all about encouraging skepticism and critical thinking in a fun way. Another approach that I've been working on is board games as a great hands-on visual way to encourage these critical thinking skills. This is my board game, Herd Immunity, The star of the show in the centre here is little Timmy, who is immunocompromised and can't receive vaccines. And so he relies on the people around him to be immune so that he's safe from preventable infections. Unless, of course, you're playing as player one, which is disease, and every person you land on, you infect them. You leave a red token behind you as a trail, and players can see how disease spreads with the red colour. And then if you're playing as player two, the doctor, your job is to try and stop disease. And every person you land on, you vaccinate with a blue token. And so once they're vaccinated, the disease can't land on them, and you want to try and get the people around little Timmy to win, to save him. And there's also a third player in the advanced version, which is the anti-vaxxer. And when they land on someone, they convince them not to vaccinate. So the doctor can't land on them, but disease can still come right on through. And this is a great hands-on visual way for people to see how disease can spread, how you can stop it, and the consequences of what the anti-vaxxers are doing in stopping the doctor, all wrapped up in a fun game. The other game I'm working on is a card game called Because Conspiracy, in which players take on the role of the true believer, and you get given a conspiracy that you have to push. For example, one of my personal favourites, the moon landing was faked! Exclamation mark. And that card will tell you who needs to be in on it, pulling the strings. And so as the game goes on, you'll need to collect the right cards. For example, NASA, military, scientists. That's who needs to be in on it, pulling the strings. So those are your S cards. And you also have your justifications for why they're doing this. For example, because money, because power, because it makes sense. And once you get enough B and S cards, you get the right ones, you slam your fist down and go, did you know the moon landing was faked? Yeah, see, because it's NASA and the government. They're working together with the military and the airline companies and whoever else is in on it because they want money and because they want power and because they're evil. And what you do is you actually build a physical house of cards to represent your argument that you're building. At this point, the other players now become the questioners of the true believer who has made the extraordinary claim. And so they pick up another pile of logical questions which one might ask. For example, if this is so secret, how do you know about it? And other such things. What happens then is the fun part. So now the true believer has to fit that logic into their argument. And if that causes the house of cards to fall, the other player wins that round. And if they manage to fit it in without it falling, you move on to the other players, and if you can get all of those in with your argument still intact, the true believer wins. However, the true believer might have something extra up their sleeve. If they play one of these cards, which is an escape hatch, like you're just closed-minded, I don't have to listen to you, then they no longer have to take that logic card and put it in their argument. So it's a way to introduce people to the concepts of how these true believers structure their thinking and their arguments, how to recognise the tactics they use to avoid the logical questions, and some of the logical questions to use to try and bring down these houses of cards. And at the end of the day, not build your own. These are just some examples of the different approaches that are already out in the world, or soon will be. And to continue this good work, we need more people. We need... One of the beautiful things about organised skepticism is that most of us are here because we care, because we believe in what we're doing. And you don't necessarily need to be a scientist or a subject matter expert or even a teacher to contribute. If you're a creative person like myself, there are definitely ways that you can give back. If you're a musician, write a song. If you're a graphic designer or a photographer, reach out to skeptical projects that are already going and collaborate with them. If you work in the media and marketing especially, find other skeptics and people that you want to work with and help them to get their message across in a more sexy kind of way. And if doing your own thing isn't for you, but you still want to contribute, support those who do. I'm going to leave you with a little bit more of my music, and I'll see you again soon. Look after yourself.
And we're back. We are back with Nathan Eggins, man of many talents.
Hello.
Board games, who knew? Card games, who knew? Along with your musical talents and all the rest of it, I think it's time we hit you up with a question or two.
Yeah.
How's about this one? What's the usual response to your music when people first hear it?
To be honest, most of the time people don't listen to the lyrics straight away, as is with the case of most songs. So what I try and do is make the songs sound good so that you can listen to them and go, oh, that sounds good. And then if you want to listen to the lyrics, there's more meat there. There's more reward there.
So what comes first, the lyrics or the tune?
It depends. Sometimes the song comes first, sometimes the lyrics comes first. Sometimes it's just one word or one sentence that might be the hook, and it grows from there. It really depends on each song.
So are you one of those people who gets the inspiration at a restaurant and furiously writes things down on a napkin?
Yep. Or more likely when I'm driving and then I can't actually use my phone and I have to try and remember it.
And you write lyrics in the shower steam as well? That's a known creative generator for some reason. The steam
not
in the shower? No?
But just any time of the day something might come, or usually if I'm listening to a skeptical podcast or something, they'll be talking about a certain subject and I go, oh, that'd be a great idea for a song.
Yep.
And then I have to stop it and then write the idea down, because otherwise I'll forget it.
A question about the board games. How do you go about creating skeptical board games?
That's a great question. And if anyone knows the answer to that, you let me know. Because I'm very new to this. Anyone that was at Skepticon last year would have seen the very early prototype of herd immunity that I took along with me. And it's come a fair way since then, and I've been tweaking it. And then the new card games come along about early this year as well. And so I'm still just figuring it out as I go. But it is my intention to release them both. So
great.
When that's time, keep an eye out.
So you've got a financial backer to create these board games, and we'll buy them in gaming stores and or online. What's the grand plan?
I haven't got that far yet. I'm still working on the mechanics and the gameplay first, and then I'm probably thinking of doing maybe a Kickstarter for the card game first, to get that out and to learn what to do and how to release a game and make all the mistakes and learn all the lessons. And then I'm going to release the full herd immunity board game as well. Cool.
So do you get all your friends in a pile and, entice them with foods and drinks and make them play the game to iron out all the bugs?
Yep. I've been doing some play testing with various volunteers, and it's had some great feedback so far. And the more volunteers I can get, the better, because that helps me figure out the best way to make it fun, not boring, not confusing, and all the things you need to figure out before you release something like that.
Indeed. A question from some of our viewers.
Yes.
Do you have any recommendations for skeptical toys and books for young children?
For young children, I'm not sure. Maybe Mythbusters. They're quite family friendly. That's a TV show more than a toy, but I don't know of any specifically that are for children, I'm afraid. It's not exactly my target audience just yet, but who knows? Could be for the future.
Okay. In regards to the herd immunity theme game,
yes.
Someone has asked, what did you know a year ago that we didn't?
Funnily enough, months before Corona was a thing, I'd already stopped shaking hands with as many people and was carrying hand sanitizer around with me just because I didn't want to catch cold as often, because when you sing, when your voice is your job, having a cold every couple of months is really annoying. And so I'd already started to do some of those things late last year. And the board game kind of just came out of that. And I thought, oh, that'd be a good idea for a game, to make it visual and make it interesting and not preachy. And then, and also teach people about the concept of herd immunity and why it's important to vaccinate. And then Corona hits, and now everybody knows what herd immunity is.
You are ahead of the curve, as it were.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to. I wasn't psychic.
Right. Good to know. Have you had any personal experience shifting someone into skepticism in your personal life?
Not completely yet, but I have been planting the seed with a few people, because I definitely don't want to be the preachy, well, actually, guy. So it's never something that I want to do with telling someone what to think. It's more, here's how I see it. Here's what I've heard about this. You might not have heard of this, or you might not have thought about it this way. Did you know there's another side to the story? There's another side to the coin. So it's a bit more of a passive approach, but less confrontational. And that's kind of the approach that I'm taking with my music and my games as well. It's, the end goal is to encourage those critical thinking skills, but in a less confrontational, more fun way.
Right. One of our viewers wants to know if you've gigged in Byron Bay. There's lots of fairyology to battle against there. Have you tiptoed through those tulips?
I played a wedding in Byron Bay years ago. That was about it.
Haven't been invited back?
No, I don't think I fit the mold of what they're going for there. I do have the long hair, but it's the other mindset that they want for the musicians there, I think.
Right. 11-year-old Ari has asked, can you please share your music script and lyrics for the ukulele, because he would like to learn.
I could try. I don't actually know how to play a ukulele. I know it's kind of similar to guitar, but not really. But I could put up some chord charts on my website. If Ari wants to get in touch with me, I've got my details there. Happy to, send me an email and I'll have a chat to you, mate.
Sounds good. So from the chair, who has inspired you the most, musically speaking?
Tim Minchin and Paul Dempsey as well. He's another Australian songwriter who is the singer from Something for Kate. And the two of those over many years have influenced how I've approached it with my music as well. But definitely Tim Minchin from the start.
Have you met either of them?
Not yet, but it's on my bucket list.
Yeah. Very good. So you can
and to play
be
with
a
them
fan.
as well. That's on my bucket list.
So if you could play a gig in one place, where would it be?
On the moon. I want to be the first.
The first to play on the moon. Talk us through how that would work.
Oh, there's a lot of engineering challenges and catering challenges and just trying to sell the tickets to it. I don't know. It'll be a challenge.
To boldly play where no man has played before.
Oh, that's the tagline. That's going on the poster.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You heard it here first. One of our viewers who says, Paul Dempsey is wonderful. I haven't picked up a lot of skeptical themes. Can you give us an example?
Of Paul Dempsey's work?
Seems to be so. Yes.
Yeah. Well, he has a song called Miracle Cure, in which he's talking about someone who believes in woo and feels like they're a martyr. And there's a line in there that says, all I want is a cure for miracles. All she's got is a miracle cure. And that's where I got the name for one of the songs that's been playing this weekend, which is A Cure for Miracles.
Well, time for one more question if you're up for it. This is a very deep question. Was there really anything in that cup?
Yes, it was peppermint tea with honey, and it was delightful.
Peppermint tea, and it was delightful. There you go, people. That's the answer to the real question that you wanted to know the answer.
And thank you, everybody, for watching my talk. And if you want to see more of my music, there's the links. And if you want to support the board games, I'll be working to get those out as soon as I can.
Great. Nathan Eggins, everybody, thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us here at Skepticon 2020. Thanks, Nathan.
Much.
See you later.
See ya.
All right, it's time to move along. Our next speaker is Professor Adrian Barnett. Professor Adrian Barnett is a statistician. Try saying that 3 times fast. Working at Queensland University of Technology and president of the Statistical Society of Australia. Today, he talks to us about the prevalence and problem of thoughtless statistical analysis.
Thanks for the opportunity to talk at Skepticon. I'm here to talk about statistics, something that gets used across science and something that many scientists find to be the hardest part of being a scientist. And it's something that I find hard, despite doing it for over 20 years. I've made mistakes. Some of the ones I've found are errors in my programming, so a lot of statistics involves writing code to prepare and analyse data, and I've found mistakes in my code after publishing papers. I've also published some analysis that with experience could have used better methods, so I'm not here to laugh at people for making mistakes. Instead, I want to focus on how we could do better. And here's a great quote from John Ioannidis that sums things up. Science is the best thing that's happened to humanity, but we can do it better. So I'm going to be critical of a lot of science, but I'm coming from the position of wanting to improve it because it's the best hope we have. I think science is tough enough to take some criticism, and it's part of the scientific ethos that we always reflect and improve. So I'll start with an example of a study that examined malnutrition across multiple countries. A good way to measure malnutrition in children is to measure their upper arm. You can do this with a small measuring tape. And the study trains lots of local people how to do this carefully and collected this data over a huge geographical area, collecting this difficult and extremely useful data. Then when it came to the statistical analysis, they just looked at malnourished, yes or no. So kids who were just below the malnourished threshold were lumped in with the most severely malnourished kids, and those kids who were just above the threshold were considered normal. So this is a huge waste to simplify this very detailed and expensive data that took so much effort. And here's a toy example. If we think of cutting continuous data like malnutrition, the data on the x-axis here could be the malnutrition, the range of malnutrition from the most severely malnourished up to the healthiest. And if we cut that in a 20/80 split, these 4 graphs show 4 very different patterns in our data that would all look exactly the same if we simply cut the data at the dotted line, because they all have 20% below that line and 80% above, but there are hugely different patterns here. We've got a uniform in the top left, an increase in both extremes in the top right, an N-shaped distribution in the bottom right, and then a clear gap in the 2 groups in the bottom right. So we can miss a huge amount of action when we dichotomize continuous data. But this is such a common problem that it's actually got a name or diagnosis. It's called dichotomania. And it's not hard to find. Here's a quite complex graph that's a great exhibit of dichotomania. Sorry about the font size, but I've taken this directly from the paper. We've got age along the bottom here and a measure of their daily living. This was the study of cognitive function. You can see the notches on the x-axis here, that's the observed ages. So their data is quite thinly spread. Then they've fit this wiggly line to explain cognitive function, which is a bit of a roller coaster and even goes up here in your late 70s, something we can all look forward to. But then there's a steep drop, and then they split their line here and have this very confident conclusion. That is, this study demonstrated that the cutoff value of 81.2 years for age might be considered a threshold for the deterioration of daily living function. So my dad's just turned 80, so I've told him he's got 1.2 more years to look forward to. Of course, it's silly, again, to use a threshold here, especially such a spuriously precise one. What's much more likely is that on average, cognitive function is steadily declining. I mean, if you ignore this bump here, around the late 70s, you've pretty much got close to a straight line. But scientists love thresholds, and medical doctors are guilty of this too. Another common condition among scientists is jargonitis, which you'll ironically understand if I read this unintelligible sentence. So run had significantly p less than 0.05 greater size adjusted CSMI and BSI than C, SWIM and CYC, and higher size age and YST adjusted CSMI and BSI than SWIM and CYC. So this is full of acronyms, some of which have common meanings, such as run and swim, and this may not be this kind of jargon is probably not the biggest problem in science, but it's on the rise. We examined over 24 million titles and 18 million abstracts and found a steady rise in acronym use over time. They're the bottom two graphs there, and you can see in the title leveling off a bit after the year 2000, but certainly the proportion of acronyms being used in the abstract is ever increasing. And we also found that both title lengths and the lengths of abstracts are rising fairly steadily as well. So scientists now have to read both longer and harder. Another common problem I see is smoothing syndrome. And here's a quote taken from a published paper last year. It says, outliers were removed when the residual had a studentized residual of -4 or greater than 4. So what they're essentially saying is they're removing any unusual observations. And again, this is not uncommon. The problem with this is it can be enormously unscientific because we're discarding anything that doesn't fit our preconceptions. I've even heard of a gossipy story about a department that has an algorithm that all their data sets are regularly run through, that leaves out each study participant in turn and then selects the most statistically significant result, which will generally be the biggest, most exciting difference, which is then much easier to publish. But scientists are not the only people guilty of this issue. There's a picture of Newgrange, the Neolithic site in Ireland, where archaeologists in the 1960s and 1970s took all the stones, all these white and black stones you can see here. They were lying on the floor and they arranged them how they thought it would look. They needed, in a hilarious irony, they needed to use steel reinforced concrete to do this, a technique that wasn't available in the Stone Age. And so other archaeologists were not impressed with this, so this guy called it a cream cheese cake with dried currants distributed about it. And then this is a great quote from the scientist and fiction writer Isaac Asimov, which sums it up. The most exciting phrase to hear in science, the one that heralds new discoveries, is not eureka, but that's funny. So some of the best moments in science are often when things don't go as planned, and science is littered with massive discoveries that came from not discarding odd results, such as penicillin, the one that everyone knows about, but also things like chemotherapy and artificial silk. And some Nobel Prizes have their roots in a surprise too. And I've definitely experienced that too. When there's something odd in the data, it's often something that nobody's thought of, which can be great news. A lot of the time though, when there's something odd in the data, it's just an error that needs fixing. But it can be exciting, so don't just simply remove any unusual observations. And unfortunately at the moment, a lot of statistical analysis is done without much thought, much of it done routinely. And in a particularly scathing paper, this mindless practice has been called cargo cult statistics by Stark and Saltelli. And I encounter a lot of scientists who learn bad practice from their supervisors, and they end up fighting their corner when I tell them that they've got it wrong, because it's always been done that way. They're quite invested in this method now, and they don't want to hear that it's wrong. So some practitioners do tend to go through the motions of statistical analysis with scant understanding. And then delivering all this bad news to people doesn't do my reputation any good, and then people stop coming to me for advice. And then in some recent work I've done with Nicole White, we're looking at what people actually write in their statistical method sections in papers. And there are many hundreds of papers that have a statistical method section that is simply this sentence: all statistical analysis was performed using the GraphPad Prism software or some other software. It's as if the computer will fix it all and no human thought or intervention is needed. Now, the lack of qualified statisticians, the lack of qualified judges has real consequences in some fields because they've never actually seen a good statistical analysis. So in a cooking analogy, they're trying to make these wonderfully fancy cakes and failing rather badly and rather frighteningly in this case. But there's nobody there to tell them they're wrong. Journals often don't have qualified statistical reviewers. And so this kind of cake on the right here becomes the fashion. So much so that when a qualified statistician presents their results, hopefully looking much more on the left, we get sternly told that we're wrong. And there are some disheartening statistics on just how little care scientists are putting into the most basic statistical analysis, such as 92% of all papers using linear regression were unclear about their assumption checks. So, I mean, linear regression is such a useful technique. So it can be so insightful if you do it well. But the vast majority of papers are just using it without any real thought, without any checking of whether it's the right thing to do. Now, as well as sloppiness, there are also more egregious practices, and here are some results from a recent survey of US statisticians. So these were requests made to statisticians, self-reported by statisticians in the last 5 years. So that includes removing or altering data to better support the research hypothesis, 24% were requested, given that request. Not reporting the presence of key missing data that might bias the results, another 24%. And then ignoring violations of assumptions that would change the results from positive to negative. So 29% experiencing that. And I've certainly experienced similar and throughout my career, and unfortunately recently. Why do scientists engage in these bad practices? Well, for the simple reason that bad practices produce results. Here's a graph showing the percentage of null results for some very different study types. So the y-axis here shows the percentage of null findings. So that's where the key interest came to 0. So, no, Mr. President, hydroxychloroquine does not cure coronavirus. So these authors found that in only around 10%, that's the red dot down here, of cases did that happen, using in the traditional literature and the way we most publish results. So those 10% had quote unquote bad news, although we shouldn't call it bad news if it's accurate. Now these three figures here, up around the 60% null finding, are from a new type of study called a registered report. So that's where all the methods and analysis are specified in advance of collecting any data. And these intentions are published, so you pre-publish what you're going to do, and then the main results follow these methods, which leaves much less wiggle room to change or redo things. So this is a much more realistic picture of the null, of what's really null, because sadly most stuff doesn't work for complex reasons of biology, chemistry, and human behaviour. And this result down here of just 10% of stuff not working is simply not believable and is strong evidence of widespread research misconduct. So we really need to switch quickly to a much more careful and slow science. I've called registered reports new, but it's a really old scientific idea. If you plan what you're doing, then execute it and then reflect. And there's also a tremendous amount of hard work and monotony behind any good study. I've been in countless meetings where I felt like this guy, but without this careful methodological slog, then you can easily end up with rushed rubbish. And I'll extend the idea of boringness to the ideas that we look at as well, so not just the methods. So there was a cancer moonshot launched by Joe Biden when he was vice president, and whilst I heartily applaud the ambition to cure cancer, there's also a lot of very simple research we could do right now to improve the lives of people with cancer and other diseases. And this kind of boring research that focuses on the administration and health resources could actually save us billions of dollars worldwide, but it's not as sexy as curing cancer and has a near zero probability of winning the Nobel Prize. I mean, actually every scientist has a near zero probability of winning the Nobel Prize, but those of us working in health services research are touching zero. I'll end with two quotes from two scientists I admire. There's Samin Vazir, who is a psychologist and has talked about being credible versus incredible. So it's this steady, reliable, credible science that we want, not this incredible headline-grabbing science that often turns out to be badly done, often because they got the statistics wrong. And then the cancer scientist Glenn Begley with this searing quote, where he said, "What I'm alleging is that reviewers, the editors of the so-called top-tier journals, grant review committees, promotion committees, and the scientific community repeatedly tolerate poor quality science." So there's a lot of bad science and bad statistics being done right now. We need some enormous changes to how we promote good science and what we reward. to improve the return on the massive amounts of money we spend on scientific research. Thank you.
And we're live. We're live with Adrian Barnett, telling us all about statistics. Let's ask you some questions there, Adrian. Are you ready?
I'm ready to do the impossible to make it interesting, yeah.
All right. Here we go. What is being done to combat the propagation of these bad statistics?
Yeah, there's quite a lot being done now. I think what's happened is there's been some pretty big scandals. Some pretty big scandals in Holland that led to the setup of a whole department over there because it was very embarrassing to the university. And actually, funny enough, some of the biggest scandals have actually been in psychology, where people have historically done really poor quality experiments. So psychology are actually in a good way, so they were the bad boys for a while, but they're actually getting their house in order. So they're doing a lot of these things like the registered reports, sharing your data, going through and going back to that kind of old way that it felt like we used to do experiments, careful planning, that we seem to have forgotten about. But I don't think enough is being done. And certainly I'd like to see much more radical change, particularly in medical research where I work. It's still very much, I have to say most papers in, a lot of papers in some of the big journals, I just don't trust because I just don't think they've been done carefully enough.
So what are some of the consequences of research misconduct?
Well, yeah, whether it's research misconduct, some of it I think is just sloppiness. Well, is that misconduct? I suppose it is in a way because, we should know better by now. I think the consequences are pretty big. You can really harm people. If you're willing to overlook bits of your data, or you fitted 5 models and you're putting forward this one model as if it's the only model you fitted because it's got the best, sexiest results, you're putting forward a warped version of the truth there, and other people reading your paper might well then go and change their practice and change what happens to their patients. So there's real harm to be done there. You're trying to boost your career and get this great paper, where really that's not what we should be focusing on. So I think, look, a lot of the problems do come from this sort of wanting to be published in Nature and Science and getting that great result. And it's unfortunately more about focusing on people's careers rather than on what's good for patients and the public.
Mm. So what fault lies with the media in expecting dramatic claims from scientists?
Yeah, they're definitely part of it. Look, I blame universities are pretty bad too. Universities like to brag about how great their scientists are. So, a lot of these press releases that come out of universities are, don't bear much scrutiny and focus on all the positives. And scientists love that too. It's fun to be in the spotlight when you've done something great. But constantly I'll listen to, the ABC News in the morning and you'll hear about some cure for this or other, and then maybe right at the end of the piece they'll say this was in mice, and that's 15 years away from humans, and possibly about a 1 in 1,000 chance of that. Studies in mice that translate successfully into humans, it's tiny, and that is very frustrating by the media because I think that really puts people's expectations up. And imagine if you'd just been diagnosed with that disease, or your parent or somebody just been diagnosed with that disease. You're listening to the radio that morning, you go, oh, great. And actually the truth is it's 15 years if we're extremely lucky. And GPs do talk about this. GPs will get patients knocking on their door saying, oh, I've heard about this on the radio. And, that's then awful for them. They then have to be the bad guys delivering this bad news.
Mm. So another question here from one of our viewers. Is omitting results due to personal gain over expanding scientific knowledge?
Yeah, look, I think that's the nub of it. Yeah, it's it's this annoying unwillingness to kind of accept the data. And I do meet people, and I mean, look, the very worst cases you have, and Retraction Watch is a great website that people should have a look at, where you can see these examples. It does seem to be this mindset of, I know better, I know best. And if the data didn't come out the way I thought it was going to be, that's because my lab assistant or somebody did something wrong. And in a way, I think about this a lot. There is a mindset in science, this determination, this drive that is actually a good thing. But then it's a dose thing, because some people take it too far and they just stop listening. They develop a tin ear because they know what it should look like. And that's when it gets really dangerous.
So is the lack of null results in traditional literature attributable to faking significance or a decision not to publish them?
I think it's a bit of both. Yeah. We can see that journals don't like negative results, which, that's very sad. And that's changing. I mean, that's changed quite a lot recently. You know, we've got big journals like PLOS Medicine, BMJ Open, that accept results just based on the science, not based on how strong the result was. But yeah, people still get put off. It's much, much harder to write a negative paper. But actually, we should all be experts at writing negative papers, because, you know, about 90% of stuff is negative. About 90% of stuff doesn't work. So in your career, if you're lucky, you maybe have 2 or 3 good things that work. That would be a good, rewarding scientific career. But that's not what we're told. That's not what universities want. That's not what the grant agencies want. They want 2 or 3 smash hits per year.
So isn't the peer review process meant to also check the statistics of submitted? Are reviewers skilled in statistics?
Yeah, look, that's a good question. There is a lack. There's a worldwide lack of worldwide shortage of statisticians. So yeah, that is a problem. And you know, we have this boom in papers. So people are just trying to produce more and more papers. So yeah, I mean, I turn down 5 or 6 reviews a week to review papers because I simply don't have the time. Peer review is supposed to check the statistics, yeah, but it's kind of hard for it to do that, because unless people share their data fully, you know, you can't really check it in detail. And even if people did share their data, it's actually a big job to redo somebody's analysis in entirety. There is some interesting things happening. So eLife, which is a journal that I quite like, who are quite novel and do very novel things, they've just recently started publishing papers, and this is a kind of exciting thing we can do in this online world, publishing papers where all the data is actually behind the scenes. So for any graph or any result on there, or any table, you can actually go in and sort of recalculate the results yourself and fully check what the authors did. So now that's post peer review, like peer review after the paper's published, but I think that's still a useful step.
Mm. So what do you see as one of the solutions? We need to teach statistics to more people at a younger age so that they're more likely to go off and become statisticians?
Yeah, I try and tell people, not just statistics, but mathematics as well. Like we have a chronic shortage in Australia of kids doing maths, and it's even worse in girls. I think it's something like, I'm going to get the numbers wrong. It's definitely single digit figures. I think it's something like 6% of girls do advanced maths and 12% of boys at high school. That's tragic, because there are so many fantastic jobs in mathematics. I was just thinking, it was just the other day, I haven't had a job interview in 20 years. I've never needed to do a job interview because there have just always been good jobs around. So if you hate job interviews and you never want to do a job interview, learn statistics, learn mathematics.
Get your stats on.
Yeah.
So question here, should we have more caution with preprint and open access journals?
That's a tricky one. I like the preprint, the move to preprint. So that's where, you know, before it goes to a journal, a lot more people are now putting their paper up. I like that because, well, results come through faster. It's interesting. Some of the preprints I've read, you can have an interesting conversation with the authors before a paper gets published, and sometimes things can get improved. So yeah, I'm all for preprint. I think preprint plus data sharing has got to be better. Anything that kind of increases transparency really. It's got to be better. So I'd put that in that category. It's not a cure-all though, but no way.
So is there any reason for optimism? Are journals improving in their requirements?
Look, okay. Yes, there's a reason for optimism, but I am saddened by the slow pace of change. And I'm a bit concerned because it feels like at this exact moment, with all these massive challenges we have, I feel like science is not performing as good as it could because of this very silly, fixable problem that we've known about for some time, that we've known that there is way too much focus on the prestige and the excitement of results and nowhere near enough focus on the methodological rigor. So it's good that we've recognized that problem, but it's probably going to take at least another 10, 15 years to fix, just because it's so hard to change this. You say to universities and you say to scientists, we need to fix this. And the way to fix this is you're going to publish a hell of a lot more negative, boring results. Okay. Everybody agreed on that. And nobody wants to do that because the journals that do that go down in the rankings. The universities that do that go down in the rankings, and the researchers that do that go down in the rankings. So there's one thing that makes me optimistic. There are some quite sort of clever algorithms that can read papers now. So you can get these machines that will read papers, and they can spot some interesting things. So if that develops rapidly, they can spot where people, there's been some interesting stuff on, you can look at stuff and it just doesn't look right. There's not enough variance in the data. So you can actually, some people can actually spot sometimes when people have made data up completely.
Okay, we have a question here from the lovely Sarah, one of our Gold Coast Skeptics peeps. Any recommendations when teaching statistics to high school students? She says, I'm teaching hypothesis testing in biology context.
So I have taught statistics for about 20 years, really badly, and I'm constantly changing how I teach it because I started out with all the equations and stuff, and the numbers of people who came to class dropped off precipitously. So I've learned to try and keep things just at the most basic level and try and keep it as interesting as I can. For kids, there is quite a good book called The Cartoon Guide to Statistics that's got some really interesting examples in. And there is a book by a very good British statistician called David Spiegelhalter called The Art of Statistics that he released last year. And I think it had one equation in it. And that was just awesome. And he also has a really good website. And they actually have, he's actually the professor for the public understanding of science, I believe, at Cambridge. So have a look at his stuff because he's, just really good at using infographics and using examples to explain stuff to people. I don't know why people come to my classes when they could just go to his online.
Okay, I have another question here from one of our viewers. Are you concerned about treatment industry funding? The published article may report a COI, but that COI is not communicated in the media to the public.
Yeah, that is a problem. It's interesting. Like historically, there've been some problems with the drug companies, and mostly the problems have been when they haven't published stuff. Yeah, there've been other problems with influence on tobacco studies and things like that, but I'm not sure it's the biggest problem. It's hard to know. I know there are people who are, and people, again, using algorithms very cleverly to detect undeclared conflicts of interest. So you can trawl through somebody's entire published papers and see when they were working with funded people and then sort of come back and say, hey, you didn't declare it in this paper. So I think we're clamping down on that. I think the one that's harder to clamp down is your own personal bias and conflicts of interest. So, I mean, for example, we did a study, I don't know if you know, I mean, this is true, more people die in winter in Brisbane than they do in Sweden. And that's because our houses inside, the temperature inside houses in Brisbane is horrendous, freezing compared to houses in Sweden where it's always toasty. So we did a study of giving people in Brisbane thermal clothing to try and prevent this winter deaths. Anyway, it didn't work. But when I wrote up the study, and the peer reviewers, actually, this was a good peer review. The peer reviewers picked up on it. I was being too positive because I'd spent 2 years of my life on this thing and I just believed in it too much. So that's I'd say the biggest conflict of interest is scientists fall in love with their hypothesis. And it's a very hard thing to look at a child that you've raised and say, oh no,
you're just not working out. Adrian Barnett, thank you so much for stopping by to Skepticon 2020. Thank you so much for your insights into the numbers and the teaching thereof. And we'll see you next time.
Thanks, Dan. I love watching.
See you later. Bye. All right, it's time for a little afternoon break after all that hot, heavy statistical analysis. We've got a 15-minute break, or maybe a 10-minute break. Oh, revised. A 10-minute break for afternoon tea. The musical stylings from one of our speakers today, Conspiracy of One, coming back at you, and we will be back in 10 minutes' time. See you soon.
Come and fly with me. No one says you can't. It's just riches to behold. Endless easy money, bottomless pot of gold. I'd say you're in good company and you're smart enough to see. Sure thing this will be a fantastic opportunity is what I'm offering. This ain't a tomb in Giza, don't worry about a thing. Just sit back and relax and you'll see your profits fly. You're stupid not to try. Sign up 40 friends and you'll be rich, I guarantee. But first give your money to me. It's a laughing matter, them buying what you sell. Just tell them what they want to hear and they're under your spell. There's one thought every minute, taking what you say is true. So tell me, would I lie to you? Do you want a fast and easy way to lose weight? The path of least resistance to look and feel great. Our product made from everything that's good for you this week delivers perfect physique. The ingredients are secret, magical and rare. They'll remove those nasty toxins you didn't know were there. The more that you believe, the more results you'll get, the more you won't regret. All natural and organic, chemical and gluten-free. But first give your money to me. It's a laughing matter, they're buying what you sell. Just tell them what they want to hear and they're under your spell. There's one thought every minute, taking what you say is true. So tell me, would I lie to you? Testimonials of all those who agreed. That's all the proof you need. My incredible invention will change the world, you'll see. But first give your money to me. Give your money for free. It's a laughing matter, they're buying what you sell. Just tell them what they want to hear and they're under your spell. There's one thought every minute, taking what you say is true. So tell me, would I lie to you? There's one thought every minute, believing what you say is true. So tell me, would I lie to you? Why do people so blindly follow a grown man chasing a ball? Why do people so blindly swallow a book or a stained glass hall? Why do some see their world as is never as simple as it seems. Why do they never trust anything made except their man-made hopes and dreams? Maybe life seems easier when you do what you've always known. Black or white, wrong or right, so you're not alone. Why is she given less of a living for the same job that he is in? Why are people being treated badly for their levels of melanin? Why are those who love the same chromosomes not afforded?
Any minute now. 3, 2, 1, and go. We are live. We are back. We are back for Skepticon 2020 online edition with all of its warts and all. Coming up, our next speaker is all the way from the UK, Michael Marshall, or better known as Marsh. Many of you will know Marsh from the Skeptics with a K podcast, but he's also the project director of the Good Thinking Society, editor of the Skeptic UK, and president of the Merseyside Skeptic Society. And today he talks to us about circular reasoning, the rise of flat earth belief.
Well, first of all, thank you so much to the Australian Skeptics for having me speak here at their annual convention. Although when I say speak here at the annual convention, I obviously mean here as in my office in the UK. It's such a shame I couldn't make it down to Australia to present in person. I've always had such a great time whenever I've spoken for an Australian audience, and hopefully once all of this mess of around the world right now is back under control, hopefully I'll be able to get down to the Southern Hemisphere and see you guys all in person again. For those of you who don't know who I am the president of the Merseyside Skeptic Society, and I'm the project director of the Good Thinking Society, which is a UK-based charity dedicated to the promotion of scientific skepticism, the challenging of pseudoscience. And I've spoken about my work on previous visits to Australia. I'm also, as of September, so just last month, I'm the editor of The Skeptic, the UK's magazine for skeptical analysis and critique and commentary of matters of pseudoscience, paranormal, conspiracy, alternative medicine, and you name it. It's really exciting to be the editor of The Skeptic, and it's going to be produced and published by the Merseyside Skeptic Society. And one of my fellow speakers at the conference this weekend, Dr. Alice Howarth, is going to be my deputy editor at the magazine. So it's really exciting to be taking that on. Amongst the various projects that you can see of mine on the page there, I've got Be Reasonable, which is this podcast that I do where I talk to people that I disagree with. And I try to do that in a way that is kind of polite and good-natured, but also trying to be intellectually rigorous. Because I think it's really important to talk to people that we disagree with. And it's actually more from that project, the Be Reasonable podcast, than most of the other places that I do my skeptical activism, my skeptical work. It's actually from Be Reasonable that this talk really originated. Because I'm sure lots of you would have seen the rise of the flat earth movement. It seemed to come out of nowhere for most people in 2018. Suddenly the news was filled by people who said that they believed the world was flat, whether some people didn't necessarily believe that that people genuinely thought the world was flat. Certainly there was lots of coverage. You might have seen the stories on the BBC, the Netflix documentary Behind the Curve there. You may even have seen billboards as you walk down the street saying research flat earth, or as I had seen, you may have seen stickers on the sides of lampposts saying research flat earth and NASA lies and these kind of things, graffiti suggesting the flat earth, that the earth's flat. And for a lot of people this seemed to be a movement that just appeared from nowhere. But actually the reason I was so surprised to see all this coverage of the flat earth movement was that this is a movement I'd seen growing for over a number of years, because I'd spent a reasonable amount of time over the last couple of years talking to flat earthers. And I want to tell you about why the flat earth movement exploded in the way that it did and went viral, and also what I think it teaches us about how people come to pseudoscientific ideas. But first, a little bit of history. The modern flat earth movement really starts in 1838 with this chap here. This is Samuel Rowbotham. He's an evangelical Christian who believes that the Bible is literally true, that advances towards evolution and theories in those areas are clearly false because they disagree with the Bible. And he believes he can prove it by going to a canal in Bedford, or the Bedford Level Canal rather, and having his friend row away from him in a straight line on a canal as far as he can. And having looked at the maths of the curvature of the Earth, he calculated that after 6 miles there should be enough of a curvature between he and his friend that his friend would be out of sight, that the world would be in the way of their ability to see one another. And when he carried out this experiment and his friend rowed for 6 miles, he found he could still see him through a telescope. And this, he said, proved the world was flat. Followers of his took this on board and started repeating the experiment in bets, including in a bet with Alfred Russel Wallace, the silver medalist to evolution. These kind of experiments were happening throughout the mid-19th century. And then in the late 19th century, 1881, Samuel Rowbotham publishes a hugely influential pamphlet under his pseudonym Parallax called Zetetic Astronomy, The Earth is Not a Globe, in which he documents all of his different proofs, his different experiments that he believes proves the Earth is actually flat and not a globe, as modern science would have society believe. And when he dies, an aristocrat puts her money behind spreading this pamphlet, this gospel, as far and wide as possible. And at the turn of the 20th century, it has thousands, literally thousands of members, and the membership starts to decline. Arguably, the more advances we make in getting off the ground in aeroplanes and other kind of contraptions, the further up people go, the higher people can see from, and the more people can see that there is a curvature, the number of people in this movement dwindles. In 1956, Samuel Shenton here starts the Flat Earth Society, picking up on lots of the ideas of Samuel Rowbotham. This is the first thing that could be called a Flat Earth Society by that name. When he dies in 1971, that movement, that group, that membership list is transplanted to America by Charles K. Johnson, who's an evangelical pastor, who wraps the Flat Earth Research Society of America, as he calls it, he wraps that into his evangelical church to form this Flat Earth Society. So again, using Flat Earth as a way of demonstrating biblical literalism. When that membership starts to dwindle, Charles K. Johnson had a house fire in, I think, 1990, lost most of the memberships, lost the information on those people. Flat Earth Society goes into something of a coma for a while, and it's reawoken in 2004 by a chap called Daniel Shenton, who reforms the Flat Earth Society as a largely online forum for people to discuss flat Earth ideas. Incidentally, and this is just an aside, Daniel Shenton is no relation of Samuel Shenton. This is something that blows my mind, because these are the only two people I've ever heard of in all of recorded history called Shenton. They're both flat earthers, they're not related. That, to me, is the real story here. You know, that's the conspiracy as to how these two unrelated Shentons came to be flat earthers. But I first came across the Flat Earth Society in 2013 when I was looking for people to talk to who I disagreed with for Be Reasonable. And I interviewed them on the very second episode of Be Reasonable. And in having a conversation with, it was Michael Wilmore, the vice president that I spoke to, in having a conversation with a flat earther, I found some really fascinating things out. Like, for example, the society was split by a series of schisms. One of those schisms was around the shape of the world. Whether it's a round Earth or a different model. One of the other schisms, actually, was how vociferously people believed in the flat Earth as an idea at all. People often ask the question, do these people genuinely believe the world is flat? Well, one half of the schism on the Flat Earth Society forum, 100% absolutely were convinced the world was flat. But the other half of that schism was people who knew for a fact the world wasn't flat, but just enjoyed the intellectual pursuit of arguing a position they knew to be false in order to see how off the wall and zany and esoteric their arguments could be to demonstrate the flat Earth. And so the problem was, this group of highly intellectual trolls were really good at what they were doing, and they just convinced this group to believe even harder. And so they had this kind of effect of making the membership die down just because these people who kind of knew that what they were saying was false were so insistent on what they were doing. So that's one of the schisms. The other schism in the society was around the model of the flat Earth. What does the flat Earth look like? Because one half believes, like in the logo there, that the Arctic Circle's in the middle, the countries of the world are spread out from the centre, and there's a wall of ice around the edge that you or I would call Antarctica, but they don't believe there's an Antarctica. They don't believe there's a South Pole, a single southern point. Instead, they believe it's spread around the edge of the disk as a wall of ice keeping us in. That's one half of the schism. The other half of the schism believes that, yes, the Arctic Circle's in the middle and the countries are around it, and beyond that there's ice, but instead of it being an ice wall with a discrete edge to the disk, instead that ice just goes on forever. They say it's an infinite plane in all directions that bisects reality, which is a bloody lovely idea. I love the idea of an infinite plane in all directions that bisects reality. You can travel forever in any direction and you'll never find an edge. You'll never be able to get below to whatever's on the other side. So this forum at the time is really a place for people to have arguments, to bring forward proofs, to discuss their different versions of the flat Earth and which of these models is correct. But both these models suffers from some drawbacks. If you think about them for a while, you'll be able to imagine what some of those drawbacks might be. But one of those drawbacks is gravity. You know, in a spherical version of the Earth, we have a mass in the centre. We have a sufficient mass to have gravity as an attractant force keeping us down towards the centre of the ball. So we can understand that. We don't know exactly what gravity is, but we do understand roughly how it works pretty well. And we can explain, therefore, why gravity exists in a round Earth with a centre of mass, a centre of gravity. That's not the case when you have a flat disk. Why would the gravitational pull at various different parts of those disks be the same if they aren't being pulled downwards? And similarly with the infinite plane, it's difficult to explain gravity. But you've got this group of intellectual trolls, and they say, well, hang on a second. What is gravity? Gravity is an accelerating force downwards. You drop something, it accelerates towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. That, they argued, was indistinguishable from a world in which you let go of something and the ground came up to meet it at 9.8 meters per second squared. So that is their idea of gravity, that the world's an infinite plane in all directions that bisects reality and is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared and always has been since the dawn of time. And people would see these arguments and they'd say, well, hang on a second, clearly you've not thought this through, because if you're accelerating constantly for a long period of time since the dawn of time, eventually you're going to go so fast that you go faster than the speed of light, which, as we all know, is not possible. That's the natural speed limit of the universe. But this group of intellectual trolls had thought about that. And they said, well, you're right, you can't go faster than the speed of light, and if you accelerate for long enough, you're going to start approaching light speed. But if you look at Einstein's theory of relativity, it says that the faster you get, the closer you get to light speed, the more time starts to slow down. So you're getting faster, time's getting slower, and the maths works back out again. And so they had answers to what would be fairly common challenges. And what was interesting about this is the people who would come rushing into those kind of conversations were often skeptics, or at least people who would disbelieve that the world was flat and would believe that the world was actually round. And for a lot of these people, they saw this forum as an opportunity to show off how much they knew. I know the world is round, having never thought about it really that much before. These people think it's flat. They are stupider than me, therefore I can just go into their forum and tell them how it really is. And what would happen is they'd go into those conversations without doing any of the prep on what the pseudoscientific arguments were, and they'd be roundly crushed by the people who were trolling, who knew for a fact that what they were saying wasn't true, but were just mucking about. And they had answers to all of the very common arguments, because for a lot of people, you would the way you would challenge the flat Earth as an idea is from the first thing you think of, that kind of that you say proves that the Earth is round, missing the fact that if it's the first thing you can think of, it's the first thing the next guy could think of, and the next guy's a flat earther, so he must have an answer to that question. So people, without having done the homework, without having looked at the pseudoscientific arguments, were rushing into these conversations, and they were losing the arguments, they were losing the debates. And that had two effects. One was some of those people who lost the debate were persuaded that the world was flat. And the other was that the people onlooking who really believed the world was flat would see skeptics go rushing into this conversation and have their arse handed to them, And they would say, you see, we must be right. All these smart Alecs from outside who think that the world is round, they've just embarrassed themselves by losing this argument. We're clearly very right. So the very fact that people rushing into a conversation without having done any of the background research on what the pseudoscientific arguments were, but just assuming in some ways quite an arrogant way that they were smarter than anyone they were talking to and could therefore win this argument without doing any work on it, they were actually having a detrimental effect in converting people back out of the movement, of the flat earth movement. But also, it didn't go viral at this time. These arguments didn't catch fire. And I think part of this is because the complexity of the arguments. I think the complexity worked as a defense mechanism to rebut the instant arguments from skeptics, but also the rebuttals were quite complicated. To understand a flat earth view of gravity, in that example, you needed to understand have a working knowledge of Einstein's theory of relativity and how that might apply to bodies that are travelling at near light speeds. That's not the kind of information you can just whack on a photograph and make it go viral on Facebook. So I think the very complexity of the arguments, while acting as a shield to rebuff any challenges, also acted as a limiting factor for any recruitment efforts. It wasn't the kind of argument that would reach people and recruit people to the movement unless they already had another ideological reason to believe. Here's a couple of versions of what the flat earth might look like that I found in 2013 when I was having these conversations. So you can see here the common flat earth map. That's the circle with the Arctic Circle in the middle, otherwise known as the azimuthal equidistant model. The middle model there is Michael Wilmore's version of the flat earth. He proposed this as a way of explaining the way that shipping transit routes work around the world and explain those quite well. And on the end there you can see one version of the infinite plane model, the infinity of ice model. And this version essentially posits that if we are the Earth in a puddle in the infinity of ice, and there's water and then there's land inside that water, and we're in a puddle, then what's to say there isn't another puddle and another puddle? And in those puddles, maybe there's land. Maybe there are creatures on that land, and that's where aliens come from. And I think this is a good example of what the flat earth theory, the flat earth conspiracy theory, actually does, because I think this is a model that was born from somebody who already believed that aliens were visiting, but then who came to believe that the world was flat, and then saw there was a tension between those two ideas. For example, because some flat earthers don't believe space exists. There's lots of other explanations for it, but they don't believe in space. So if you already believe that there's aliens definitely visiting us, and then you come across an idea that sort of disagrees with that in some ways, you can either throw one of these two ideas out, or you can push them together and say, well, the alien visitations must be coming from a different part of the flat earth plane, or the flat plane that we're all on, and therefore the fact that aliens are visiting us isn't dispository of the flat earth, but is actually proof of the flat earth. And this is something we see not just with the flat earth conspiracy theory, but lots of conspiracy theories, that they attract and amalgamate other theories into them to create an ever more complex worldview, rather than, in my opinion, dealing with the complexity that is, the world is sometimes a bit hard to explain and doesn't follow very simple rules. Not everything is going to have a very simple explanation, or at least an explanation that you can directly find. And sometimes there's going to be a dissonance between what you already believe and what you later learn. I think in this conspiracy theory, and in lots of conspiracy theories, the way they deal with that dissonance is to just force ideas into one another and create this kind of pattern of this kind of quilt of ideas. So that was 2013. It didn't go viral, but it started to go viral in about 2015, 2016. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One of those reasons is this. This is Eric Dubay's 200 Proofs the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball. It was a book and a video that was released in 2016. And this is 3 years after those quite complex conversations. You'd imagine 3 years of complexity, but in fact these are incredibly simple arguments. The horizon looks flat, you can't tell me my eyes are lying. Rivers run downhill, but if the earth is round, a river would have to run uphill to get to the water. Especially rivers in the southern hemisphere would have to go a long way uphill to get to the water. Pilots, when they're flying, they say they fly in a straight line, but if you fly in a straight line around a curved surface, you go straight off into space. So pilots, the only way they could make it around Earth is if they constantly course corrected the nose of their plane downward to go around the curve. But when you talk to pilots, that isn't what they do. They argue, if the world is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, how can a helicopter stay over the same plot of land? Surely it would lift up, the world would spin at 1,000 miles an hour beneath it, and it would land again. So in a helicopter, to get anywhere, all you'd have to do is lift up and wait for the anywhere to come to you and then land again. This is the flat Earth argument in here. Also, they've got in there, if Australia was genuinely upside down, people would fall off it. That's argument 113. I'm barely paraphrasing that, so you guys in Australia can testify to the accuracy of that. 189, argument 189 is that the Bible says the world is flat, therefore it must be. 191, Pythagoras, Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Neil Armstrong were all, apparently, Freemasons, therefore the world must be flat. These are not quality arguments. These are arguments based on rumour, supposition. They're pitched at the gut instinct, what feels right in your stomach rather than what actually makes sense in the world around you. The counterintuitive nature of some of the physics of the real world are just glossed over by some of these arguments, really. So that was one of the real touch points. The other real touch point was a chap called Mark Sargent, who's a conspiracy theorist who had all sorts of different ideas about the world. JFK was assassinated by the US government. The moon landing was fake. There was a civilization on Mars. He produced a series of flat Earth clues in 2015, and most flat Earthers I talk to cite Mark Sargent or Eric Dubé as their entry points into the flat Earth movement. And so when I interviewed him in 2017 on Be Reasonable, I asked him what he believes about the flat Earth. And he said, yes, it is a disc, but instead of just being a disc, it's actually a disc with a dome on top of it, like in the film The Truman Show. And he said it's no coincidence that it's like in the film The Truman Show, because the people who made The Truman Show are the ones who control Hollywood, and they're the same ones who are hiding the truth of the world from us. And if you know what the euphemism people who control Hollywood means, I promise you we will get there in a moment. The reason we know this, Mark Sargent says, is because Werner von Braun, the father of rocket scientists, the Nazi scientist smuggled out of Germany after the Second World War, has on his headstone, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Why would the father of rocket science have on his headstone a reference to the firmament, which is the biblical name for the roof on top of the world? Well, this is his way of saying, actually, all that stuff that they made me say about space must have been a lie. I was lying the entire time just to get out of Germany, because really there's a roof on top of the world, and here I am confessing it from beyond the grave. I would argue the other interpretation of that quote is the bit about the heavens declaring the glory of God for a man who saw his work as the key to the heavens. He was the person who allowed us to access the glory of God because of his rocket technology. But no, according to Mark Sargent, it's a post-deathbed confessional. So this is what Mark Sargent's version of the world looks like, and it's a little different from the two models we've already seen. His is not the only model, alternative model out there. There are others. And when I started researching this, I found that as Mark Sargent was so popular on YouTube, as Eric Dubé was so popular on YouTube, people started taking to the streets to proclaim the messages of these two chaps. And in fact, there was one here in the northwest of England, in Chester, where a chap was on the streets talking about how the world is flat, how you can't trust experiments you haven't done, how photographs, you should never ever trust them because they're very easily manipulated. But YouTube is reliable evidence, because here's this video of a flat Earth demonstration that proves the world is flat. So these were the mantras. Don't trust a demonstration you've not done for yourself. Digital media can't be trusted, but when it's digital media that agrees with me, here I'll produce it as evidence. And I think it's a very indicative point about the flat Earth movement, is that the standards to which they hold arguments they disagree with are far higher than the standards that they hold their own arguments to. They don't scrutinise their own arguments to anywhere near the same standard as any argument that would disagree with them. It's not just small groups that were having these flat Earth meetups. In fact, there was a convention in the UK where 160 people went along to a hotel to spend 3 days talking about how the world was flat. And if you're like me and you see that such a convention exists, you buy tickets, you attend, you go along, and you spend 3 days amongst flat earthers to try and understand what it is that they believe and how they support their own belief. And I'll tell you a little bit about that now. The first speaker was a guy called Iru Landucci, who's an Argentinian conspiracy theorist, YouTuber, believes in all manner of things. 9/11's evil, GMOs are evil, vaccines are evil. He also believes the world is flat. But when he spoke for 3 hours, I think it was, at the conference, he didn't really talk about the flat Earth very much. He talked about all these other conspiracy theories, like how the UN is a front for the one world order, because the Spanish word for UN is ONU, which is backwards is UNO, which is Spanish for one. And therefore, the UN is a front for the one world order, because the reverse name of it in Spanish is the Spanish word for one. At this point, Alice Howarth, who was with me at the conference, leant over to me and said, does he realise that UN is already French for one? Because he could have shortcut a lot of his logic there. He denied the existence of dinosaurs and said the Illuminati actually paid an artist to invent them. He said that atheists are actually worshipping Athos, the Greek mountain god, and that's where the word atheist comes from, which isn't true. He also said that the protocols of the Elders of Zion show us that the Jesuits and the Jews who are in control of the world have all these Machiavellian evil plans for the world. And this made me draw a sharp intake of breath when I saw it. Because anybody who's not aware of the protocols of the Elders of Zion, it is a thoroughly discredited anti-Semitic hoax document, which purported to be a transcript of a meeting of elder and senior Jewish figures who really have a shadowy hand behind controlling everything in the world. But actually the document was a plagiarism of a satire written about Machiavelli in hell, and was passed off as being a genuine transcript of Jewish elders, as a way of stoking anti-Semitic tendencies, making people feel negative towards Jewish people, and making people feel that this secret cabal of Jewish people was behind all the major catastrophes and events in the world. And so here at this Flat Earth conference, we see very naked anti-Semitism, and nobody seems to bat an eyelid at it. And I thought that was interesting. Then we had Darren Nesbitt. Darren Nesbitt was a really interesting flat earther, believed in all manner of different conspiracy theories. He got up on stage and said, first of all, two things that were mantras. He said, be your own authority and do your own evidence-based skeptical research, which is exactly what I would tell a room full of flat earthers. So I was fascinated to see him say that. He also presented a list of questions that flat earthers should ask themselves. And there were questions like, do you find it hard to associate with people who don't believe the world is flat? Do you find that if people accepted the world's flat, it would solve most of the problems in their lives? And when everybody in the audience, by and large, was kind of nodding and smiling and recognising themselves in these questions, he said, this is a list of cult questions, the cult questionnaire, to find out if you're in a cult. If you're saying yes to these things, it means you may be in a cult. And he said the reason for that, he said, is because this model of the world can't possibly be true for lots of very obvious reasons. He pointed out that you can always travel in all directions. No one's ever had to travel back. The northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere see different sets of constellations. There's lots of different reasons there. And he presented all these reasons at the Flat Earth Conference. And then he presented what he thought the world might look like. And he believes it looks a bit like this. So he believes it's kind of based on a diamond, but actually this is a lot more like it here. So you can see travelling across the North Pole and the South Pole at the very top and bottom of that diamond would take about the same amount of time. The longest way to get from the left to the right would be to go across the equator, which is what we see. So this isn't a bad model, but it has some flaws. For example, if you travel too far west, according to this model, you'd fall off the edge. But, says Darren Nesbitt, that's only if you believe that there is an edge. If instead you believe it's a four-dimensional time-space warp, what would actually happen is when you travel west, you wouldn't go off the edge, you just reappear east. Like in Pac-Man. You can just continually travel wacka, 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 and come back on the other side. Now, I looked at this model and thought, this isn't a terrible model. It explains a couple of things, but I can improve it without the need to invent a four-dimensional time-space warp by just taking the diamond and bending it backwards until this bit met with this bit and this bit met with this bit. And at this point, what you've got is a rudimentary three-dimensional object, not unlike a sphere. And in fact, if you took more than 3 points of measurement, you took multiple points of measurement, you'd get all the way back to a sphere. So maybe one day Darren will have the intellectual honesty to follow through and get back to a sphere. And I mean that genuinely. He genuinely seemed to be asking interesting questions about the flat Earth and rejecting what other people thought about the flat Earth, but coming to his own conclusion, which, in my opinion, is still very ideological-led. And the dissonance of rejecting his previous conclusion is holding him back from seeing what I would argue is the real truth. A couple of quick points about how we know some of these arguments aren't true. This is one of the most famous, most easily trotted out arguments, constantly trotted out arguments by flat earthers, is that the world looks flat. Look at the horizon, it just looks flat. This is one of their memes, one of their pictures to say, show me the curve here. But the thing is, if you take their own picture, blow it up and add a ruler, you can see the curve. You can see in the center there, the ruler touches the curve, but at the edge, there's a gap. So what's actually happening here is that horizon isn't flat, it just looks it, because the world is massive. It's nearly 25,000 miles in circumference, and very few of us ever get to see that amount of it. Very few of us ever get to see this amount, or even this amount, or even this amount. But even at this point of just zooming into that same circle a few times, it looks a hell of a lot flatter than the full circle did. What's actually happening is the world is bigger than we can comprehend because we aren't built to process things in that sort of scale. You know, we evolved to be able to understand the things around us, to work out distances that are involved in our lives. We hadn't evolved to have a brain that naturally and instinctively understands cosmic distances. And that's why when we look at the horizon, the answer that is true is so counterintuitive that yes, there's a curve there, it's just so subtle you can't see it because the world is bigger than your brain can really genuinely take in easily. That's why many people reject it. This idea about helicopters travelling over a ground that's travelling 1,000 miles an hour, again, is counterintuitive physics that people are rejecting from a gut level. Because what's happening is when the helicopter takes off a world that's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, the helicopter itself is also travelling at 1,000 miles an hour and carries on in a parabolic arc, essentially, as it lifts from the ground, propelled forward 1,000 miles an hour with momentum, and then carries on moving through an atmosphere that's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. And a good demonstration of this is this trampoline that's being pulled by a tractor at 20 miles an hour. And the chap in the middle is going to jump really high on the trampoline. And your gut tells you that when he leaves the trampoline will drive away and he'll splat down on the ground because he went up and the trampoline moved. But what actually happens is when he leaves the trampoline, he is propelled forwards in a parabolic arc. And he can actually land back on the trampoline at every point there. So what have I learned from spending time with the Flat Earth movement? Well, first of all, I think this isn't about rejecting science. It's not that people, first of all, want to say, I don't care about science. They actually really want to be scientific. But the conclusions they come to aren't led by the facts, aren't led by the science. They're led by their identity, their values, their ability to see through rhetoric. And so when they come across a detail that feels right to them, they accept it. When they come across a detail that feels wrong, they reject it. And that's how so many of us make our decisions. But in many of our cases, those decisions are true, and so it doesn't really hamper us too much. But when it comes to Flat Earth, that feeling, that identity, that value-led decision-making, first of all, is what's allowing them to throw away details that disagree with the worldview, whatever else their worldviews may be. YouTube has a massive role in terms of recruiting people to Flat Earth, and I can talk about that in the Q&A if people are interested. There isn't one single Flat Earth belief. There's lots of different beliefs, different shapes of the world. If you assume that people all have one thing in their head and you have a conversation with them about that thing and they have a different model in their head, you aren't going to be able to get to the nub of what they really think. And your arguments aren't going to land on fertile ground because you don't know what you're talking about. So it's really important first to understand what the person thinks before you start to persuade them to question what they think. Otherwise, you're the people wading into the Flat Earth forum to say, I can prove you that the Flat Earth is wrong because gravity, and then losing the argument because you haven't thought about it as much as they have. Equally, Flat Earth isn't a single belief. It's lots of different beliefs. You might be, the Bible's literally true, that Satan's tools are everywhere, that the Illuminati and the New World Order secretly control the world, and that they may or may not be Jewish. You believe fluoride is evil, GMOs are evil, vaccines are evil, that there's a cure for cancer that they don't want you to know about. All of these things fit together. Because I think personally the Flat Earth belief isn't about accepting a belief, it's about rejecting mainstream positions, rejecting mainstream beliefs. And that's what leaves people prone to accepting a cluster of alternative ideas, because they've trained themselves to reject mainstream ideas that are based more in evidence for whatever ideological value or identity positions that got them there in the first place. And if we want to try and bring people back, it's important that we bear that in mind, that the Flat Earth isn't in isolation. It's a symptom of a set of ideas and values that have other symptoms too. Also, people come into the Flat Earth belief for lots of different reasons. Some of them may be traumatic personal crises, and we should be sensitive to that. People can be going through the worst time in their lives and come across this idea and are more likely to accept it because the rest of their lives are struggling in such ways. And if they got into it through a personal crisis, we should be very sensitive to that, I think. Shouting at them doesn't really help get us anywhere. And finally, if we want to try and help people, and I think we're involved in skepticism because we do want to try and help people, the way to do that, I think, is not through mockery, but through understanding, through trying to have conversations with people, to try and engage with them and keep in human contact. Because if we mock them and we act superior to them and we call them names and call them gullible and call them stupid, we just separate them even further and send them down further down the pathway, further down the rabbit hole, further into the insular nature of their community where people aren't going to say those things about them. If we want to reach them, I think the way we do that is through understanding. And if we are sensitive and we continue to treat people like human beings and treat them respectfully, maybe we'll be able to pull them back from that edge, if indeed there is an edge. Thank you so much.
And we're back live with Skepticon 2020 online edition. And here in Q&A corner, we have Michael Marshall. Welcome, Michael.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. It's lovely to be virtually here.
Well, look, thanks for being virtually here at such a rude hour of the morning that it is for you over there. We've got a couple of questions to hit you with if you're good to play ball.
Yeah.
Now, our first one from one of our viewers. How did you get to the other side of the disc the last time you came to Australia?
Well, I've actually got a slide I can show you about that, because air travel is a big thing for flat earthers. And they actually think this proves their argument. Because if you look at the way you'd have to travel to get from, say, Australia to Santiago in Chile, if you look at those actual flights, you couldn't go directly. You'd have to sort of change in America. And they would argue this makes no sense at all. Why would you come all the way from the southern hemisphere all the way up to the northern hemisphere just to get on a plane and go back down again? This is really inefficient that you're going so far. They say the only thing that would make sense is if the world was flat, because then you're flying in a straight line. So from Australia, you go over America, so you just stop there and change, and that's how you get to Santiago. So they think this is actually a really strong argument for their position. But again, what they're missing, and what so often gets missed in the flat earth world, is the complications of that, the implications of that, and what other factors might be affecting it. Because when you do take a flight from Sydney and you're trying to get to Santiago, and you change in America, you're not changing just to refuel the airplane. You're also changing to refuel the people and to change the people over, because not every single person leaving Sydney wants to be going to Santiago. Some of them be going to other parts of the world, like, for example, back to the UK, like I did when I left Sydney. And so it's just that America is a useful interchanging point where there's enough people wanting to get off and on. And the fun thing about this is, I was saying this argument for a number of years once I started giving this talk. But traveling from Sydney to Santiago started to get so popular just generally as people sort of started to explore South America a little bit more and wanted to get out and go to slightly more off the beaten track places of tourism, that there actually now is a direct flight from Sydney to Santiago run by Qantas, and the fact it only takes 14 hours, because with the curvature of the Earth, you can take a shortcut over the Antarctic sort of southern pole kind of area, and so it actually makes that flight much shorter because the Earth is actually round. So what was one of their strong arguments no longer is, just because of the physics of what they're of the real world. So yeah, that's how I got to Australia, and how many people travel the globe now that we know the globe. Well, since we know that the globe is actually spherical and not circular.
Right. An argument that disappeared in a puff of logic. There it goes. One of our viewers has said, I've always thought it was just a bunch of people taking the piss for the fun of it. Are there really serious believers?
Yeah, so when I first came across the movement in about, as I think it was about 2013, something like that, 2014, I think it was a bit of a split. And I sort of mentioned this in the talk a little bit, is that you had these two camps of people who said the world is flat, and some of them really believed it, and some of them were just mucking around and were just taking a piss. And this second group were pretty educated, I think, about the way the world works, and that's why they came up with really sophisticated arguments. With the theory of relativity, proving gravity, things like that. These days, I think the people who profess that the world is flat, and certainly were over the last few years, I think the vast majority, if not all of them, believe that. And I think the reason we can be fairly confident of that is because the arguments that were put forward most recently for the world being flat are so simplistic, are so gut level, instinct level. There's basically no sport left in pretending you think the world is flat and then finding the esoteric proofs. I think they really believe it. And I think it crosses over, and in many ways kind of prefaced or predicted conspiracy theories that are now much more prominent than flat Earth, like QAnon, things like that. I think the people who believe in flat Earth, it's not just, they don't just believe that one belief, they believe a whole suite of beliefs. And that's why I think they really do believe, and then they're not just mucking around. And flat earth is, for a lot of them, I think the least harmful version of the things that they believe in that aren't true.
Well, that leads to another one of the questions here, which is, have you ever come across a flat earther who has had that as their single fringe belief, isn't a more broad conspiracy theorist? Does that exist in isolation, or is it part of a suite of theories?
Yeah, I don't think I've come across a flat earther who just believes in the flat earth in isolation. And so this is one of the things at the Flat Earth conference that I went to. The speakers, by and large, lots of them weren't even talking about the flat earth. They were talking about the Illuminati and the New World Order and Satanism. And one of the speakers, who was a British flat earther, was also talking about the book he sells about how you can cure all diseases by drinking your own urine or washing in your own urine. So it really is a belief that kind of, I think, other pseudoscientific ideas cluster around, and that's either because it's a great recruitment tool to those other ideas, or because to get to flat earth, you already have to have gone through so many other different layers of logic to get there, that the people who end up there have made their way through all those holes in those other arguments and have fallen through those cracks, and so end up kind of accumulating those beliefs. I think it is also an inherently religious position for a lot of people. I don't know if it was expressly spread in that way, but it certainly had the effect that every single speaker at the Flat Earth conference that I went to would at one point say that this was their proof of the divine or their access to God. And I think the only flat earthers I've ever come across who didn't profess it as a religious belief or even a creationist belief were when I gave this talk in Prague in the Czech Republic, and two flat earthers came up to me there and said, actually, we're not religious at all. And I think that's really interesting, because I wonder if that's because they were doing their flat earth research in Czech and not in English, so it wasn't infected with some of the tropes of the evangelical Christian movement that came from Samuel Rowbotham and Charles K. Johnson. They were doing a different language version of flat earth. Or I wonder if it's because for a long period, obviously under the Iron Curtain, formal religion was banned in the Czech Republic. And so maybe during the formative years of the Flat Earth movement, that divorce away from religion happened with the banning of religion. And so they were kind of inoculated or weren't exposed to religion, and therefore to have that sort of come back in. But I think those are the closest I've found to people who believe the world is flat but don't believe other beliefs in terms of religion. But I didn't have a chance, unfortunately, to interrogate their other views. The one thing I'll just add as well is that when flat earthers turn up to my talk, and they'll always try and have a conversation with me or an argument with me after it, one of the things I ask first of all in that conversation, I say, we can get into talking about the flat earth in a moment, but just before we do any of that, the Holocaust, what's your opinion of it? And I'm yet to meet a flat earther who says, yes, it happened. So I think it really does, the flat earth really softens the ground for these other really dark conspiracy theories. And I don't even think they've realized that they're anti-Semitic, but I've never met a flat earth who said, yes, the Holocaust was a real thing and 6 million Jewish people died. So it has got those other beliefs in there too.
Right. So of the ever-growing plethora of crazy conspiracy theories out there, what would be probably the wackiest one that you've ever encountered?
Oh gosh, it's really hard because there's so many. The Hollow Earth was a really fun one. So I had well, not a fun one, but it was a really interesting one in that I had a long conversation on Be Reasonable with a guy who professed to believe in the Hollow Earth. I actually found him because he was interviewed by the Flat Earth Society, and they have they had a podcast at the time, and there was this podcast interview between people who thought the world was flat and people who thought it was hollow. And these are two incompatible ideas, but throughout the conversation, they barely disagreed because they just agreed on why everybody else was wrong, and didn't really get into the nitty-gritty of how their two ideas differed. So I interviewed this guy, a guy called Rodney Clough, about the Hollow Earth. And we start off talking about the Hollow Earth and how the historical evidence shows the Earth is hollow because this drunken sailor came back and said he'd seen the inside of the Hollow Earth. And this explorer who got stranded on the Arctic Circle and who walked for days without food or water saw there was a way into the Hollow Earth and came back and told us about it. And it can't be that drunken people see things that aren't real or tell stories that aren't real, and people who haven't eaten for days might hallucinate. It can't be that. It's definitely that there's a Hollow Earth. And so he started talking about how we can, what we know about the hollow earth and how gravity doesn't exist, but people are being squished down to the earth by magnetic forces, by electronic forces that are being shot out, particles being shot out of the top of the earth, travel around and come back in the middle of the earth, and that's keeping us down. And about how inside the earth there's a sun, and that's why it's warm inside the earth. But then he started talking about how people get to the hollow earth. And he said some people go there, like the Nazis escaped there in U-boats. They took a submarine and went in the middle of the earth. But some of the Nazis escaped there via the spaceships that were given to them by the people from Venus. And I said, well, if the Nazis had spaceships given to them by the people from Venus, wouldn't they have used them to win the Second World War? He said, yeah, but they promised the aliens that they wouldn't. I said, right, but like the Nazis famously didn't tend to keep their promises, not that good a guy. He said, well, actually, the Nazis were pretty good guys. History has it all wrong. They were just defending Germany. So, well, even if you thought that was true, the Holocaust was bad. The Holocaust didn't happen, and the Nazis are actually good guys. So he just went straight from the earth is hollow to the Nazis were actually misunderstood and the Holocaust never actually happened. So that's one of the wackiest things I've heard. One of the most unusual things I've heard. My other favorite belief that I've come across was a lady who believed in a thing called the Book of Knowledge, which was a book that was filled. If you were to read it, it would make no sense to you. It would be gobbledygook words in an order that made no sense at all, because it's so high complex and infused with alpha energy that our brains can't comprehend it. So instead, to get all that knowledge, what you have to do is transcribe the book by hand, word for word, and then the alpha energy comes into you, because this book was beamed into the brain of an 80-year-old Turkish lady by aliens via the alpha channel. And it's a living book that's got all this alpha energy infused. And what she told me was the book is actually alive. And every single night, the aliens beam new information, new words into that book and change all the words of the book. And I said, yeah, but you've got your copies. You could just compare them. And he said, well, the aliens change those as well. And they change your memory of everything you wrote so that it all lines back up again. So that's the favorite belief I've come across. That is the most unfalsifiably wacky belief I've come across, I think.
How do you ever get to the end of the story?
Exactly.
Okay, a couple more questions. So how do you remain so calm when talking to people who have an utter lack of logic, and where can we buy some of your calm?
I think I stay so calm because I'm really excited by the conversations that I have. I'm really excited to find out what people actually think. I'm excited by the challenge of picking your way through their beliefs in a way that isn't so antagonistic that they shut down and stop talking to you. And I think I'm also excited about what ways in which we can try to reach these people, or at the very least get so much information from them that we can understand how somebody could be in some ways radicalized into that position, so that the next time you meet someone who's halfway along that journey, you can give them the information ahead of time, divorced from any of the ideological weighting of it, so that they might be inoculated from traveling down that path. So yeah, I think I just get really excited about having conversations with people where you're trying to understand what they're saying, pass it for logic, and then figure out the hole in that logic, and then pass that back into a polite conversation on the fly in real time without breaking conversation. I find that a really interesting and an exciting challenge.
Yes, agreed. One last question. Changing mindsets of people who are so far down the rabbit hole is near impossible, but what do we do to stop people falling in the first place?
It's tricky. I think one of the things we can do is to stop seeing it in a black and white world of there are skeptics and believers, and that these are two completely separate camps, and never the twain shall meet, really. Because I think what that can do is essentially ghettoize people. So what I see with the Flat Earth movement, I think people become more radical in that movement, and even the Flat Earth in many ways, like I said, laid the groundwork for things like QAnon and other conspiracy theories that kind of followed. It was the same kind of pathway for a lot of people. I think along that pathway, when they profess an idea that's completely wrong, if they're met by people who are saying you're an idiot for believing that, or even what you're believing has these such ugly and evil connotations and implications that you yourself are evil and things in your beliefs, they just see people, they'll see us as those people who called me names and were nasty towards us. and they'll see the people who agree with them and actually have even more extreme views as very nice and supportive and warm, and they'll be pulled in that direction just because we all want to be validated, we want to be valued. So I think to stop that, we need to embrace the personhood of the person we're disagreeing with, while also gently levering away some of those beliefs. But if we see it as a bipartisan tribal thing, then we'll just leave them off over to the side, where yes, they believe the world is flat, but all the people they're hanging out with believe that the Jews did it. And so they're faced with the choice of either rejecting that and having nobody, or accepting that and keeping that community. So trying to keep the humanity, I think, of people we disagree with in mind is the way we can start to pull people back from that brink, I think.
It is quite the world of twisted logic. Marsh, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for
thank you. This is really fun.
Sparrows. So yes, thank you so much. And thanks for joining us here on Skepticon 2020. See you again soon.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Bye, everyone.
See you, Marsh. Coming up next on Skepticon 2020 Online Edition, we have our final speaker for the show. Dr. Alice Howarth joins us all the way from the UK. Alice is a clinical and molecular pharmacologist working in nanomedicines at the University of Liverpool, UK, and vice president of the Merseyside Skeptics Society, and of course, the Skeptics with a K podcast. Alice talks to us today about the Vagina Mystery.
Hello, my name is Alice and I'm here to talk to you about the vagina. You might ask what it is that got me interested in vaginas and skepticism as a combined topic. So I got involved in skepticism around 10 years ago when I started attending Merseyside Skeptic Society's events in my hometown in Liverpool in the UK. And then around 7 years ago I joined the organising committee of the Merseyside Skeptics. And since then I've been podcasting and giving talks about various skeptical topics related to my day job as a working scientist predominantly. So I gave a talk about cancer here at Skepticon a few years ago. But when I joined Skeptics with a K 6 years ago, I really started to notice just how many products and claims there are out there related to the vagina. So I've been talking about these claims and products and ideas on the podcast now for years. And this talk is really about putting together all of those different claims, or a selection of some of those claims, and highlight what the issue really is, but also to show you that there's an overlap here. This isn't just a new thing, and it isn't a thing that's just related to woo topics. First though, a disclaimer. I'm a scientist. I'm quite good at assessing biology claims, and I'm a woman who's been the target of these claims and has lived experiences of medical issues related to that are common to women. But I'm not a medical doctor, I'm not a gynecologist, and you shouldn't be taking medical advice from me or anybody who isn't your own personal doctor who knows your personal case. Here are some of the stories that I've encountered over the last few years while I've been researching things for the podcast. So there's things like, there was a big story last year when we had a big heat wave in the UK, saying that please don't put eye solids in your vagina. Apparently women were putting eye solids in their vagina. I think it turns out there wasn't evidence that they were doing this. This, I think, was a PR article for a condom company. But it was still kind of all over the media, and a lot of these stories do take the shape of, don't do this weird thing that we claim women are doing. There's also articles about blind vaginas and speakers for your vagina, and using toothpaste to tighten your vagina, and the new vagina brush that seems to be doing the rounds at the moment. Let's start with some definitions. Firstly, I'm not just talking about the vagina, I'm really talking about the whole package, which is the vulva, but that's less catchy. The vulva includes pretty much everything, the clitoris, the labia majora and minor, the urethra and the internal canal, or the vagina. And some of the things I'm going to talk about today will relate just to the vagina, and some will relate wider than that. Let's start with some good old-fashioned woo. So these are called goddess ones. And they're your basic bog standard crystal dildo. They're up there in price compared to an average dildo because they're made of this luxury material or crystal, and they make all sorts of claims, and you can see some of the prices there on the screen. They're quite expensive. Another company that sells crystal dildos is Chakrubs, and these are some of the claims that they make. So they claim that they have positive effects on your electromagnetic field. they improve sensitivity, they create harmony in the body, mind and spirit, they reduce stress, extract repressed emotions, remove blocks caused by sexual trauma, they create intimacy with the self and the partner, encourage self-awareness and mindfulness, and set the tone for you to create your own intentions of wellness. Now, I'm all for the benefits of sex toys. Being open to playing with sex toys can do wonders for your own understanding of your own preferences, and it can open up discussions with your partner or partners. But these crystal dildos do not do anything more than that. That's all they're going to do. There's no magical properties imbued into crystal. But if it's not working to reduce your stress, you could try charging it in the full moonlight, which a lot of people claim for these sorts of crystal products. You might think that these are quite niche products, but actually these have been all over the mainstream media, including in Marie Claire, who said there's a line of sex toys made from crystals and they're supposed to recalibrate your private parts, and Glamour, who had an article headlined, "I masturbated with a crystal sex toy and it turned me into a believer." They've also been covered in Vice, Bustle, Refinery 29, BuzzFeed, Playboy, Teen Vogue, NTV, Pop Sugar and The Pool. So they are all over the mainstream media. You might also think that these are relatively harmless, but that's not necessarily the case, which is one thing we learnt a few years ago when good old Gwyneth Paltrow started selling crystal eggs. Here are some of the standard claims around crystal eggs. They claim that they may help to tone your muscles to improve orgasm, cause clitoral erection during arousal, and support the bladder, uterus and rectum. There's also claims that rose quartz has some magical properties about making you more loving and loved and more nourished. A lot of these claims, especially around improving orgasms and things like that, are related to holding the egg inside the vagina for extended periods of time, similar to Kegel exercises. But there's actually a crucial difference between these and Kegel exercises. So Kegel exercises are important and useful for many women, but they're designed to train the muscles to understand the difference, to feel the difference between tensing and relaxing. So you're really trying to tense for a period of time and then relax for a period of time so that your muscles get used to the difference between those two things. Holding an egg inside the vagina for a long period of time is only really allowing the muscles to do that contracting action. They're tensing excessively, and that can actually cause problems with excessive tensing, which can cause pain during penetration. But the other issue with crystals is that it's a porous material, which means they're prone to collecting and holding on to bacteria. I'm not sure I would fancy popping a bacteria-riddled love egg into my vagina, no matter how beautiful they look, and they are beautiful. In 2018, after the jade eggs were doing the rounds on social media, with Goop making claims that they balance hormones, regulate menstrual cycles, prevent uterine prolapse and increase bladder control, they got into a spot of bother. So they were taken to court for making these claims and in the end paid a settlement and took them down. Of course, they do still sell them, and they're still £60 a throw. And they're still making dubious claims that the eggs harness the power of energy work and crystal healing. But on top of that, Goop recognised that they could fill a gap. In an interview with the BBC, just 1 month after the settlement, Gwyneth said, "We have a whole regulatory team in place now and a science and research team." And this is the portal that they launched just 1 month after that lawsuit, making bold claims about their priority for science and an insistence that they don't promote any pseudoscience. Since then, they've also launched this part of their website, Goop PhD, where they talk about specific health conditions, including anorexia nervosa, and apparently are soon adding a section on breast cancer. And of course, they've branched into podcasts and Netflix shows, the promo image for which is very much on brand for this vagina talk. Of course, Goop love to talk sexual health, and they are predominantly targeting women. So here's just a selection of some of the stories that they've had on their website in the last few years, including plenty on using jade eggs and also articles on health supplements to improve PMS symptoms. Gwyneth Paltrow has kind of set herself up as someone who's empowering women. In an interview for the New York Times in 2018, she said, "We want to always be moving culture forward with what we do in the content and in the offerings, and also create conversations and forums to help eliminate shame. I think a lot of women experience a lot of shame in their lives. The more we talk about things that are sometimes uncomfortable, that are sometimes unknown, it might resonate with somebody, and then we might help them shed a bit of light, shed a little bit of that feeling. But I'm a little bit sceptical about this empowerment of women, because Gwyneth certainly is also a very savvy businesswoman. She also prioritises gaining followers. In an interview for the Evening Standard in 2019, she said, "People give me a lot of shit, and then they just follow along. I've often somehow had a sense of where things are going in this space and gone towards it, and people have followed. That's why it stopped worrying me or hurting my feelings when I get shit, because I'm like, I know where this is going. The louder they shout, the quicker they adopt." What I've told you so far might seem relatively low harm. I would disagree. The damage that these things can do are significant, including triggering symptoms of pain during penetration, a condition called vulvodynia, which affects an awful lot of women. But there are other products out there that are physically damaging to the vagina in a more direct way. This is a Jamu stick. It's a clay stick filled with all these planty herby things, which the company claims will make your vagina like a virgin again and return to your former tightness in seconds. They also claim that they can eliminate vaginal discharge and odour, and then it might treat your thrush without the need for medical intervention. They don't do any of that, of course, but they are astringent, which means they dry the vagina out, so they're stripping fluids from the vagina. I'm not sure why anyone would think this is a good idea, but I actually think it's actively a bad one. The vagina self-lubricates and self-cleans using production of its own fluid. Without that, the delicate skin can be prone to micro-tearing, which can increase the risk of bacterial infection and also cause pain and discomfort in the vagina. It won't make you tighter, and in fact, vaginal looseness from having sex or even giving birth isn't really a thing. But people believe that this is true and believe that there are things out there that can help them. And they also claim that they can exfoliate the vagina by removing skin cells, which is, again, completely unnecessary and, again, introduces a risk of infection. There also exists these little herbal tea bag contraptions. They claim to help remove toxins and do all sorts of other wonderful things, but again, they're loaded with astringent and caustic herbs that are literally stripping the vagina of skin and moisture. You do not want to Google these things. The images after they've been kept inside the body for several days are really grim. People will keep them inside the body for days and days and days, and these astringent, caustic herbs are really stripping and sloughing off the skin from inside the vagina. These things are really dangerous and really damaging. Another thing that can be really damaging is vulval steaming. This has become somewhat of a trend lately. This is a service that I found on Treatwell last year, a big spa service online at a regular normal spa venue. Claims for steaming include that it can relieve stress, depression, hemorrhoids, infections, infertility, hormone imbalance, headaches, fatigue, digestive issues and pain. And again, these claims are made in the mainstream, so you can see that people are using these treatments at home, in the comfort of their own homes, and people have, unsurprisingly, suffered burns from hovering their bits over steaming hot water. You might think that these misguided claims are unique to the world of woo, but misguided and damaging claims for women and people with vaginas have been around for a long time, long before woo got really fashionable. The beauty industry is riddled with it, and I'm sure many of you have come across special vulval shampoos, scented tampons and thrush-beating wipes, which all have their harms. This shampoo is recommended for use on your vulva, as opposed to using shampoo. Why would you use shampoo on your face? Why would you use normal body soap on your vagina, on your vulva? Let's sell you a dedicated product for that. But these products can remove bacteria from the vaginal ecosystem, which is there to help keep the growth of other things in check, leaving you at risk of bacterial vaginosis, thrush and UTIs. They can also increase the risk of skin damage from excessive cleaning with detergents, which again increases your risk of infection, inflammation, and it can cause discomfort. But even if they don't cause any physical harm, they're completely unnecessary. The messaging constantly reiterates that vulvas are smelly and bad, which of course is not a thing that vulvas are. Scented tampons play into this exact same messaging. You don't see them around too much these days. In fact, I've been trying to get hold of some for talks like this, and I can't find any anywhere, but they definitely used to exist, and they smell quite strong. I remember them being very strongly scented. They can be irritating and damaging too, and we haven't really tested the safety of the perfumes on mucous membranes like the vagina, which might absorb the perfume at a higher rate than other parts of the skin. And then we've got things like these anti-thrush wipes, which again are completely unnecessary, and again, excessive wiping can remove those good bacteria that actually protect against thrush. And they're a bit of a rip-off. At best, they're going to make you feel a little bit fresher, but at worst, they are actually quite damaging, and they do increase your risk of the very thing they claim to prevent. But again, that's the beauty world. We sort of expect them to create and take advantage of people's insecurities to sell pointless products. But what about the medical world? My favourite example of problems affecting specifically people with vaginas in the medical world was a fairly recent one. You might have seen headlines similar to this, all posed as justice for people who take contraceptives, that outrage that the way you take the pill has more to do with the Pope than it does have to do with your health, and that scientists had dismissed the Pope rule. This is really important news because 2/3 of women aged 20 to 24 take oral contraceptives. There are heaps of benefits for them. They can be prescribed to help with acne or menstrual problems, and they also give freedom to women and in fact many trans men, as it allows them to choose when and how they bleed. There are, of course, some risks associated with them, and they can carry side effects. These small pills have been around for so long that we have a really good understanding of how they work, and we have lots of different variations that you can try to find side effects that suit your lifestyle. For those who haven't had cause to understand the way you take a combined hormonal contraceptive pill, for most types of the combined hormonal contraceptive pill, you take a single pill every single day for 3 weeks, and then you have a 1-week break. This break allows the body to have a bleed, which isn't truly a period, because the hormone prevents the body from actually ovulating, but it is a bleed very similar to a period. And for as long as I've been taking the pill, which is a really long time, the recommendations have been, if you would like to run 2 packets together, i.e. take 6 weeks worth of tablets and then take a 1-week break, then that is okay to do. You can skip 1 period every 2 months. And it's this guidance that has changed more recently. But before we go into the guidance change, let's have a quick history lesson. The combined hormonal contraceptive pill was invented by these 5 people. 2 scientists in Pincus and Chang, a doctor in Rock, and 2 activists in Sanger and McCormick. They began trials in 1954, and originally they were working on a drug to help women conceive. So the idea was that stopping ovulation would help with infertility, and there was evidence that this was the case, that if they could stop ovulation for a period of time, restart ovulation, then women were more likely to become pregnant. The hormones were taken continuously with no break, but in those early days the drugs had quite high hormone levels, and those hormone levels gave side effects that were incredibly similar to early pregnancy, including things like morning sickness. Now remember, these were women who wanted to but were struggling to conceive. So inevitably, when they had these side effects of early pregnancy, they were prone to getting excited, convinced that they were pregnant. So the researchers thought for a while and decided to introduce a monthly break of 1 week to give a bleed. This would reassure women that they were not pregnant, so they didn't get their hopes up, only to be disappointed. And I think that's a really important and compassionate change that was introduced into these early trials. But since then, a lot has changed. We take these contraceptives to prevent pregnancy, not to try and help conception. And also we take them at much lower doses of hormones, so the side effects are much less significant. Still, 60 years later, and doctors still recommend taking a monthly break. Many doctors think it is completely necessary. In fact, I had an appointment with my own doctor recently talking about my contraceptive, and she asked why I was taking it continuously, why I wasn't taking a break, and encouraged me to take a break every 3 months. The Faculty of Reproductive and Sexual Health released new guidance last year saying that continuous use of the pill was permissible, that it was okay to take it every single day, to not have a break. It is true that for many, many women, if you take it every single day, you will periodically have a bit of spotting and breakthrough bleeding. But for some women, this means that they have no periods for years at a time sometimes. And that gives a lot of freedom to a lot of people to be able to not have those breakthrough bleeds that are still incredibly uncomfortable and incredibly inconvenient and completely unnecessary when you're taking the combined contraceptive pill. So there is the information in the guidance right there that continuous use for the pill is now permissible, is now within the guidelines from the Faculty of Reproductive and Sexual Health. But where does the Pope come into it? So it turned out that John Rock did try to argue that combined hormonal contraceptive pill should be allowed for Catholics, since it contains natural hormones, and natural birth control is allowed in Catholicism, so Catholics are allowed to use the rhythm method as a form of contraception. And so he argued that the combined hormonal contraceptive pill contained natural hormones produced by the body and should be allowed. Of course, that didn't work, but he did try to make that case. And I think that's how the idea got completely tied up in the Pope and has led to all of this reporting that has said to people, this is the reason that you take the pill the way you do. And that's just not true. The Pope had nothing to do with how it was designed. It was actually designed to help the women who were taking the pill. But it hasn't been questioned or changed in 60 years. And for me, this is a perfect example of medical bias targeting predominantly women. The continuous use of contraceptive pill can be very valuable for trans men as well, who might want to avoid menstruation entirely. But this is still a tablet that is taken by 2/3 of women in their early 20s. And in the last 60 years, no one has thought to question why it's okay to run 2 packets together, but not more than that. Why it's necessary to have this breakthrough bleed, even though the vast majority of doctors know that it's not a true period, know that it is a breakthrough bleed, and in fact will use that knowledge to explain why you can't possibly have symptoms of PMS when you're on the pill, you can't possibly have cyclical symptoms of mood changes and various other things related to PMS because it's not a real period, even though a lot of women report having those symptoms. But this medical bias is well documented. There's good research that shows that women are more likely to be given sedatives than pain relief for pain, that women are half as likely to be given pain relief for coronary bypasses than men, that women are 7 times more likely to be misdiagnosed when having a heart attack, that 70% of people with chronic pain are women, but 80% of the studies are in male mice or in men, that men wait 49 minutes for acute abdominal pain relief in hospital, while women wait 65 minutes for that same pain relief for that same condition, and that women are 13 to 25% less likely to be given opioids when in pain than men. And there's loads of other things that I could discuss here and have researched and looked into, ranging from how we recognise and treat endometriosis, how we recognise and treat vulvodynia, 2 incredibly common conditions that are massively under-researched and have very limited treatment options for women. And even UTIs, which we know predominantly affect women, can be more severe in people with vaginas, can be more problematic in people with vaginas, and can recur more frequently in people with vaginas. And yet, we don't have good practices for treating UTIs that are recurrent in that way. And in fact, the best we have is to offer long-term antibiotics, which of course is majorly problematic when we're facing issues with antibiotic resistance. Currently, there's guidance from NICE in the UK that says that women should be allowed to take things like D-mannose and probiotics to help treat recurrent UTIs, despite the fact that there's actually been very limited levels of research into these treatment options. There is evidence that the treatment options are valuable and they can be very useful for women who are struggling with recurrent UTIs who haven't found relief from taking long-term or even short-term antibiotics. But there hasn't been enough research yet, despite the fact that these are things that have been around for a while. You know, we could be researching these things better. We just don't necessarily think of these issues as particularly important. And then there's this common misconception that the G-spot doesn't exist. Researchers and academics across the ages for years has said the G-spot does exist, it doesn't exist, we can't find it, we can find it. Women are misreporting it, women claim that they can feel it, there's all sorts of very bizarre language around it, and yet we still doubt the existence of it. Before I get on to a rant about medical and scientific bias against women, I think that's a talk for an entirely different occasion. I would like to thank you for listening. If you want to find me in other places, here are some of the places that you can find me. As I said, I'm an organising committee member of the Merseyside Skeptic Society, a podcast at Skeptics with a K. We've recently, as the Merseyside Skeptic Society, we've recently taken over running the UK version of the Skeptic magazine, which I'm doing a lot of work to help out with and writing articles for that as well. You can find me on Twitter, and if you're interested in more skeptical talks and you're awake at very odd hours, you can always check out Skeptics in the Pub Online, which is a collaboration between UK skeptics running online events while we're all in lockdown and not feeling safe doing public events. So those are running every Thursday at 7 PM BST. And you can find lots of interesting content there. Thank you.
And we're back live. Welcome. Thanks for joining us here on Skepticon 2020 online edition. In Q&A Corner, we have Dr. Alice Howarth. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You know, here I was. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's not so bad for me, but not so great for you. Here I was thinking that vajazzling was weird, and boy, was I wrong.
There is so much more.
Woo! I never quite got that. But anyhow, so people are asking, in regards to all this wackiness that our very good friend Gwyneth is deciding women should poke up their business, is there no regulation against this sort of stuff and the false claims that they make?
In the UK, really, there isn't. So you can't make, according to the Advertising Standards Authority in the UK, you can't make claims that are, if you say something is scientifically proven and that's not true, then you'll get into a bit of trouble with the Advertising Standards Authority. But there's nothing really in terms of medical regulation around these things. Because we don't have regulation like that. We only have really regulation around, you can't make medical claims about cancer, which, you know, most of these things aren't. And you can't sell drug products without them being registered by the medical authorities. But most of these aren't drug products. So there's not really any regulation that covers any of these things. As I said, like Gwyneth Paltrow did get into trouble for making claims that she couldn't back up on the Goop website, and they got into trouble for that. But pretty much you can kind of get away with things that you want to say. And if a website is running from another country, then you start to get into how do you actually tell these people off for selling things in the UK.
So where does a concept like exfoliating one's vagina even come from?
I have no idea. You know, some of these herbs are things that have been around for a very long time and that people have used for a very long time. And of course, people will claim that if you can strip the skin, then you can rejuvenate the vagina. And these are quite common claims. I've actually brought a couple of the things that claim to do this. So one of the things I've got is this Jamu stick.
Right.
Which is the small little clay stick.
Oh, right.
So this is plastic wrapped.
Of course.
I've not opened it.
Nice.
And so you open this and you stick this in your vagina and you leave it there for a period of time, and it exfoliates and strips the skin.
Great.
Because it's a caustic herb. It is, I mean, it does what it says. It does strip the skin. You don't want to do that.
Not in that good way. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there a good way? I don't think so.
Not in the vagina. Definitely not. Exfoliating the skin on your face might make you feel a bit fresher, but exfoliating the skin on your mucous membranes, which are designed to have this very delicate ecosystem, you don't want to strip anything.
So are you aware of any science-based alternatives to the Goop universe that you could recommend to people to follow instead of going down the goopy rabbit hole?
Definitely. So the two that I've got in mind are Dr. Jen Gunter. Follow Dr. Jen Gunter. She's brilliant. You will find her all over Twitter and social media. She does some great takedowns of Gwyneth Paltrow specifically, but she's a gynecologist and she is absolutely expert in this, and she's fantastic. She's just released a book called The Vagina Bible, and she is utterly brilliant. And then we have our own version in the UK. We have Dr. Anita Mitra, who goes by the Gynae Geek, and she does exactly the same thing. She's a gynecologist. She's also an academic researcher. I don't know how she does quite as much as she does, but she does a lot of education on vaginas and vulvas and all sorts of different health claims that people make. Both of those are absolutely brilliant. I highly recommend following them.
Right. Well, that does sound much more sensible. So when somebody has, gone and flashed the old credit card at Gwyneth and bought one of those fabulous things and discovers that it is actually a crock and doesn't work and does bad things for them, well, that's lovely. It's a pendant.
Lovely little. This I didn't buy this from Goop because they're really, really expensive from Goop. This is one that I bought from Etsy, but these are
right.
beautiful, really pretty.
I suppose if you lose it, there's always one place you can look. So once people discover that these things don't work, they keep going back to, they try other things and go, oh, well, that egg didn't work. Maybe I'll try that camo stick then. Or do they go, no, I've actually been conned and maybe I should stop being an idiot?
One thing I'm finding really interesting at the moment is noticing just how much these ideas are spreading, particularly through young women. And there's actually evidence that this is a common thing in specifically in the millennial age group, that women are starting to turn towards crystals and other sorts of woo ideas. And it seems to correspond with a loss of religion. So particularly in America, as people are becoming less religious and losing religion, as a lot of people are in the modern day, they're turning towards other claims like crystals, and then they're starting to move into things that are specifically targeting female empowerment, and these all sorts of these claims. And I think for a lot of them, it's a case of, well, I tried this one thing and you've got no evidence whether it helps or not. There's this very idea that, well, I didn't really notice much of a difference, but you're not necessarily going to feel conned, because if you're part of that whole wellness world, you're going to think that, maybe that thing didn't help, I'll just try the next thing. Or I didn't feel that it helped, but maybe it did, and maybe I just didn't realize, or you actually convince yourself that it made a difference.
Right. It's not the product, it's me.
Well, yeah, and that's such a common thing
Right.
that is targeted at women as well, that if something doesn't work, you did it wrong, or it's your fault, or you're
defective.
Yeah.
So that then leads to the question of, is this about women putting pressure on themselves or each other, or is this about men putting pressure on women because, they'd much prefer a woman with an exfoliated vagina?
I think it's a whole mixture of things. I don't think many women, and there certainly are men who are pressuring women in that way. They're the individual women in their lives and saying, I would like you to be particularly tight, or I would like you to be particularly, what I expect of a woman. But for a lot of people, it's coming sort of internally from women putting pressure on themselves, but that's coming because of our whole societal makeup that has been punishing women for being the way they are for such a long period of time, and have been making all these claims for such a long period of time. So there is, you know, you only have to look in the media about anything that affects women or people with vaginas, and it very much is, this is what you should be, this is what you have to be, this is what we expect of you, this is what everybody else is like, and if you're not like this, then you're just different. And we often don't talk amongst ourselves about what normal is for us, and how our bodies are slightly different to each other, and we don't have those conversations. But because of all that external pressure, and it even goes as deep as in the medical world, and that's kind of the thing I wanted to get across with this talk, is to say this isn't just coming from the woo world, it isn't just coming from men, it isn't just coming from women who are putting pressure on themselves, it is coming from every single angle. You've got academic researchers who are saying, even if you believe you feel you have a G-spot, we've never found evidence of it, so we don't believe that it exists. Or even if medical doctors who don't believe women when they say that they have severe debilitating pain, such as they might get with endometriosis, and they're not believed in those cases. So women are given this idea that they can't be trusted, and that their bodies can't be trusted, and that they need to improve their bodies in some way and do something to change things. And it's a complete onslaught. It's from every single angle.
So they don't seem very keen on allowing women the keys to their own bodies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Let's face it, they don't like us driving the cars, nor our own bodies. Question from the chair here. Are there male equivalents of these products, e.g. for tightening behinds and exfoliating, apart from just the, back crack and sack wax that you might get before a party?
It's starting to come. It's definitely slower. They're definitely realising now, though, that we can make money from selling people these things, and that you're starting to get things that are targeted at men. There's a lot of herbal supplement companies that are targeted at men. In particular, there's a company called Hims, which they sell things for, in the UK, they sell things for hair loss and erectile dysfunction. Real medication that does have evidence for helping, but it's predicated on this idea that you need to improve those elements of your life. And then in the US, the same company sells so many different herbal remedies that will and vitamin supplements that they claim will make your life better in lots of different ways. And then there's weird things like there's boxer shorts that tighten things, and various other different claims.
So unless you're performing like a porn star, then you're not doing it right.
Well, exactly, yeah. But there's definitely a lot fewer targeted at men, and it's definitely a more recent thing. But it definitely does exist. It's just they've realised they can monetize on it, so they're starting to go in that direction.
Yeah. So what would your pet peeve be with this Vagina Mystery?
Have a few. I encounter so many things. One of the things that I really hate, and actually every time I go into my local Boots, I try and hide them. Things like this, the feminine hygiene special wash, and lovely. The special deodorant to spray on your bits. Don't do that. Don't spray things on your bits. You don't need it. And it drives me crazy because it tells, sorry, I shouldn't say crazy, but it makes me really frustrated that people are saying, you know what, you're a lady, so you must smell. So here are some things that make you smell nice and feminine. It's incredible that we've decided that we need all these products to make ourselves fresh and lovely and delicate and feminine. So that's a big frustration for me, just because it's so ubiquitous. Like every supermarket, every Superdrug, Boots, all sell these things and often sell lots of different versions. These are not hard to get hold of. And it just plays into this idea that women are not nice or not clean or not fresh or those kind of ideas. They're not so harmful, but they're just everywhere. I think some of the ones that frustrate me most in terms of harm are the idea is that that we shouldn't talk about the way that we experience things. So we shouldn't talk about how sex might be painful, which it is for nearly 10% of women have active vulvodynia, so pain in the vulva area. Up to nearly 20% of women have experienced that at some point in their lifetime. 1 in 10 women have endometriosis. These pain conditions affect a huge proportion of people, and we're told it's taboo to talk about these experiences, and that really frustrates me, because it means people don't get diagnosed when they should do, with conditions that can be supported with medical care. Things like endometriosis, although we don't really have a cure for endometriosis, it affects 1 in 10 women, and it takes up to 10 years for women to get diagnosed, because we're not talking about it enough. Yeah. And then there's the tea bags. Those are pretty bad. Those little tea bags that they put in the body for days at a time, and it's not nice, because they literally pull out black tissue from inside the body that has been stripped from the body. That's dangerous.
That's a bit disgusting.
So 3 pet peeves.
Yeah, right. And excellent pet peeves they were too, by the way. We've got one last question or comment from our chair. How do you manage to do so much alongside working in academia? As a fellow academic and health researcher, I'm always in awe.
I do. I seem to have taken on an awful lot of stuff on top of my day job, and academia is not a gentle job. It is a lot of hours. I don't know. In honesty, I think it's just passion gets you through. When you're passionate about something, you can't not. So I'm lucky to be able to do as many things as I do, and that I'm very, very excited about doing. It's not always easy, and some weeks it's, oh my God, I've got to fit in all of these things in a very short space of time. I've got a conference in Australia, and then I've got to record a podcast, and then I've got to write an article for the Skeptic magazine, I'm doing a workshop with some students on Monday, and it's all very stressful, but somehow I managed to get all the way through.
Well, if you've got something that you need for your tied vagina, you know where you can go and get it. Oh, I think we're done. Alice Howard, thank you so much for enlightening us all. I know I feel enlightening and slightly disturbed. But thank you so much for joining us here on Skepticon 2020. Been an absolute pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much for having me.
If you want to stick around, we're about to wrap up this show. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies, gentlemen, and others, that is a wrap. Thank you all so much for joining us here at Skepticon 2020, the online edition. And thanks to all of our fabulous speakers. And thank you to the whole Skepticon crew, everybody who's worked tirelessly to bring this event to you. Dr. Paulie, Casey, and Sarah, you guys totally rock for keeping me on the air, even in light of the fact that sometimes I forgot to turn on my microphone. That'll be just between us. You guys deserve a really big G&T. In fact, I'll even have one for you, because that's the kind of caring, sharing human being I really am. And that's it from me. Jane Ubrien signing off. Thank you, people. You've been a fabulous audience. Thank you so much. And over to you, Dr. Paulie.
Thank you. I just wanted to give you guys a few, maybe not so short remarks, but just to finish out the conference before we officially close. So, I mean, this year has been exceptionally difficult. In Australia, we started off News Day with fires that ravaged most of the East Coast. And then about 2 months later, the pandemic arrived on our shores. And, the reason we're online is because of COVID-19. It's infected over 41 million people, killed over 1 million people so far, and it's only surging in the US, India, Europe, and in the UK, as Alice would be aware of. We've been a lot luckier here in Australia. We've still lost 900 lives to this virus, and there've been 25,000 that have been infected, with many, many more that have been affected by the collective effort to bring this virus under control. And it's been a really tough year. Personally, I haven't seen my parents since last Skepticon. But let me tell you, these efforts that we've done in Australia have been world class. And I've got family in the US, the Czech Republic, and in Serbia. And trust me when I say that what's happening here in Australia and where we're at is the envy of the world. But yet despite how much science has taught us about COVID-19 in such a short time, from developing an accurate diagnostic test within weeks, we've got genomic testing, we've had huge clinical trials that have been an absolute testament to science. We've had the recovery trial in the UK and the solidarity trial in the US. We've got vaccine, just to go back, the recovery and the solidarity trials have told us a lot of what we know about what treatments are effective and those that are ineffective. They've guided our care. We've had vaccines that are now reaching phase 3 trials, and there are plenty of them there. We've seen a surge in misinformation, and this has actually plagued us more than the virus itself. From blatant denial or twisting of the scientific evidence to politicising the actions that we know will work, that have resulted in demonstrations, riots, and charlatans looking to exploit those who want to protect themselves. So when choosing to run Skepticon last year, we had high hopes, showcasing the Gold Coast. I know I contacted Alison Marsh and I was like, come and enjoy the sun. It's going to be amazing. And the beach, and it's fabulous here. And that was the spiel that we gave last year. And in our eagerness, we'd already paid all the deposits to all the venues. And then we had to make a really hard decision as to whether to run the conference online or cancel altogether. And, many have chosen to cancel UK's QED conference, but we all know that's because Marsh wants to be Skeptic of the Year for another year longer. And our neighbours across the ditch in New Zealand, they're not running their annual conferences this year. But we as a team, we felt that we had a duty to provide some kind of congregation or gathering of reason in and amongst all this anti-science. And I'm really glad that we made this decision. Personally, science gives me hope. As a researcher, I'm not only proud, this always makes me really emotional, I'm very sorry. I'm not only proud to be part of a profession that is directly helping our clinical staff and policymakers make evidence-informed decisions, but I'm really proud to be part of a bigger community of people who promote science and reason. I'm a skeptic, and we're all skeptics. And it's really nice to be part of such a big community, and it really gives me hope, even in these dark times. Oh my gosh, I don't know why that makes me so emotional. I just love science. So when we decided to go online, look, none of us had any experience with how to do any online streaming. The learning curve was very steep, but I'm really proud of what we've been able to deliver. And I think you all agree that despite not being together like we would have liked, it's been a really fun conference. I've really enjoyed myself. Like any conference, there are many players that have contributed to this weekend's success. So firstly, I'd like to thank all 24 of our fantastic speakers. And, when they signed up, they thought that they'd rock up on the day and present. And, when the COVID hit, I asked them, I said, can you pre-record everything? Because it's a lot easier to run it online and a lot more secure. And that is a hell of a lot more work than just turning up on the day, let me tell you. And then they all came and joined us online for the Q&A, and some of them getting up at the crack of dawn, like Marsh and Alice. So I'm really, really grateful for all the extra efforts that our speakers have taken. Secondly, a huge thanks to our amazing musicians, George Hrab, Helen Arney, and Mitch Band for allowing us to use their music during the conference. An extra special thanks to Conspiracy of One, so Nate Eggins, and Distilled for taking the time to go into the studio and record a whole bunch of amazing new songs just for the event. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, if you like them, go and support them in any way that you guys can. Next, I want to thank Jane Ubrien, who has been the most entertaining MC. I think we can all agree on this. She has been absolutely fantastic. And she's also a long-time volunteer for the Gold Coast Skeptics, even though she is in Sydney. She edits our monthly meetups into a podcast, and honestly, I don't know where we'd be without you. You've just made Skepticon, and you make Gold Coast Skeptics have that much more of a reach, and you've just made it so entertaining these past 2 days.
I want to give a big thanks to Australian Skeptics for their support, with special mentions to Tim Mendham and Richard Saunders for helping us greatly with the media communications, from creating newsletters, mentioning us on podcasts, creating videos for us to post on YouTube, and creating a fair amount of content that we've viewed over the past few days, including that beautiful tribute to James Randi. So a really big thanks to you guys. I also want to thank Ainsley Hunter, who's done all our video editing. So if you need someone, she comes very highly recommended. Destination Gold Coast, who you can see their link down the bottom. So as soon as the borders open up, guys from the south, go on to Destination Gold Coast and, see where you can go and visit, because, the Gold Coast is more than just a couple of theme parks and Cabell Avenue. We've got a lot to offer. They helped us a lot during the pre-COVID planning, but also allowed us to keep using their stock photos, which you saw on our website. And a big thanks to Bond University for letting us run the event from their premises. And let's face it, they've got far better internet than what I have at home. And I want to thank my wonderful committee members. So Sarah, down the bottom, she was doing all the Q&A for us and moderating Slido. You're a high school teacher in your day job, which is tough enough and busy enough as it is, let alone this particular year where you were switching from online to offline to online to offline teaching. And yet you still managed to find the time to not only act as secretary, take all the meeting minutes, organise Skepticon Bingo, but you caught up with me every freaking weekend and practiced streaming over and over and over again until we kind of thought we knew what we were doing. So I really want to thank you for that. And a big thanks to feeding us with some delicious treats over this weekend. It's definitely kept us going. Arita, you are in your final leg, your final few weeks of finishing your Bachelor of Genetics. So yay for being almost finished. I think a couple more assignments to go. Normally students in their final year barricade themselves in their study, but you reached out from Canberra. So making this a really national event, not just Gold Coast Skeptics and up in Brisbane with the Queensland Skeptics. But you've been really invaluable to us, from advice on how to run an online conference to helping us with the communications, editing all the speaker bios and creating our very catchy and fun social media and blog posts. So mine are very boring, so you've done a fantastic job. Thanks so much, Arita. Casey, our treasurer, who has put up with my constant barrage of questioning, asking for comments for every tiny little thing. I guess perks of living with the chair. And doing all this while in your final year of engineering and mathematics. And can I add that Casey finished on Friday after 5 long years, and rather than relaxing and celebrating, he has been here all weekend helping herd the skeptics for the live Q&A. So huge thanks to Casey for that. We've got Simon as well, who has been moderating the chat with us. Simon's an infection control nurse and has been helping us throughout this pandemic. He's also a father of 4, an official photographer for Australian Netball, so I have no idea how you even managed to squeeze us in. But your knowledge of what's happening, around the Gold Coast and around us, make sure that we didn't clash with other local events. We didn't remember AFL and NFL, but that just tells us which sport you think is more important. I'm glad you like netball more because that's my sport. And making sure that we cater for families, it just meant that we were able to produce a more rounded event. And you're always there to give me encouragement when I felt like it was all getting a bit too much. And Cheryl, you say you're retired, but we all know that you're busier than you ever were while you were working. And you've made sure that we've catered to, let's say, the more experienced. So Cheryl, I might turn you on mute because it's echoing. Thank you. So you've made sure that we've catered to the more experienced skeptics, shall we say, whilst we moved online. And you know what? What I love about you the most, Cheryl, is your brutal honesty. And, when Cheryl turns around and tells you that you've done well, you have done so well. So I really appreciate that. So can we get a big virtual round of applause for our Skepticon committee? And last but definitely not least, I want to thank all the audience members for joining us today and making Skepticon a reality. This weekend we've had 212 Skepticon attendees. You've come not only from Australia but around the world. New Zealand, India, Canada, USA, Germany, Sweden, Germany twice, Netherlands and the UK. making this not only an Australian Skepticon, but a really international one. And many of you also donated money for 2 causes that we were collecting for AIM mentoring and Professor Christelle Maher's GoFundMe campaign. And you've dug deep. We've successfully raised over $1,700 to these causes. So thank you so much. I know this money will go a long way and will be much appreciated. And just a little final note, given that this is the first time we've done Skepticon online, we've already emailed you a short survey to get some feedback, so would really appreciate if you could take the time to fill that out, because let's face it, we're probably not going to go back to face-to-face anytime soon. And one thing that we wanted to do to make next year's conference committee, make it easier for next year's conference committee, is to find keen volunteers and a diverse range of speakers. So whilst we won't be running next year's event, we've sent a short survey in that email so you could let us know if you'd like to get involved in Skepticon next year, whether there is a helper or a speaker. We'll pass this on to whoever puts up their hand for next year. So thank you to everyone who's contributed. Well done.